This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Aaron Decker. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part the First, at Marygreen. Yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women, and become servants for their sakes. Many also have perished, have erred, and sinned for women. O ye men, how can it be but women should be strong, seeing they do thus? Esdras. Chapter 1. The schoolmaster was leaving the village, and everybody seemed sorry. The miller at Crescombe lent him the small white tilted cart and horse to carry his goods to the city of his destination, about 20 miles off, such a vehicle proving of quite sufficient size for the departing teacher's effects. For the schoolhouse had been partly furnished by the managers, and the only cumbersome article possessed by the master, in addition to the packing-case of books, was a cottage piano that he had bought at an auction during the year in which he thought of learning instrumental music. But the enthusiasm having waned, he had never acquired any skill in playing, and the purchased article had been a perpetual trouble to him ever since in moving house. The rector had gone away for the day, being a man who disliked the sight of changes. He did not mean to return till the evening, when the new school-teacher would have arrived and settled in, and everything would be smooth again. The blacksmith, the farm bailiff, and the schoolmaster himself were standing in perplexed attitudes in the parlour before the instrument. The master had remarked that even if he got it into the cart, he should not know what to do with it on his arrival at Christminster, the city he was bound for, since he was only going into temporary lodgings just at first. A little boy of 11, who had been thoughtfully assisting in the packing, joined the group of men, and as they rubbed their chins he spoke up, blushing at the sound of his own voice. "Aunt have got a great fuel-house, and it could be put there, perhaps, till you found a place to settle in, sir." "A good proper notion," said the blacksmith. It was decided that a deputation should wait on the boy's aunt, an old maiden resident, and ask her if she would house the piano till Mr. Phillotson should send for it. The smith and the bailiff started to see about the practicability of the suggested shelter, and the boy and the schoolmaster were left standing alone. "Sorry I am going, Jude?" asked the latter kindly. Tears rose into the boy's eyes, for he was not among the regular day scholars who came unromantically close to the schoolmaster's life, but one who had attended the night school only during the present teacher's term of office. The regular scholars, if the truth must be told, stood at the present moment afar off, like certain historic disciples, indisposed to any enthusiastic volunteering of aid. The boy awkwardly opened the book he held in his hand, which Mr. Phillotson had bestowed on him as a parting gift, and admitted that he was sorry. "So am I," said Mr. Phillotson. "Why do you go, sir?" asked the boy. "Ah, that would be a long story. You wouldn't understand my reasons, Jude. You will, perhaps, when you are older." "I think I should now, sir." "Well, don't speak of this everywhere. You know what a university is, and a university degree? It is the necessary hallmark of a man who wants to do anything in teaching. My scheme, or dream, is to be a university graduate, and then to be ordained. By going to live at Christminster, or near it, I shall be at headquarters, so to speak, and if my scheme is practicable at all, I consider that being on the spot will afford me a better chance of carrying it out than I should have elsewhere." The smith and his companion returned. Old Miss Folly's fuel-house was dry and eminently practicable, and she seemed willing to give the instrument standing room there. It was accordingly left in the school till the evening, when more hands would be available for removing it, and the schoolmaster gave a final glance round. The boy Jude assisted in loading some small articles, and at 9 o'clock Mr. Phillotson mounted beside his box of books and other impedimenta, and bade his friends good-bye. "I shan't forget you, Jude," he said, smiling, as the cart moved off. "Be a good boy, remember, and be kind to animals and birds, and read all you can. And if ever you come to Christminster, remember you hunt me out for old acquaintance' sake." The cart creaked across the green, and disappeared round the corner by the rectory house. The boy returned to the draw-well at the edge of the greensward, where he had left his buckets when he went to help his patron and teacher in the loading. There was a quiver in his lip now, and after opening the well cover to begin lowering the bucket, he paused, and leant with his forehead and arms against the framework, his face wearing the fixity of a thoughtful child's, who has felt the pricks of life somewhat before his time. The well into which he was looking was as ancient as the village itself, and from his present position appeared as a long circular perspective, ending in a shining disk of quivering water at a distance of 100 feet down. There was a lining of green moss near the top, and nearer still the hart's-tongue fern. He said to himself in the melodramatic tones of a whimsical boy that the schoolmaster had drawn at that well scores of times on a morning like this, and would never draw there any more. "I've seen him look down into it when he was tired with his drawing, just as I do now, and when he rested a bit before carrying the buckets home. But he was too clever to bide here any longer, a small, sleepy place like this." A tear rolled from his eye into the depths of the well. The morning was a little foggy, and the boy's breathing unfurled itself as a thicker fog upon the still and heavy air. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden outcry. "Bring on that water, will ye idle young harlequin?" It came from an old woman who had emerged from her door towards the garden gate of a green-thatched cottage not far off. The boy quickly waved a signal of assent, drew the water with what was a great effort for one of his stature, landed, and emptied the big bucket into his own pair of smaller ones, and pausing a moment for breath, started with them across the patch of clammy greensward whereon the well stood, nearly in the centre of the little village, or rather hamlet, of Marygreen. It was as old-fashioned as it was small, and it rested in the lap of an undulating upland adjoining the North Wessex Downs. Old as it was, however, the well shaft was probably the only relic of the local history that remained absolutely unchanged. Many of the thatched and dormered dwelling-houses had been pulled down of late years, and many trees felled on the green. Above all, the original church, humpbacked, wood-turreted, and quaintly hipped, had been taken down, and either cracked up into heaps of road metal in the lane, or utilized as pigsty walls, garden seats, guard stones to fences, and rockeries in the flower-beds of the neighborhood. In place of it, a tall new building of modern Gothic design, unfamiliar to English eyes, had been erected on a new piece of ground by a certain obliterator of historic records, who would run down from London and back in a day. The site whereon so long had stood the ancient temple to the Christian divinities was not even recorded on the green and level grass plot that had immemorially been the churchyard, the obliterated graves being commemorated by 18-penny cast-iron crosses warranted to last 5 years. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Aaron Decker. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part the First, at Marygreen. Chapter 2. Slender as was Jude Fawley's frame, he bore the 2 brimming house-buckets of water to the cottage without resting. Over the door was a little rectangular piece of blue board, on which was painted in yellow letters, Drusilla Fawley, Baker. Within the little lead panes of the window, this being one of the few old houses left, were 5 bottles of sweets, and 3 buns on a plate of the willow pattern. While emptying the buckets at the back of the house, he could hear an animated conversation in progress within doors between his great-aunt the Drusilla of the signboard, and some other villagers. Having seen the schoolmaster depart, they were summing up particulars of the event, and indulging in predictions of his future. "And who's he?" asked one, comparatively a stranger, when the boy entered. "Well, you mid ask it, Mrs. Williams. He's my great-nephew, come since you was last this way." The old inhabitant who answered was a tall, gaunt woman, who spoke tragically on the most trivial subject, and gave a phrase of her conversation to each auditor in turn. "He come from Mellstock down in South Wessex about a year ago. Worse luck for'n, Belinda," turning to the right, "where his father was living, and was took with the shakings for death, and died in 2 days, as you know, Caroline," turning to the left. "It would have been a blessing if God A'mighty had took thee too, with thy mother and father, poor useless boy. But I've got him here to stay with me till I can see what's to be done with him, though I am obliged to let him earn any penny he can. Just now he's a scaring of birds for Father Troutham. It keeps him out of mischief. Why do you turn away, Jude?" she continued, as the boy, feeling the impact of their glances like slaps upon his face, moved aside. The local washerwoman replied that it was perhaps a very good plan of Miss or Mrs. Fawley's, as they called her indifferently, to have him with her, "to keep ye company in your loneliness, fetch water, shet the winder shutters o' nights, and help in the bit o' baking." Miss Fawley doubted it. "Why didn't ye get the schoolmaster to take ye to Christminster wi'en, and make a scholar o' ye?" she continued in frowning pleasantry. "I'm sure he couldn't ha' took a better one. The boy is crazy for books, that he is. It runs in our family rather. His cousin Sue is just the same, so I've heard, but I have not seen the child for years, though she was born in this place, within these 4 walls, as it happened. My niece and her husband, after they were married, didn't get a house of their own for some year or more, and then they only had one till— well, I won't go into that. Jude, my child, don't you ever marry. 'Tisn't for the Follies to take that step any more. She, their only one, was like a child of my own, Belinda, till the split come. Ah, that a little maid should know such changes." Jude, finding the general attention again centering on himself, went out to the bakehouse, where he ate the cake provided for his breakfast. The end of his spare time had now arrived, and emerging from the garden by getting over the hedge at the back, he pursued and pathed northward, till he came to a wide and lonely depression in the general level of the upland, which was sown as a cornfield. This vast concave was the scene of his labours for Mr. Troutham the farmer, and he descended into the midst of it. The brown surface of the field went right up towards the sky all round, where it was lost by degrees in the mist that shut out the actual verge and accentuated the solitude. The only marks on the uniformity of the scene were a rick of last year's produce standing in the midst of the arable, the rooks that rose as his approach, and the path athwart the fallow by which he had come, trodden now by he hardly knew whom, though once by many of his own dead family. "How ugly it is here," he murmured. The fresh harrow lines seemed to stretch like the channelings in a piece of new corduroy, lending a meanly utilitarian air to the expanse, taking away its gradations, and depriving it of all history beyond that of the few recent months, though to every clod and stone there really attached associations enough and to spare, echoes of songs from ancient harvest days, of spoken words, and of sturdy deeds. Every inch of ground had been the site, first or last, of energy, gaiety, horseplay, bickerings, weariness. Groups of gleaners had squatted in the sun on every square yard. Love matches that had populated the adjoining hamlet had been made up there between reaping and carrying. Under the hedge which divided the field from a distant plantation, girls had given themselves to lovers who would not turn their heads to look at them by the next harvest. And in that ancient cornfield many a man had made love promises to a woman at whose voice he had trembled by the next seed time after fulfilling them in the church adjoining. But this neither Jude nor the rooks around him considered. For them it was a lonely place, possessing, in the one view, only the quality of a work-ground, and in the other, that of a granary good to feed in. The boy stood under the rick before mentioned, and every few seconds used his clacker a rattle briskly. At each clack the rooks left off pecking, and rose, and went away on their leisurely wings, burnished like tassets of mail, afterwards wheeling back and regarding him warily, and descending to feed at a more respectful distance. He sounded the clacker till his arm ached, and at length his heart grew sympathetic with the birds' thwarted desires. They seemed, like himself, to be living in a world which did not want them. Why should he frighten them away? They took upon more and more the aspect of gentle friends and pensioners, the only friends he could claim as being in the least degree interested in him, for his aunt had often told him that she was not. He ceased his rattling, and they alighted anew. "Poor little dears," said Jude aloud. "You shall have some dinner, you shall. There is enough for us all. Farmer Troutham can afford to let you have some. Eat then, my dear little birdies, and make a good meal." They stayed and ate, inky spots on the nut-brown soil, and Jude enjoyed their appetite. A magic thread of fellow-feeling united his own life with theirs. Puny and sorry as those lives were, they much resembled his own. His clacker he had by this time thrown away from him, as being a mean and sordid instrument, offensive both to the birds and to himself as their friend. All at once he became conscious of a smart blow upon his buttocks, followed by a loud clack which announced to his surprised senses that the clacker had been the instrument of offence used. The birds and Jude started up simultaneously, and the dazed eyes of the latter beheld the farmer in person, the great Troutham himself, his face glaring down upon Jude's cowering frame, the clacker swinging in his hand. "So it's eat, my dear birdies, is it, young man? Eat, dear birdies, indeed. I'll tickle your breeches and see if you say eat, dear birdies, again in a hurry. And you've been idling at the schoolmaster's, too, instead of coming here, ha'n't ye, eh? That's how you earn your 6 pence a day for keeping the rooks off my corn?" Whilst saluting Jude's ears with this impassioned rhetoric, Troutham had seized his left hand with his own left, and swinging his slim frame round him at arm's length, again struck Jude on the hind parts with the flat side of Jude's own rattle, till the field echoed with the blows, which were delivered once or twice at each revolution. "Don'ee, sir, please don'ee," cried the whirling child, as helpless under the centrifugal tendency of his person as a hooked fish swinging to land, and beholding the hill, the rick, the plantation, the path, and the rooks going round and round him in amazing circular race. I, sir, only meant that there was a good crop in the ground. I saw 'em sow it, and the rooks could have a little bit for dinner, and you wouldn't miss it, sir, and Mr. Phillotson said I was to be kind to him. Oh, oh, oh!" This truthful explanation seemed to exasperate the farmer even more than if Jude had stoutly denied saying anything at all, and he still smacked the whirling urchin, the clacks of the instrument continuing to resound all across the field, and as far as the ears of distant workers, who gathered thereupon that Jude was pursuing his business of clacking with great assiduity. And echoing from the brand-new church tower just behind the mist, towards the building of which structure the farmer had largely subscribed, to testify his love for God and man. Presently Troutham grew tired of his punitive task, and depositing the quivering boy on his legs, took a 6 pence from his pocket and gave it him in payment for his day's work, telling him to go home and never let him see him in one of those fields again. Jude leaped out of an arm's reach, and walked along the trackway weeping, not from the pain, though that was keen enough, not from the perception of the flaw in the terrestrial scheme, by which what was good for God's birds was bad for God's gardener, but with the awful sense that he had wholly disgraced himself before he had been a year in the parish, and hence might be a burden to his great-aunt for life. With this shadow on his mind he did not care to show himself in the village, and went homeward by a roundabout track behind a high hedge and across a pasture. Here he beheld scores of coupled earthworms, lying half their length on the surface on the damp ground, as they always did in such weather at that time of the year. It was impossible to advance in regular steps without crushing some of them at each tread. Though Farmer Troutham had just hurt him, he was a boy who could not himself bear to hurt anything. He had never brought home a nest of young birds without lying awake in misery half the night after, and often reinstating them and the nest in their original place the next morning. He could scarcely bear to see trees cut down or lopped, from a fancy that it hurt them, and late pruning, when the sap was up and the tree bled profusely, had been a positive grief to him in his infancy. This weakness of character, as it may be called, suggested that he was the sort of man who was born to ache a good deal before the fall of the curtain upon his unnecessary life should signify that all was well with him again. He carefully picked his way on tiptoe among the earthworms, without killing a single one. On entering the cottage, he found his aunt selling a penny loaf to a little girl, and when the customer was gone, she said, "Well, how do you come to be back here in the middle of the morning like this?" "I'm turned away." "What?" "Mr. Troutham have turned me away, because I let the rooks have a few peckings of corn, and there's my wages, the last I shall ever have." He threw the sixpence tragically on the table. "Ah," said his aunt, suspending her breath, and she opened upon him a lecture on how she would now have him all the spring upon her hands doing nothing. "If you can't skeer birds, what can you do? There, don't you look so deedy. Farmer Troutham is not so much better than myself, come to that. But 'tis as Job said, 'Now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock.' His father was my father's journeyman anyhow, and I must have been a fool to let 'ee go to work for en, which I shouldn't ha' done, but to keep 'ee out of mischief." More angry with Jude for demeaning her by coming there than for a dereliction of duty, she rated him primarily from that point of view, and only secondarily from a moral one. "Not that you should have let the birds eat what Farmer Troutham planted. Of course you was wrong in that, Jude. Jude, why didn't you go off with that schoolmaster of thine to Christminster or somewhere? But oh no, poor ornery child, there never was any sprawl on thy side of the family, and never will be." "Where is this beautiful city, Aunt? This place where Mr. Phillotson has gone to?" asked the boy after meditating in silence. "Lord, you ought to know where the city of Christminster is. Near a score of miles from here. It is a place much too good for you ever to have much to do with, poor boy, I'm a-thinking." "And will Mr. Phillotson always be there?" "How can I tell?" "Could I go to see him?" "Lord, no. He didn't grow up hereabout, or you wouldn't ask such as that. We've never had anything to do with folk in Christminster, nor folk in Christminster with we." Jude went out, and feeling more than ever his existence to be an undemanded one, he lay down upon his back on a heap of litter near the pigsty. The fog had by this time become more translucent, and the position of the sun could be seen through it. He pulled his straw hat over his face, and peered through the interstices of the plating at the bright whiteness, vaguely reflecting. Growing up brought responsibilities, he found. Events did not rhyme quite as he had thought. Nature's logic was too horrid for him to care for. That mercy towards one set of creatures was cruelty towards another sickened his sense of harmony. As you got older, and felt yourself to be at the center of your time, and not at a point in its circumference, as you had felt when you were little, you were seized with a sort of shuddering, he perceived. All around you there seemed to be something glaring, garish, rattling, and the noises and glares hit upon the little cell called your life, and shook it, and warped it. If he could only prevent himself growing up, he did not want to be a man. Then, like the natural boy, he forgot his despondency and sprang up. During the remainder of the morning he helped his aunt, and in the afternoon, when there was nothing more to be done, he went into the village. Here he asked a man whereabouts Christminster lay. "Christminster? Oh, well, out there yonder, though I've never been there. Not I. I've never had any business at such a place." The man pointed northeastward, in the very direction where lay that field in which Jude had so disgraced himself. There was something unpleasant about the coincidence for the moment, but the fearsomeness of this fact rather increased his curiosity about the city. The farmer had said he was never to be seen in that field again, yet Christminster lay across it, and the path was a public one. So stealing out of the hamlet, he descended into the same hollow which had witnessed his punishment in the morning, never swerving an inch from the path, and climbing up the long and tedious ascent on the other side, till the track joined the highway by a little clump of trees. Here the ploughed land ended, and all before him was bleak open down. End of Part 1. Chapter 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 1, Chapter 3. Not a soul was visible on the hedgeless highway or on either side of it, and the white road seemed to ascend and diminish till it joined the sky. At the very top it was crossed at right angles by a green ridgeway, the Icknield Street and the original Roman road through the district. This ancient track ran east and west for many miles, and down almost to within living memory had been used for driving flocks and herds to fairs and markets, but it was now neglected and overgrown. The boy had never before strayed so far north as this, from the nestling hamlet in which he had been deposited by the carrier from a railway station southward, one dark evening some few months earlier, until now he had had no suspicion that such a wide, flat, low-lying country lay so near at hand, under the very verge of his upland world. The whole northern semicircle, between east and west, to a distance of 40 or 50 miles, spread itself before him, a bluer, moister atmosphere, evidently, than that he breathed up here. Not far from the road stood a weather-beaten old barn of reddish-grey brick and tile. It was known as the Brown House by the people of the locality. He was about to pass it when he perceived a ladder against the eaves, and the reflection that the higher he got the further he could see led Jude to stand and regard it. On the slope of the roof 2 men were repairing the tiling. He turned into the ridgeway and drew towards the barn. When he had wistfully watched the workmen for some time, he took courage and ascended the ladder till he stood beside them. "Well, my lad, and what may you want up here?" "I wanted to know where the city of Christminster is, if you please." "Christminster is out across there by that clump. You can see it, or at least you can on a clear day. Oh, no, you can't now." The other tiler, glad of any kind of diversion from the monotony of his labour, had also turned to look towards the quarter designated. "You can't often see it in weather like this," he said. "The time I've noticed it is when the sun is going down in a blaze of flame, and it looks like, oh, I don't know what." "The heavenly Jerusalem," suggested the serious urchin. "Aye, although I should never have thought of it myself. But I can't see no Christminster today." The boy strained his eyes also, yet neither could he see the far-off city. He descended from the barn, and, abandoning Christminster with the versatility of his age, he walked along the ridge-track, looking for any natural objects of interest that might lie in the banks thereabout. When he repassed the barn, to go back to Mary Green, he observed that the ladder was still in its place, but that the men had finished their day's work and gone away. It was waning towards evening. There was still a faint mist, but it had cleared a little, except in the damper tracts of subjacent country and along the river courses. He thought again of Christminster, and wished, since he had come 2 or 3 miles from his aunt's house on purpose, that he could have seen for once this attractive city of which he had been told. But even if he waited here, it was hardly likely that the air would clear before night. Yet he was loath to leave the spot, for the northern expanse became lost to view on retreating towards the village only a few 100 yards. He ascended the ladder to have one more look at the point the men had designated, and perched himself on the highest rung, overlying the tiles. He might not be able to come so far as this for many days. Perhaps if he prayed, the wish to see Christminster might be forwarded. People said that, if you prayed, things sometimes came to you, even though they sometimes did not. He had read in a tract that a man who'd begun to build a church and had no money to finish it knelt down and prayed, and the money came in by the next post. Another man tried the same experiment, and the money did not come, but he found afterwards that the breeches he knelt in were made by a wicked Jew. This was not discouraging, and, turning on the ladder, Jude knelt on the third rung, where, resting against those above it, he prayed that the mist might rise. He then seated himself again and waited. In the course of 10 or 15 minutes, the thinning mist dissolved altogether from the northern horizon, as it had already done elsewhere, and about a quarter of an hour before the time of sunset, the westward clouds parted, the sun's position being partially uncovered, and the beams streaming out in visible lines between two bars of slaty cloud. The boy immediately looked back in the old direction. Some way within the limits of the stretch of landscape, points of light like the topaz gleamed. The air increased in transparency with the lapse of minutes, till the topaz points showed themselves to be the vanes, windows, wet roof slates, and other shining spots upon the spires, domes, freestone work, and varied outlines that were faintly revealed. It was Christminster, unquestionably, either directly seen or miraged in the peculiar atmosphere. The spectator gazed on, till the windows and vanes lost their shine, going out almost suddenly like extinguished candles. The vague city became veiled in mist. Turning to the west, he saw that the sun had disappeared. The foreground of the scene had grown funereally dark, and near objects put on the hues and shapes of chimeras. He anxiously descended the ladder and started homewards at a run, trying not to think of giants, Herne the hunter, Apollyon lying in wait for Christian, or of the captain with the bleeding hole in his forehead and the corpses round him that re-mutinied every night on board the bewitched ship. He knew that he'd grown out of belief in these horrors, yet he was glad when he saw the church tower and the lights of the cottage windows, even though this was not the home of his birth, and his great-aunt did not care much about him. Inside and round about that old woman's shop window, with its 24 little panes set in lead-work, the glass of some of them oxidized with age, so that you could hardly see the poor penny articles exhibited within, and forming part of a stock which a strong man could have carried, Jude had his outer being for some long tideless time, but his dreams were as gigantic as his surroundings were small. Through the solid barrier of cold Cretaceous upland to the northward he was always beholding a gorgeous city, the fancied place he had likened to the New Jerusalem, though there was perhaps more of the painter's imagination and less of the diamond merchant's in his dreams thereof than in those of the apocalyptic writer. And the city acquired a tangibility, a permanence, a hold on his life, mainly from the one nucleus of fact, that the man for whose knowledge and purposes he had so much reverence was actually living there. Not only so, but living among the more thoughtful and mentally shining ones therein. In sad wet seasons, though he knew it must rain at Christminster too, he could hardly believe that it rained so drearily there. Whenever he could get away from the confines of the hamlet for an hour or two, which was not often, he would steal off to the brown house on the hill and strain his eyes persistently, sometimes to be rewarded by the sight of a dome or spire, at other times by a little smoke, which in his estimate had some of the mysticism of incense. Then the day came when it suddenly occurred to him that if he ascended to the point of view after dark, or possibly went a mile or two further, he would see the night lights of the city. It would be necessary to come back alone, but even that consideration did not deter him, for he could throw a little manliness into his mood, no doubt. The project was duly executed. It was not late when he arrived at the place of outlook, only just after dusk, but a black north-east sky, accompanied by a wind from the same quarter, made the occasion dark enough. He was rewarded, but what he saw was not the lamps in rows as he had half expected. No individual light was visible, only a halo or glow fog overarching the place against the black heavens behind it, making the light and the city seem distant but a mile or so. He set himself to wonder on the exact point in the glow where the schoolmaster might be, he who never communicated with anybody at Mary Green now, who was as if dead to them there. In the glow he seemed to see Philiston promenading at ease, like one of the forms in Nebuchadnezzar's furnace. He'd heard that breezes travelled at the rate of 10 miles an hour, and the fact now came into his mind. He parted his lips as he faced the north-east, and drew in the wind as if it were a sweet liquor. "You," he said, addressing the breeze caressingly, "were in Christminster City between 1 and 2 hours ago, floating along the streets, pulling round the weathercocks, touching Mr. Philipson's face, being breathed by him, and now you are here, breathed by me, you, the very same." Suddenly there came along this wind something towards him, a message from the place, from some soul residing there, it seemed. Surely it was the sound of bells, the voice of the city, faint and musical, calling to him, "We are happy here." He had become entirely lost to his bodily situation during this mental leap, and only got back to it by a rough recalling. A few yards below the brow of the hill on which he paused, a team of horses made its appearance, having reached the place by dint of half an hour's serpentine progress from the bottom of the immense declivity. They had a load of coals behind them, a fuel that could only be got into the upland by this particular route. They were accompanied by a carter, a second man and a boy, who now kicked a large stone behind one of the wheels, and allowed the panting animals to have a long rest, while those in charge took a flagon off the load and indulged in a drink round. They were elderly men, and had genial voices. Jude addressed them, inquiring if they'd come from Christminster. "Heaven forbid with this load," they said. "The place I mean is that one yonder." He was getting so romantically attached to Christminster that, like a young lover alluding to his mistress, he felt bashful at mentioning its name again. He pointed to the light in the sky, hardly perceptible to their older eyes. "Yes, there do seem a spot a bit brighter in the nor'-east than elsewhere, though I shouldn't ha' noticed it myself, and no doubt it med be Christminster." Here a little book of tales which Jude had tucked up under his arms, having brought them to read on his way hither before it grew dark, slipped and fell into the road. The carter eyed him while he picked it up and straightened the leaves. "Ah, young man," he observed, "you'd have to get your head screwed on t'other way before you could read what they read there." "Why?" asked the boy. "Oh, they never look at anything that folks like we can understand," the carter continued, by way of passing the time. "Only foreign tongues used in the days of the Tower of Babel, when no two families spoke alike. They read that sort of thing as fast as a night hawk will whir. 'Tis all learning there, nothing but learning, except religion. And that's learning too, for I never could understand it. Yes, 'tis a serious-minded place. Not but there's wenches in the streets o' nights. You know, I suppose, that they raise parsons there like radishes in a bed, and though it do take, how many years, Bob? 5 years to turn a lirruping hobbledy-hoy chap into a solemn preaching man with no corrupt passions, they'll do it if it can be done, and polishing off like the workmen they be, and turning out with a long face and a long black coat and waistcoat, and a religious collar and hat, same as I used to wear in the Scriptures, so that his own mother wouldn't know un sometimes. There, 'tis their business like anybody else's." But how should you know? Now, don't you interrupt, my boy. Never interrupt your seniors. Move the forehorse aside, Bobby, there's something coming. You must mind that I be talking of the college life. Lives on a lofty level. There's no gainsaying it, though I myself may not think much of 'em. As we be here in our bodies on this high ground, so be they in their minds. Noble-minded men enough, no doubt, some on 'em, able to earn hundreds by thinking out loud. And some on 'em be strong young fellows that can earn a'most as much in silver cups. As for music, there's beautiful music everywhere in Christminster. You med be religious, or you med not, but you can't help striking in your homely note with the rest. And there's a street in the place, the main street, that hadn't another like it in the world. I should think I did know a little about Christminster." By this time the horses had recovered breath, and bent to their collars again. Jude, throwing a last adoring look at the distant halo, turned and walked beside his remarkably well-informed friend, who had no objection to telling him, as they moved on, more yet of the city, its towers and halls and churches. The waggon turned into a crossroad, whereupon Jude thanked the carter warmly for his information, and said he only wished he could talk half as well about Christminster as he. "Well, 'tis only what has come in my way," said the carter unboastfully. "I've never been there, no more than you, but I've picked up the knowledge here and there, and you'll be welcome to it. A getting about the world as I do, and mixing with all classes of society, one can't help hearing of things. A friend of mine, that used to clean the boots at the Crozier Hotel in Christminster when he was in his prime, why, I knowed un as well as my own brother in his later years." Jude continued his walk homeward alone, pondering so deeply that he forgot to feel timid. He suddenly grew older. It had been the yearning of his heart to find something to anchor on, to cling to, for some place which he could call admirable. Should he find that place in this city, if he could get there? Would it be a spot in which, without fear of farmers or hindrance or ridicule, he could watch and wait, and set himself to some mighty undertaking, like the men of old of whom he'd heard? As the halo had been to his eyes when gazing at it a quarter of an hour earlier, so was the spot mentally to him as he pursued his dark way. "It is a city of light," he said to himself. "The tree of knowledge grows there," he added a few steps further on. "It is a place that teachers of men spring from and go to. It is what you may call a castle, manned by scholarship and religion." After this figure he was silent a long time, till he added, "It would just suit me." End of Part 1, Chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 1, Chapter 4. Walking somewhat slowly, by reason of his concentration, the boy, an ancient man in some phases of thought, much younger than his years in others, was overtaken by a light-footed pedestrian, whom, notwithstanding the gloom, he could perceive to be wearing an extraordinarily tall hat, a swallow-tailed coat, and a watch-chain that danced madly and threw scintillations of skylight as its owner swung along with a pair of thin legs and noiseless boots. Jude, beginning to feel lonely, endeavoured to keep up with him. "Well, my man, I'm in a hurry, so you'll have to walk pretty fast if you keep alongside of me. Do you know who I am?" "Yes, I think. Physician Vilbert." "Ah, I'm known everywhere, I see. That comes from being a public benefactor." Vilbert was an itinerant quack doctor, well known to the rustic population and absolutely unknown to anybody else, as he, indeed, took care to be, to avoid inconvenient investigations. Cottagers formed his only patients, and his Wessex-wide repute was among them alone. His position was humbler, and his field more obscure than those of the quacks with capital and an organised system of advertising. He was in fact a survival. The distances he traversed on foot were enormous, and extended nearly the whole length and breadth of Wessex. Jude had one day seen him selling a pot of coloured lard to an old woman as a certain cure for a bad leg, the woman arranging to pay a guinea in instalments of £1 a fortnight for the precious salve, which, according to the physician, could only be obtained from a particular animal which grazed on Mount Sinai, and was to be captured only at great risk to life and limb. Jude, though he already had his doubts about this gentleman's medicines, felt him to be unquestionably a travelled personage, and one who might be a trustworthy source of information on matters not strictly professional. "I suppose you've been to Christminster, physician?" "I have, many times," replied the long thin man. "That's one of my centres." "It's a wonderful city for scholarship and religion." "You'd say so, my boy, if you'd seen it. Why, the very sons of the old women who do the washing of the colleges can talk in Latin. Not very good Latin, that I admit as a critic. Dog Latin. Cat Latin, as we used to call it in my undergraduate days." "And Greek?" "Well, that's more for the men who are in training for bishops, that they may be able to read the New Testament in the original." "I want to learn Latin and Greek myself." "A lofty desire. You must get a grammar of each tongue." "I mean to go to Christminster some day." "Whenever you do, you say that Physician Vilbert is the only proprietor of those celebrated pills that infallibly cure all disorders of the alimentary system, as well as asthma and shortness of breath, 2 and 3 a box, specially licensed by the government stamp." "Can you get me the grammars if I promise to say it hereabout?" "I'll sell you mine with pleasure, those I used as a student." "Oh, thank you, sir," said Jude gratefully, but in gasps, for the amazing speed of the physician's walk kept him in a dog-trot which was giving him a stitch in the side. "I think you'd better drop behind, my young man. Now I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get you the grammars, and give you a first lesson, if you'll remember, at every house in the village, to recommend Physician Vilbert's golden ointment, life drops, and female pills." "Where will you be with the grammars?" "I shall be passing here this day fortnight at precisely this hour of 25 past 7. My movements are as truly timed as those of the planets in their courses." "Here I'll be to meet you," said Jude. "With orders for my medicines?" "Yes, physician." Jude then dropped behind, waited a few minutes to recover his breath, and went home with the consciousness of having struck a blow for Christminster. Through the intervening fortnight he ran about and smiled outwardly at his inward thoughts, as if they were people meeting and nodding to him, smiled with that singularly beautiful irradiation which is seen to spread on young faces at the inception of some glorious idea, as if a supernatural lamp were held inside their transparent natures, giving rise to the flattering fancy that heaven lies about them. He honestly performed his promise to the man of many cures, in whom he now sincerely believed, walking miles hither and thither among the surrounding hamlets, as the physician's agent in advance. On the evening appointed, he stood motionless on the plateau, at the place where he had parted from Vilbert, and there awaited his approach. The road physician was fairly up to time, but, to the surprise of Jude, on striking into his pace, which the pedestrian did not diminish by a single unit of force, the latter seemed hardly to recognise his young companion, though with the lapse of the fortnight the evenings had grown light. Jude thought it might perhaps be owing to his wearing another hat, and he saluted the physician with dignity. "Well, my boy?" said the latter abstractedly. "I've come," said Jude. "You? Who are you? Oh, yes, to be sure. Got any orders, lad?" "Yes." And Jude told him the names and addresses of the cottagers who were willing to test the virtues of the world-renowned pills and salve. The quack mentally registered these with great care. "And the Latin and Greek grammars?" Jude's voice trembled with anxiety. "What about them?" You were to bring me yours, that you used before you took your degree." "Ah, yes. Forgot all about it, all. So many lives depending on my attention, you see, my man, that I can't give so much thought as I would like to other things." Jude controlled himself sufficiently long to make sure of the truth, and he repeated, in a voice of dry misery, "You haven't brought 'em?" "No, but you must get me some more orders for sick people, and I'll bring the grammars next time." Jude dropped behind. He was an unsophisticated boy, but the gift of sudden insight which is sometimes vouchsafed to children showed him all at once what shoddy humanity the quack was made of. There was to be no intellectual light from this source. The leaves dropped from his imaginary crown of laurel. He turned to a gate, leant against it, and cried bitterly. The disappointment was followed by an interval of blankness. He might, perhaps, have obtained grammars from Alfredston, but to do that required money, and a knowledge of what books to order, and though physically comfortable, he was in such absolute dependence as to be without a farthing of his own. At this date, Mr. Phillotson sent for his pianoforte, and it gave Jude a lead. Why should he not write to the schoolmaster and ask him to be so kind as to get him the grammars in Christminster? He might slip a letter inside the case of the instrument, and it would be sure to reach the desired eyes. Why not ask him to send any old second-hand copies, which would have the charm of being mellowed by the university atmosphere? To tell his aunt of his intention would be to defeat it. It was necessary to act alone. After a further consideration of a few days, he did act, and on the day of the piano's departure, which happened to be his next birthday, clandestinely placed the letter inside the packing-case, directed to his much-admired friend, being afraid to reveal the operation to his Aunt Drusilla, lest she should discover his motive and compel him to abandon his scheme. The piano was dispatched, and Jude waited days and weeks, calling every morning at the cottage post-office before his great-aunt was stirring. At last a packet did indeed arrive at the village, and he saw from the ends of it that it contained 2 thin books. He took it away into a lonely place, and sat down on a felled elm to open it. Ever since his first ecstasy or vision of Christminster and its possibilities, Jude had meditated much and curiously on the probable sort of process that was involved in turning the expressions of one language into those of another. He concluded that a grammar of the required tongue would contain primarily a rule, prescription, or clue of the nature of a secret cipher, which, once known, would enable him, by merely applying it, to change at will all words of his own speech into those of the foreign one. His childish idea was, in fact, a pushing to the extremity of mathematical precision what is everywhere known as Grimm's law, an aggrandizement of rough rules to ideal completeness. Thus he assumed that the words of the required language were always to be found somewhere latent in the words of the given language, by those who had the art to uncover them, such art being furnished by the books aforesaid. When, therefore, having noted that the packet bore the postmark of Christminster, he cut the string, opened the volumes, and turned to the Latin grammar, which chanced to come uppermost, he could scarcely believe his eyes. The book was an old one, 30 years old, soiled, scribbled wantonly over with a strange name in every variety of enmity to the letterpress, and marked at random with dates 20 years earlier than his own day. But this was not the cause of Jude's amazement. He learnt for the first time that there was no law of transmutation, as in his innocence he had supposed, or there was in some degree, but the grammarian did not recognize it, but that every word, in both Latin and Greek, was to be individually committed to memory at the cost of years of plodding. Jude flung down the books, lay backward along the broad trunk of the elm, and was an utterly miserable boy for the space of 1/4 of an hour. As he had often done before, he pulled his hat over his face, and watched the sun peering insidiously at him through the interstices of the straw. This was Latin and Greek, then, was it, this grand delusion? The charm he had supposed in store for him was really a labour like that of Israel in Egypt. What brains they must have in Christminster and the great schools, he presently thought, to learn words one by one up to tens of thousands. There were no brains in his head equal to this business, and as the little sun-rays continued to stream in through his hat at him, he wished he had never seen a book, that he might never see another, that he had never been born. Somebody might have come along that way, who would have asked him his trouble, and might have cheered him by saying that his notions were further advanced than those of his grammarian, but nobody did come, because nobody does. And under the crushing recognition of his gigantic error, Jude continued to wish himself out of the world. End of Book 1, Chapter 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 5. During the 3 or 4 succeeding years, a quaint and singular vehicle might have been discerned moving along the lanes and byroads near Marygreen, driven in a quaint and singular way. In the course of a month or two after the receipt of the books, Jude had grown callous to the shabby trick played him by the dead languages. In fact, his disappointment at the nature of those tongues had, after a while, been the means of still further glorifying the erudition of Christminster. To acquire languages, departed or living, in spite of such obstinacies as he now knew them inherently to possess, was a Herculean performance, which gradually led him on to a greater interest in it than in the presupposed patent process. The mountain weight of material under which the ideas lay, in those dusty volumes called the classics, piqued him into a dogged, mouse-like subtlety of attempt to move it piecemeal. He had endeavoured to make his presence tolerable to his crusty maiden aunt by assisting her to the best of his ability, and the business of the little cottage bakery had grown in consequence. An aged horse with a hanging head had been purchased for £8 at a sale, a creaking cart with a witty brown tilt obtained for a few pounds more, and in this turn-out it became Jude's business thrice a week to carry loaves of bread to the villagers and solitary cotters immediately round Marygreen. The singularity aforesaid lay, after all, less in the conveyance itself than in Jude's manner of conducting it along its route. Its interior was the scene of most of Jude's education by private study. As soon as the horse had learnt the road and the houses at which he was to pause a while, the boy, seated in front, would slip the reins over his arm, ingeniously fix open, by means of a strap attached to the tilt, the volume he was reading, spread the dictionary on his knees, and plunge into the simpler passages from Caesar, Virgil, or Horace, as the case might be, in his purblind stumbling way, and with an expenditure of labour that would have made a tender-hearted pedagogue shed tears, yet somehow getting at the meaning of what he read, and divining rather than beholding the spirit of the original, which often to his mind was something else than that which he had been taught to look for. The only copies he had been able to lay hands on were old Delphin editions, because they were superseded, and therefore cheap. But bad for idle schoolboys, it did so happen they were passably good for him. The hampered and lonely itinerant conscientiously covered up the marginal readings, and used them merely on points of construction, as he would have used a comrade or tutor who should have happened to be passing by. And though Jude may have had little chance of becoming a scholar by these rough-and-ready means, he was in the way of getting into the groove he wished to follow. While he was busied with these ancient pages, which had already been thumbed by hands possibly in the grave, digging out the thoughts of these minds so remote yet so near, the bony old horse pursued his rounds, and Jude would be aroused from the woes of Dido by the stoppage of his cart, and the voice of some old woman crying, "Two to-day, baker, and I return this stale one." He was frequently met in the lanes by pedestrians, and others without his seeing them, and by degrees the people of the neighbourhood began to talk about his method of combining work and play, such they considered his reading to be, which, though probably convenient enough to himself, was not altogether a safe proceeding for other travellers along the same roads. There were murmurs. Then a private residence of an adjoining place informed the local policeman that the baker's boy should not be allowed to read while driving, and insisted that it was the constable's duty to catch him in the act, and take him to the police court at Alfredston, and get him fined for dangerous practices on the highway. The policeman thereupon lay in wait for Jude, and one day accosted him and cautioned him. As Jude had to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to heat the oven, and mix and set in the bread that he distributed later in the day, he was obliged to go to bed at night immediately after laying the sponge, so that if he could not read his classics on the highway, he could hardly study at all. The only thing to be done was, therefore, to keep a sharp eye ahead and around him as well as he could in the circumstances, and slip away his books as soon as anyone loomed in the distance, the policeman in particular. To do that official justice, he did not put himself much in the way of Jude's bread cart, considering that in such a lonely district the chief danger was to Jude himself, and often on seeing the white tilt over the hedges he would move in another direction. On a day when Fawley was getting quite advanced, being now about 16, and had been stumbling through the Carmen Seculare on his way home, he found himself to be passing over the high edge of the plateau by the Brown house. The light had changed, and it was the sense of this which had caused him to look up. The sun was going down, and the full moon was rising simultaneously behind the woods in the opposite quarter. His mind had become so impregnated with the poem that, in a moment of the same implosive emotion which years before had caused him to kneel on the ladder, he stopped the horse, alighted, and glancing round to see that nobody was in sight, knelt down on the roadside bank with open book. He turned first to the shiny goddess, who seemed to look so softly and critically at his doings, then to the disappearing luminary on the other hand, as he began, "Phoebe Silvarumque potens Diana." The horse stood still till he had finished the hymn, which Jude repeated under the sway of a polytheistic fancy that he would never have thought of humouring in broad daylight. Reaching home, he mused over his curious superstition, innate or acquired, in doing this, and the strange forgetfulness which had led to such a lapse from common sense and custom in one who wished, next to being a scholar, to be a Christian divine. It had all come of reading heathen works exclusively. The more he thought of it, the more convinced he was of his inconsistency. He began to wonder whether he could be reading quite the right books for his object in life. Certainly there seemed little harmony between this pagan literature and the medieval colleges at Christminster, that ecclesiastical romance in stone. Ultimately he decided that in his sheer love of reading he had taken up a wrong emotion for a Christian young man. He had dabbled in Clarke's Homer, but had never yet worked much at the New Testament in the Greek, though he possessed a copy, obtained by post from a second-hand bookseller. He abandoned the now familiar Ionic for a new dialect, and for a long time onward limited his reading almost entirely to the Gospels and Epistles in Griesbach's text. Moreover, on going into Alfredston one day, he was introduced to patristic literature by finding at the bookseller's some volumes of the Fathers, which had been left behind by an insolvent clergyman of the neighbourhood. As another outcome of this change of groove, he visited on Sundays all the churches within a walk, and deciphered the Latin inscriptions on 15th-century brasses and tombs. On one of these pilgrimages he met with a hunchbacked old woman of great intelligence, who read everything she could lay her hands on, and she told him more yet of the romantic charms of the city of light and lore. Thither he resolved as firmly as ever to go. But how live in that city? At present he had no income at all. He had no trade or calling of any dignity or stability whatever on which he could subsist while carrying out an intellectual labor which might spread over many years. What was most required by citizens? Food, clothing, and shelter. An income from any work in preparing the first would be too meagre. For making the second he felt a distaste. The preparations of the third requisite he inclined to. They built in a city, therefore he would learn to build. He thought of his unknown uncle, his cousin Susanna's father, an ecclesiastical worker in metal, and somehow medieval art in any material was a trade for which he had rather a fancy. He could not go far wrong in following his uncle's footsteps, and engaging himself a while with the carcasses that contained the scholar souls. As a preliminary, he obtained some small blocks of freestone, metal not being available, and suspending his studies a while, occupied his spare half-hours in copying the heads and capitals in his parish church. There was a stonemason of a humble kind in Alfredston, and as soon as he had found a substitute for himself in his aunt's little business, he offered his services to this man for a trifling wage. Here Jude had the opportunity of learning at least the rudiments of freestone working. Some time later he went to a church builder in the same place, and under the architect's direction became handy at restoring the dilapidated masonries of several village churches round about, not forgetting that he was only following up this handicraft as a prop to lean on while he prepared those greater engines which he flattered himself would be better fitted for him. He yet was interested in his pursuit on its own account. He now had lodgings during the week in the little town, whence he returned to Marygreen village every Saturday evening, and thus he reached and passed his 19th year. End of chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 6. At this memorable date of his life he was, on Saturday, returning from Alfredston to Marygreen, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was fine, warm, and soft summer weather, and he walked with his tools at his back, his little chisels clinking faintly against the larger ones in his basket. It being the end of the week, he had left work early, and had come out of the town by a roundabout route, which he did not usually frequent, having promised to call at a flour mill near Crescombe to execute a commission for his aunt. He was in an enthusiastic mood. He seemed to see his way to living comfortably in Christminster in the course of a year or two, and knocking at the doors of one of those strongholds of learning of which he had dreamed so much. He might, of course, have gone there now, in some capacity or other, but he preferred to enter the city with a little more assurance as to means than he could be said to feel at present. A warm self-content suffused him when he considered what he had already done. Now and then, as he went along, he turned to face the peeps of country on either side of him. But he hardly saw them. The act was an automatic repetition of what he had been accustomed to do when less occupied, and the one matter which really engaged him was the mental estimation of his progress thus far. I have acquired quite an average student's power to read the common ancient classics, Latin in particular. This was true, Jude possessing a faculty in that language which enabled him, with great ease to himself, to beguile his lonely walks by imaginary conversations therein. I have read 2 books of the Iliad, besides being pretty familiar with passages such as the speech of Phoenix in the 9th book, the fight of Hector and Ajax in the 14th, the appearance of Achilles unarmed, and his heavenly armor in the 18th, and the funeral games in the 23rd. I have also done some Hesiod, a little scrap of Thucydides, and a lot of the Greek Testament. I wish there was only one dialect, all the same. I have done some mathematics, including the first 6 and the 11th and 12th books of Euclid, and algebra as far as simple equations. I know something of the Fathers, and something of Roman and English history. These things are only a beginning, but I shall not make much farther advance here for the difficulty of getting books. Hence I must next concentrate all my energies on settling in Christminster. Once there, I shall so advance, with the assistance I shall there get, that my present knowledge will appear to me but as childish ignorance. I must save money, and I will, and one of those colleges shall open its doors to me, shall welcome whom now it would spurn, if I wait 20 years for the welcome. I'll be D.D. before I have done. And then he continued to dream, and thought he might become even a bishop by leading a pure, energetic, wise Christian life. And what an example he would set! If his income were £5,000 a year, he would give away £4,500 in one form and another, and live sumptuously for him on the remainder. Well, on second thoughts a bishop was absurd. He would draw the line at an archdeacon. Perhaps a man could be as good and as learned and as useful in the capacity of archdeacon as in that of bishop. Yet he thought of the bishop again. Meanwhile I will read, as soon as I am settled in Christminster, the books I have not been able to get a hold of here: Livy, Tacitus, Herodotus, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Aristophanes. Hoity-toity! The sounds were expressed in light voices on the other side of the hedge, but he did not notice them. His thoughts went on. Euripides, Plato, Aristotle, Lucretius, Epictetus, Seneca, Antoninus. Then I must master other things, the Fathers thoroughly, Bede and ecclesiastical history generally, a smattering of Hebrew. I only know the letters as yet. Hoity-toity! But I can work hard. I have staying power in abundance, thank God, and it is that which tells. Yes, Christminster shall be my alma mater, and I'll be her beloved son, in whom she shall be well pleased. In his deep concentration on these transactions of the future, Jude's walk had slackened, and he was now standing quite still, looking at the ground as though the future were thrown thereon by a magic lantern. On a sudden, something smacked him sharply in the ear, and he became aware that a soft, cold substance had been flung at him, and had fallen at his feet. A glance told him what it was: a piece of flesh, the characteristic part of a barrow pig, which the countrymen used for greasing their boots, as it was useless for any other purpose. Pigs were rather plentiful hereabout, being bred and fattened in large numbers in certain parts of North Wessex. On the other side of the hedge was a stream, whence, as he now for the first time realized, had come the slight sounds of voices and laughter that had mingled with his dreams. He mounted the bank and looked over the fence. On the further side of the stream stood a small homestead, having a garden and pigsties attached. In front of it, beside the brook, 3 young women were kneeling, with buckets and platters beside them containing heaps of pigs' chitterlings, which they were washing in the running water. 1 or 2 pairs of eyes slyly glanced up, and perceived that his attention had at last been attracted, and that he was watching them. They braced themselves for inspection by putting their mouths demurely into shape, and recommencing their rinsing operations with assiduity. "Thank you," said Jude severely. "I didn't throw it, I tell you," asserted one girl to her neighbor, as if unconscious of the young man's presence. "Nor I," the second answered. "Oh, Annie, how can you?" said the third. "If I had thrown anything at all, it shouldn't have been that." "Pooh! I don't care for him!" And they laughed and continued their work without looking up, still ostentatiously accusing each other. Jude grew sarcastic as he wiped his face and caught their remarks. "You didn't do it! Oh, no!" he said to the upstream one of the 3. She whom he addressed was a fine, dark-eyed girl, not exactly handsome, but capable of passing as such at a little distance, despite some coarseness of skin and fibre. She had a round and prominent bosom, full lips, perfect teeth, and the rich complexion of a Cochin hen's egg. She was a complete and substantial female animal, no more, no less, and Jude was almost certain that to her was attributable the enterprise of attracting his attention from dreams of the humaner letters to what was simmering in the minds around him. "That you'll never be told," she said deedily. "Whoever did it was wasteful of other people's property." "Oh, that's nothing." "But you want to speak to me, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, if you like to." "Shall I clamber across, or will you come to the plank above here?" Perhaps she foresaw an opportunity, for somehow or other the eyes of the brown girl rested in his own when he said the words, and there was a momentary flash of intelligence, a dumb announcement of affinity in posse between herself and him, which, so far as Jude Fawley was concerned, had no sort of premeditation in it. She saw that he had singled her out from the three, as a woman is singled out in such cases, for no reasoned purpose of further acquaintance, but in commonplace obedience to conjunctive orders from headquarters, unconsciously received by unfortunate men when the last intentions of their lives is to be occupied with the feminine. Springing to her feet, she said, "Bring back what is lying there." Jude was now aware that no message on any matter connected with her father's business had prompted her signal to him. He set down his basket of tools, picked up the scrap of offal, beat a pathway for himself with his stick, and got over the hedge. They walked in parallel lines, one on each bank of the stream, towards the small plank bridge. As the girl drew nearer to it, she gave, without Jude perceiving it, an adroit little suck to the interior of each of her cheeks in succession, by which curious and original maneuver she brought, as by magic upon its smooth and rotund surface, a perfect dimple, which she was able to retain there as long as she continued to smile. This production of dimples at will was a not unknown operation which many attempted, but only a few succeeded in accomplishing. They met in the middle of the plank, and Jude, tossing back her missile, seemed to expect her to explain why she had audaciously stopped him by this novel artillery instead of by hailing him. But she, slyly looking in another direction, swayed herself backwards and forwards on her hand as if clutching the rail of the bridge, till, moved by amatory curiosity, she turned her eyes critically upon him. "You don't think I would shy things at you?" "Oh, no. We are doing this from my father, who naturally doesn't want anything thrown away. He makes that into dubbin." She nodded towards the fragment on the grass. "What made either of the others throw it, I wonder?" Jude asked, politely accepting her assertion, though he had very large doubts as to its truth. "Impudence! Don't tell folk it was I, mind." "How can I? I don't know your name." "Ah, no. Shall I tell it to you?" "Do." "Arabella Donn. I'm living here." "I must have known it if I had often come this way, but I mostly go straight along the high road." "My father is a pig breeder, and these girls are helping me wash the innards for black puddings and such like." They talked a little more, and a little more, as they stood regarding each other and leaning against the handrail of the bridge. The unvoiced call of woman to man, which was uttered very distinctly by Arabella's personality, held Jude to the spot against his intention, almost against his will, and in a way new to his experience. It is scarcely an exaggeration to say that till this moment Jude had never looked at a woman to consider her as such, but had vaguely regarded the sex as being outside his life and purposes. He gazed from her eyes to her mouth, thence to her bosom, and to her full round naked arms, wet, mottled with the chill of the water, and firm as marble. "What a nice-looking girl you are," he murmured, though the words had not been necessary to express his sense of her magnetism. "Ah, you should see me on Sundays," she said piquantly. "I don't suppose I could," he answered. "That's for you to think on. There's nobody after me just now, though there med be in a week or two." She had spoken this without a smile, and the dimples disappeared. Jude felt himself drifting strangely, but could not help it. "Will you let me?" "I don't mind." By this time she had managed to get back one dimple by turning her face aside for a moment, and repeating the odd little sucking operation before mentioned, Jude being still unconscious of more than a general impression of her appearance. "Next Sunday?" he hazarded. "Tomorrow, that is." "Yes." "Shall I call?" "Yes." She brightened with a little glow of triumph, swept him almost tenderly with her eyes in turning, and retracing her steps down the brookside grass, rejoined her companions. Jude Fawley shouldered his tool-basket and resumed his lonely way, filled with an ardor at which he mentally stood at gaze. He had just inhaled a single breath from a new atmosphere, which had evidently been hanging round him everywhere he went, for he knew not how long, but had somehow been divided from his actual breathing as by a sheet of glass. The intentions as to reading, working, and learning, which he had so precisely formulated only a few minutes earlier, were suffering a curious collapse into a corner, he knew not how. "Well, it's only a bit of fun," he said to himself, faintly conscious that to common sense there was something lacking, and still more obviously something redundant in the nature of this girl who had drawn him to her, which made it necessary that he should assert mere sportiveness on his part as his reason in seeking her, something in her quite antipathetic to that side of him which had been occupied with literary study and the magnificent Christminster dream. It had been no Vestal who chose that missile for opening her attack on him. He saw this with his intellectual eye, just for a short fleeting while, as by the light of a falling lamp one might momentarily see an inscription on a wall before being enshrouded in darkness. And then this passing discriminative power was withdrawn, and Jude was lost to all conditions of things in the advent of a fresh and wild pleasure, that of having found a new channel for emotional interest hitherto unsuspected, though it had lain close beside him. He was to meet this enkindling one of the other sex on the following Sunday. Meanwhile the girl had joined her companions, and she silently resumed her flicking and sousing of the chitterlings in the pellucid stream. "Catchton, my dear?" laconically asked the girl called Annie. "I don't know. I wish I had thrown something else than that," regretfully murmured Arabella. "Lord, he's nobody, though you med think so. He used to drive old Drusilla Fawley's bread-cart over at Marygreen, till he prenticed himself at Alfredston. Since then he's been very stuck-up, and always reading. He wants to be a scholar, they say." "Oh, I don't care what he is, or anything about him." "Don't you think it, my child." "Oh, don't ye? You needn't try to deceive us. What did you say talking to him for, if you didn't want un? Whether you do, or whether you don't, he's as simple as a child. I see it as you courted on the bridge, when he looked at ye as if he had never seen a woman before in his born days. Well, he's to be had by any woman who can get him to care for her a bit, if she likes to set herself to catch him the right way." End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 7. The next day Jude Fawley was pausing in his bedroom with the sloping ceiling, looking at the books on the table, and then at the black mark on the plaster above them, made by the smoke of his lamp in past months. It was Sunday afternoon, 24 hours after his meeting with Arabella Donn. During the whole bygone week he had been resolving to set this afternoon apart for a special purpose, the rereading of his Greek Testament, his new one, with better type than his old copy, following Griesbach's texts as amended by numerous correctors, and with variorum readings in the margin. He was proud of the book, having obtained it by boldly writing to its London publisher, a thing he had never done before. He had anticipated much pleasure in this afternoon's reading, under the quiet roof of his great-aunt's house, as formerly, where he now slept only twice a week. But a new thing, a great hitch, had happened yesterday in the gliding and noiseless current of his life, and he felt as a snake must feel who has sloughed off its winter skin and cannot understand the brightness and sensitiveness of its new one. He would not go out to meet her after all. He sat down, opened the book, and with his elbows firmly planted on the table and his hands to his temples, began at the beginning. I, Kane, Dijathe Ke. Had he promised to call for her? Surely he had. She would wait indoors, poor girl, and waste all her afternoon on account of him. There was something in her, too, which was very winning, apart from promises. He ought not to break faith with her. Even though he had only Sundays and weekday evenings for reading, he could afford one afternoon, seeing that other young men afforded so many. After today he would probably never see her again. Indeed, it would be impossible, considering what his plans were. In short, as if materially, a compelling arm of extraordinary muscular power seized hold of him, something which had nothing in common with the spirits and influences that had moved him hitherto. This seemed to care little for his reason and his will, nothing for his so-called elevated intentions, and moved him along, as a violent schoolmaster a schoolboy who he has seized by the collar, in a direction which tended towards the embrace of a woman for whom he had no respect, and whose life had nothing in common with his own except locality. Kane, Dijathe Ke was no more heeded, and the predestinate Jude sprang up and across the room. Foreseeing such an event, he had already arrayed himself in his best clothes. In 3 minutes he was out of the house and descending by the path across the wide vacant hollow of corn ground which lay between the village and the isolated house of Arabella in the dip beyond the upland. As he walked he looked at his watch. He could be back in 2 hours, easily, and a good long time would still remain to him for reading after tea. Passing the few unhealthy fir trees and cottage, where the path joined the highway, he hastened along, and struck away to the left, descending the steep side of the country to the west of the Brown House. Here, at the base of the chalk formation, he neared the brook that oozed from it, and following the stream till he reached her dwelling. A smell of piggeries came from the back, and the grunting of the originators of that smell. He entered the garden, and knocked at the door with the knob of his stick. Somebody had seen him through the window, for a male voice on the inside said, "Arabella! Here's your young man come courting. Mizzle, my girl!" Jude winced at the words. Courting in such a business-like aspect as it evidently wore to the speaker was the last thing he was thinking of. He was going to walk with her, perhaps kiss her, but courting was too coolly purposeful to be anything but repugnant to his ideas. The door was opened and he entered, just as Arabella came downstairs in radiant walking attire. "Take a chair, Mr. What's your name?" said her father, an energetic, black-whiskered man, in the same business-like tones June had heard from outside. "I'd rather go at once, wouldn't you?" she whispered to Jude. "Yes," said he. "We'll walk up to the Brown House and back. We can do it in half an hour." Arabella looked so handsome amid her untidy surroundings that he felt glad he had come, and all the misgivings vanished that had hitherto haunted him. First they clambered to the top of the great down, during which ascent he had occasionally to take her hand to assist her. Then they bore off to the left along the crest into the ridgeway, which they followed till it intersected the high road at the Brown House aforesaid, the spot of his former fervid desires to behold Christminster. But he forgot them now. He talked the commonest low twaddle to Arabella with greater zest than he would have felt in discussing all the philosophies with all the Donns in the recently adorned university, and passed the spot where he had knelt to Diana and Phoebus without remembering that there were any such people in the mythology, or that the sun was anything else than a useful lamp for illuminating Arabella's face. An indescribable lightness of heel served to lift him along, and Jude, the incipient scholar, prospective D.D., professor, bishop, or what-not, felt himself honoured and glorified by the condescension of this handsome country wench in agreeing to take a walk with him in her Sunday frock and ribbons. They reached the Brown House barn, the point at which he had planned to turn back. While looking over the vast northern landscape from this spot, they were struck by the rising of a dense volume of smoke from the neighbourhood of the little town, which lay beneath them at a distance of a couple of miles. "It is a fire," said Arabella. "Let's run and see it. Do. It is not far." The tenderness which had grown up in Jude's bosom left him no will to thwart her inclination now, which pleased him in affording him excuse for a longer time with her. They started off down the hill almost at a trot, but on gaining level ground at the bottom and walking a mile, they found that the spot of the fire was much further off than it had seemed. Having begun their journey, however, they pushed on, but it was not till 5 o'clock that they found themselves on the scene, the distance being altogether about half a dozen miles from Marygreen, and 3 from Arabella's. The conflagration had been got under by the time they reached it, and after a short inspection of the melancholy ruins, they retraced their steps, their course lying through the town of Alfredston. Arabella said she would like some tea, and they entered an inn of an inferior class and gave their order. As it was not for beer, they had a long time to wait. The maidservant recognized Jude and whispered her surprise to her mistress in the background that he, the student, who kept himself up so particular, should have suddenly descended so low as to keep company with Arabella. The latter guessed what was being said, and laughed as she met the serious and tender gaze of her lover, the low and triumphant laugh of a careless woman who sees she is winning her game. They sat and looked round the room, and at the picture of Samson and Delilah which hung on the wall, and at the circular beer stains on the table, and at the spittoons underfoot filled with sawdust. The whole aspect of the scene had that depressing effect on Jude, which few places can produce, like a taproom on a Sunday evening when the setting sun is slanting in, and no liquor is going, and the unfortunate wayfarer finds himself with no other haven of rest. It began to grow dusk. They could not wait longer, really, for the tea, they said. Yet what else can we do? Asked Jude. It is a 3-mile walk for you. I suppose we can have some beer, said Arabella. Beer. Oh, yes. I had forgotten that. Somehow it seems odd to come to a public-house for beer on a Sunday evening. But we didn't. No, we didn't. Jude by this time wished he was out of such an uncongenial atmosphere, but he ordered the beer, which was promptly brought. Arabella tasted it. "Ugh," she said. Jude tasted. "What's the matter with it?" he asked. "I don't understand beer very much now, it is true. I like it well enough, but it is bad to read on, and I find coffee better. But this seems all right." "Adulterated! I can't touch it!" She mentioned 3 or 4 ingredients that she detected in the liquor beyond malt and hops, much to Jude's surprise. "How much you know," he said good-humoredly. Nevertheless, she returned to the beer and drank her share, and they went on their way. It was now nearly dark, and as soon as they had withdrawn from the lights of the town, they walked closer together, till they touched each other. She wondered why he did not put his arm round her waist, but he did not. He merely said what to himself seemed a quite bold enough thing. "Take my arm." She took it, thoroughly, up to the shoulder. He felt the warmth of her body against his, and putting his stick under his other arm, held with his right hand her right, as it rested in its place. "Now we are well together, dear, aren't we?" he observed. "Yes," said she, adding to herself, "rather mild." "How fast I have become," he was thinking. Thus they walked till they reached the foot of the upland, where they could see the white highway ascending before them in the gloom. From this point the only way of getting to Arabella's was going up the incline, and dipping again into her valley on the right. Before they had climbed far, they were nearly run into by 2 men who had been walking on the grass unseen. "These lovers, you find 'em out of doors in all seasons and weathers. Lovers and homeless dogs only," said one of the men as they vanished down the hill. Arabella tittered lightly. "Are we lovers?" asked Jude. "You know best." "But you can tell me." For answer she inclined her head upon his shoulder. Jude took the hint, and encircling her waist with his arm, pulled her to him and kissed her. They walked now no longer arm in arm, but as she had desired, clasped together. After all, what did it matter, since it was dark, said Jude to himself. When they were halfway up the long hill, they paused as by arrangement, and he kissed her again. They reached the top, and he kissed her once more. "You can keep your arm there if you would like to," she said gently. He did so, thinking how trusting she was. Thus they slowly went towards her home. He had left his cottage at 3:30, intending to be sitting down again to the New Testament by 5:30. It was 9 o'clock when, with another embrace, he stood to deliver her up at her father's door. She asked him to come in, if only for a minute, as it would seem so odd otherwise, and as if she had been out alone in the dark. He gave way and followed her in. Immediately that the door was opened, he found, in addition to her parents, several neighbors sitting round. They all spoke in a congratulatory manner, and took him seriously as Arabella's intended partner. They did not belong to his set or circle, and he felt out of place and embarrassed. He had not meant this, a mere afternoon of pleasant walking with Arabella. That was all he had meant. He did not stay longer than to speak to her stepmother, a simple, quiet woman without features or character, and bidding them all good night, plunged with a sense of relief into the trek over the down. But that sense was only temporary. Arabella soon reasserted her sway in his soul. He walked as if he felt himself to be another man from the Jude of yesterday. What were his books to him? What were his intentions, hitherto adhered to so strictly as to not wasting a single minute of time day by day? Wasting, it depended on your point of view to define that. He was just living for the first time, not wasting life. It was better to love a woman than to be a graduate, or a parson, or a pope. When he got back to the house, his aunt had gone to bed, and a general consciousness of his neglect seemed written on the face of all things confronting him. He went upstairs without a light, and the dim interior of his room accosted him with sad inquiry. There lay his book open, just as he had left it, and the capital letters on the title page regarded him with fixed reproach in the grey starlight, like the unclosed eyes of a dead man. I kene dijathe ke. And it was with a sense of futility that he threw into his basket, upon his tools and other necessaries, the unread book he had brought with him. He kept his impassioned doings a secret almost from himself. Arabella, on the contrary, made them public among all her friends and acquaintance. Retracing by the light of dawn the road he had followed a few hours earlier under cover of darkness, with his sweetheart by his side, he reached the bottom of the hill, where he walked slowly and stood still. He was on the spot where he had given her the first kiss. As the sun had only just risen, it was possible that nobody had passed there since. Jude looked on the ground and sighed. He looked closely, and could just discern in the damp dust the imprints of their feet as they had stood locked in each other's arms. She was not there now, and the embroidery of imagination upon the stuff of nature so depicted her past presence that a void was in his heart which nothing could fill. A pollard willow stood close to the place, and that willow was different from all other willows in the world. Utter annihilation of the 6 days which must elapse before he could see her again, as he had promised, would have been his intensest wish if he had only the week to live. An hour and a half later, Arabella came along the same way with her 2 companions of the Saturday. She passed unheedingly the scene of the kiss, and the willow that marked it, though chattering freely on the subject to the other 2. "And what did he tell ye next?" "Then he said," and she related almost word for word some of his tenderest speeches. If Jude had been behind the fence, he would have felt not a little surprised at learning how very few of his sayings and doings on the previous evening were private. "You've got him to care for ye a bit, nation, if you hadn't," murmured Annie judiciously. "It's well to be you." In a few moments Arabella replied in a curiously low, hungry tone of latent sensuousness. "I've got him to care for me, yes. But I want him to more than care for me. I want him to have me, to marry me. I must have him. I can't do without him. He's the sort of man I long for. I shall go mad if I can't give myself to him altogether. I felt I should when I first saw him. As he is a romancing, straightforward, honest chap, he's to be had, and as a husband, if you set about catching him in the right way." Arabella remained thinking a while. "What may be the right way?" she asked. "Oh, you don't know, you don't," said Sarah, the third girl. "On my word I don't. No further, that is, than by plain courting and taking care he don't go too far." The third girl looked at the second. "She don't know." "'Tis clear she don't," said Annie. "And having lived in a town too, as one may say. Well, we can teach you something as well as you us." "Yes, and how do you mean? A sure way to gain a man. Take me for an innocent, and have done with it." "As a husband." "As a husband." "A countryman that's honourable and serious-minded, such as he. God forbid that I should say a soldier, or sailor, or commercial gent from the towns, or any of them that be slippery with poor women. I'd do no friend that harm." "Well, such as he, of course." Arabella's companions looked at each other, and turning up their eyes in drollery began smirking. Then one went up close to Arabella, and although nobody was near, imparted some information in a low tone, the other observing curiously the effect upon Arabella. "Ah," said the last-named slowly, "I own I didn't think of that way. But suppose he isn't honourable? A woman had better not have tried it." "Nothing venture, nothing have. Besides, you make sure that he's honourable before you begin. You'd be safe enough with yours. I wish I had the chance. Lots of girls do it. Or do you think they'd get married at all?" Arabella pursued her way in silent thought. "I'll try it," she whispered, but not to them. End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, October 2006. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 8. 1 week's end, Jude was as usual walking out to his aunt's at Marygreen from his lodging in Alfredston, a walk which now had large attractions for him, quite other than his desire to see his aged and morose relative. He diverged to the right before ascending the hill with the single purpose of gaining on his way a glimpse of Arabella that should not come into the reckoning of regular appointments. Before quite reaching the homestead, his alert eye perceived the top of her head moving quickly hither and thither over the garden hedge. Entering the gate, he found that 3 young unfattened pigs had escaped from their sty by leaping clean over the top, and that she was endeavouring unassisted to drive them in through the door which she had set open. The lines of her countenance changed from the rigidity of business to the softness of love when she saw Jude, and she bent her eyes languishingly upon him. The animals took advantage of the pause by doubling and bolting out of the way. "They were only put in this morning," she cried, stimulated to pursue in spite of her lover's presence. "They were drove from Spaddleholt Farm only yesterday, where father bought 'em at a stiff price enough. They are wanting to get home again, the stupid toads. Will you shut the garden gate, dear, and help me to get 'em in? There are no men folk at home, only mother, and they'll be lost if we don't mind." He set himself to assist, and dodged this way and that over the potato rows and the cabbages. Every now and then they ran together, when he caught her for a moment and kissed her. The first pig was got back promptly, the second with some difficulty. The third, a long-legged creature, was more obstinate and agile. He plunged through a hole in the garden hedge and into the lane. "He'll be lost if I don't follow 'un," said she. "Come along with me." She rushed in full pursuit out of the garden, Jude alongside her, barely contriving to keep the fugitive in sight. Occasionally they would shout to some boy to stop the animal, but he always wriggled past and ran on as before. "Let me take your hand, darling," said Jude. "You are getting out of breath." She gave him her now hot hand with apparent willingness, and they trotted along together. "This comes of drivin' 'em home," she remarked. "They always know the way back if you do that. They ought to have been carted over." By this time the pig had reached an unfastened gate admitting to the open down, across which he sped with all the agility his little legs afforded. As soon as the pursuers had entered and ascended to the top of the high ground, it became apparent that they would have to run all the way to the farmer's if they wished to get at him. From this summit he could be seen as a minute speck following an unerring line towards his old home. "It is no good," cried Arabella. "He'll be there long before we get there. It don't matter now we know he's not lost or stolen on the way. They'll see it is ours and send him back. Oh dear, how hot I be!" Without relinquishing her hold of Jude's hand, she swerved aside and flung herself down on the sod under a stunted thorn, precipitately pulling Jude onto his knees at the same time. "Oh, I ask pardon. I nearly threw you down, didn't I? But I am so tired." She lay supine and straight as an arrow on the sloping sod of this hilltop, gazing up into the blue miles of sky, and still retaining her warm hold of Jude's hand. He reclined on his elbow near her. "We've run all this way for nothing," she went on, her form heaving and falling in quick pants, her face flushed, her full red lips parted, and a fine dew of perspiration on her skin. "Well, why don't you speak, dearie?" "I'm blown too. It was all uphill." They were in absolute solitude, the most apparent of all solitudes, that of empty surrounding space. Nobody could be nearer than a mile to them without their seeing him. They were, in fact, on one of the summits of the county, and the distant landscape around Christminster could be discerned from where they lay. But Jude did not think of that then. "Oh, I can see such a pretty thing up this tree," said Arabella. "A sort of a caterpillar of the most loveliest green and yellow you ever came across." "Where?" said Jude, sitting up. "You can't see him there. You must come here," said she. He bent nearer and put his head in front of hers. "No, I can't see it," he said. "Why, on the limb there where it branches off, close to the moving leaf. There!" She gently pulled him down beside her. "I don't see it," he repeated, the back of his head against her cheek. "But I can perhaps standing up." He stood accordingly, placing himself in the direct line of her gaze. "How stupid you are!" she said crossly, turning away her face. "I don't care to see it, dear. Why should I?" he replied, looking down upon her. "Get up, Abby." "Why?" "I want you to let me kiss you. I've been waiting to ever so long." She rolled round her face, remained a moment looking deedily aslant at him, then with a slight curl of the lip sprang to her feet, and exclaiming abruptly, "I must mizzle," walked off quickly homeward. Jude followed and rejoined her. "Just one," he coaxed. "Shan't," she said. He, surprised. "What's the matter?" She kept her two lips resentfully together, and Jude followed her like a pet lamb till she slackened her pace and walked beside him, talking calmly on indifferent subjects, and always checking him if he tried to take her hand or clasp her waist. Thus they descended to the precincts of her father's homestead, and Arabella went in, nodding good-bye to him with a supercilious, affronted air. "I expect I took too much liberty with her, somehow," Jude said to himself, as he withdrew with a sigh and went on to Mary Green. On Sunday morning the interior of Arabella's home was, as usual, the scene of a grand weekly cooking, the preparation of the special Sunday dinner. Her father was shaving before a little glass hung on the mullion of the window, and her mother and Arabella herself were shelling beans hard by. A neighbour passed on her way home from morning service at the nearest church, and seeing Dawn engaged at the window with a razor, nodded and came in. She at once spoke playfully to Arabella. "I zeed 'ee running with un. He! I hope 'tis coming to something?" Arabella merely threw a look of consciousness into her face without raising her eyes. He's for Christminster, I hear, as soon as he can get there." "Have you heard that lately? Quite lately?" asked Arabella, with a jealous, tigerish indrawing of breath. "Oh, no, but it has been known a long time that it is his plan. He's only waiting here for an opening. Ah, well, he must walk about with somebody, I s'pose. Young men don't mean much nowadays. 'Tis a sip here and a sip there with them. 'Twas different in my time." When the gossip had departed, Arabella said suddenly to her mother, "I want you and father to go and inquire how the Edlins be this evening after tea. Or no, there's evening service at Fensworth. You can walk to that." "Oh, what's up tonight, then?" "Nothing, only I want the house to myself. He's shy, and I can't get en to come in when you're here. I shall let him slip through my fingers if I don't mind, much as I care for en." "If it is fine, we might as well go, since you wish." In the afternoon Arabella met and walked with Jude, who had now for weeks ceased to look into a book of Greek, Latin, or any other tongue. They wandered up the slopes till they reached the green track along the ridge, which they followed to the circular British earth bank adjoining, Jude thinking of the great age of the trackway and of the drovers who had frequented it, probably before the Romans knew the country. Up from the level lands below them floated the chime of church bells. Presently they were reduced to one note, which quickened and stopped. "Now we'll go back," said Arabella, who had attended to the sounds. Jude assented. So long as he was near her, he minded little where he was. When they arrived at her house, he said lingeringly, "I won't come in. Why are you in such a hurry to go in tonight? It is not near dark." "Wait a moment," said she. She tried the handle of the door and found it locked. "Ah, they are gone to church," she added, and searching behind the scraper she found the key and unlocked the door. "Now, you'll come in a moment?" she asked lightly. "We shall be all alone." "Certainly," said Jude with alacrity, the case being unexpectedly altered. Indoors they went. Did he want any tea? No, it was too late. He would rather sit and talk to her. She took off her jacket and hat, and they sat down, naturally enough, close together. "Don't touch me, please," she said softly. "I am part eggshell, or perhaps I had better put it in a safe place." She began unfastening the collar of her gown. "What is it?" said her lover. "An egg, a cochin's egg. I am hatching a very rare sort. I carry it about everywhere with me, and it will get hatched in less than 3 weeks." "Where do you carry it?" "Just here." She put her hand into her bosom and drew out the egg, which was wrapped in wool, outside it being a piece of pig's bladder in case of accidents. Having exhibited it to him, she put it back. "Now mind you don't come near me. I don't want it to get broke and have to begin another." "Why do you do such a strange thing?" "It's an old custom. I suppose it is natural for a woman to want to bring live things into the world." "It is very awkward for me just now," he said, laughing. "It serves you right. There, that's all you can have of me." She had turned round her chair, and reaching over the back of it, presented her cheek to him gingerly. "That's very shabby of you." "You should have catched me a minute ago when I had put the egg down. There," she said defiantly, "I am without it now." She had quickly withdrawn the egg a second time, but before he could quite reach her she had put it back as quickly, laughing with the excitement of her strategy. Then there was a little struggle, Jude making a plunge for it and capturing it triumphantly. Her face flushed, and becoming suddenly conscious, he flushed also. They looked at each other, panting, till he rose and said, "One kiss. Now I can do it without damage to property, and I'll go." But she had jumped up too. "You must find me first," she cried. Her lover followed her as she withdrew. It was now dark inside the room, and the window being small he could not discover for a long time what had become of her, till a laugh revealed her to have rushed up the stairs, whither Jude rushed at her heels. End of chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, October 2006. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 9. It was some 2 months later in the year, and the pair had met constantly during the interval. Arabella seemed dissatisfied. She was always imagining, and waiting, and wondering. One day she met the itinerant Vilbert. She, like all the cottagers thereabout, knew the quack well, and she began telling him of her experiences. Arabella had been gloomy, but before he left her she had grown brighter. That evening she kept an appointment with Jude, who seemed sad. "I'm going away," he said to her. "I think I ought to go. I think it will be better both for you and for me. I wish some things had never begun. I was much to blame, I know, but it is never too late to mend." Arabella began to cry. "How do you know it is not too late?" she said. "That's all very well to say. I haven't told you yet." And she looked into his face with streaming eyes. "What?" he asked, turning pale. "Not—" "Yes, and what shall I do if you desert me?" "Oh, Arabella, how can you say that, my dear? You know I wouldn't desert you." "Well, then?" "I have next to no wages as yet, you know. Or perhaps I should have thought of this before. But of course, if that's the case, we must marry. What other thing do you think I could dream of doing?" I thought, dearie, perhaps you would go away all the more for that, and leave me to face it alone." "You know better. Of course, I never dreamt 6 months ago, or even 3, of marrying. It is a complete smashing up of my plans. I mean my plans before I knew you, my dear. But what are they, after all? Dreams about books and degrees and impossible fellowships and all that? Certainly we'll marry. We must." That night he went out alone, and walked in the dark, self-communing. He knew well, too well, in the secret centre of his brain, that Arabella was not worth a great deal as a specimen of womankind. Yet such being the custom of the rural districts among honourable young men, who had drifted so far into intimacy with a woman as he unfortunately had done, he was ready to abide by what he had said, and take the consequences. For his own soothing he kept up a factitious belief in her. His idea of her was the thing of most consequence, not Arabella herself, he sometimes said laconically. The banns were put in and published the very next Sunday. The people of the parish all said what a simple fool young Fawley was. All his reading had only come to this, that he would have to sell his books to buy saucepans. Those who guessed the probable state of affairs, Arabella's parents being among them, declared that it was the sort of conduct they would have expected of such an honest young man as Jude, in reparation of the wrong he had done his innocent sweetheart. The parson who married them seemed to think it satisfactory too, and so, standing before the aforesaid officiator, the two swore that at every other time of their lives, till death took them, they would assuredly believe, feel, and desire precisely as they had believed, felt, and desired during the few preceding weeks. What was as remarkable as the undertaking itself was the fact that nobody seemed at all surprised at what they swore. Fawley's aunt being a baker, she made him a bride cake, saying bitterly that it was the last thing she could do for him, poor silly fellow, and that it would have been far better if, instead of his living to trouble her, he had gone underground years before with his father and mother. Of this cake Arabella took some slices, wrapped them up in white note-paper, and sent them to her companions in the pork-dressing business, Annie and Sarah, labelling each packet in remembrance of good advice. The prospects of the newly married couple were certainly not very brilliant, even to the most sanguine mind. He, a stonemason's apprentice, 19 years of age, was working for half wages till he should be out of his time. His wife was absolutely useless in a town lodging, where he at first had considered it would be necessary for them to live. But the urgent need of adding to income in ever so little a degree caused him to take a lonely roadside cottage between the Brown House and Mary Green, that he might have the profits of a vegetable garden and utilize her past experiences by letting her keep a pig. But it was not the sort of life he had bargained for, and it was a long way to walk to and from Alfredston every day. Arabella, however, felt that all these makeshifts were temporary. She had gained a husband. That was the thing. A husband with a lot of earning power in him for buying her frocks and hats when he should begin to get frightened a bit and stick to his trade and throw aside those stupid books for practical undertakings. So to the cottage he took her on the evening of the marriage, giving up his old room at his aunt's, where so much of the hard labour at Greek and Latin had been carried on. A little chill overspread him at her first unrobing. A long tail of hair, which Arabella wore twisted up in an enormous knot at the back of her head, was deliberately unfastened, stroked out, and hung upon the looking-glass which he had bought her. "What? It wasn't your own?" he said, with a sudden distaste for her. "Oh, no, it never is nowadays with the better class." "Nonsense! Perhaps not in towns, but in the country it is supposed to be different. Besides, you've enough of your own, surely." "Yes, enough as country notions go, but in town the men expect more. And when I was barmaid at Aldbrickham—" "Barmaid at Aldbrickham?" "Well, not exactly barmaid. I used to draw the drink at a public-house there, just for a little time, that was all. Some people put me up to getting this, and I bought it just for a fancy. The more you have, the better in Aldbrickham, which is a finer town than all your Christminsters. Every lady of position wears false hair. The barber's assistant told me so." Jude thought with a feeling of sickness that though this might be true to some extent, for all that he knew, many unsophisticated girls would and did go to towns and remain there for years without losing their simplicity of life and embellishments. Others, alas, had an instinct towards artificiality in their very blood, and became adepts in counterfeiting at the first glimpse of it. However, perhaps there was no great sin in a woman adding to her hair, and he resolved to think no more of it. A new-made wife can usually manage to excite interest for a few weeks, even though the prospects of the household ways and means are cloudy. There was a certain piquancy about her situation, and her manner to her acquaintance at the sense of it, which carries off the gloom of facts, and renders even the humblest bride independent awhile of the real. Mrs. Jude Fawley was walking in the streets of Alfredston one market day, with this quality in her carriage, when she met Annie, her former friend, whom she had not seen since the wedding. As usual, they laughed before talking. The world seemed funny to them without saying it. "So it turned out a good plan, you see," remarked the girl to the wife. "I knew it would with such as him. He's a dear good fellow, and you ought to be proud of un." "I am," said Mrs. Fawley quietly. "And when do you expect?" "Shh! Not at all." "What?" "I was mistaken." "Oh, Arabella, Arabella, you be a deep one. Mistaken! Well, that's clever. It's a real stroke of genius. It is a thing I never thought o' with all my experience. I never thought beyond bringing about the real thing. Not that one could sham it. Don't you be too quick to cry sham. 'Twasn't sham. I didn't know. My word, won't he be in a taking! He'll give it to 'ee o' Saturday nights. Whatever it was, he'll say it was a trick, a double one, by the Lord. I'll own to the first, but not to the second. Pooh, he won't care. He'll be glad I was wrong in what I said. He'll shake down. Bless 'ee, men always do. What can 'em do otherwise? Married is married." Nevertheless, it was with a little uneasiness that Arabella approached the time when in the natural course of things she would have to reveal that the alarm she had raised had been without foundation. The occasion was one evening at bedtime, and they were in their chamber in the lonely cottage by the wayside, to which Jude walked home from his work every day. He had worked hard the whole 12 hours, and had retired to rest before his wife. When she came into the room, he was between sleeping and waking, and was barely conscious of her undressing before the little looking-glass as he lay. One action of hers, however, brought him to full cognition. Her face being reflected towards him as she sat, he could perceive that she was amusing herself by artificially producing in each cheek the dimple before alluded to, a curious accomplishment of which she was mistress, effecting it by a momentary suction. It seemed to him for the first time that the dimples were far oftener absent from her face during his intercourse with her nowadays than they had been in the earlier weeks of their acquaintance. "Don't do that, Arabella," he said suddenly. "There is no harm in it, but I don't like to see you." She turned and laughed. "Lord, I didn't know you were awake," she said. "How countrified you are! That's nothing." "Where did you learn it?" "Nowhere that I know of. They used to stay without any trouble when I was at the public-house, but now they won't. My face was fatter then." "I don't care about dimples. I don't think they improve a woman, particularly a married woman, and of full-sized figure like you. Most men think otherwise." "I don't care what most men think, if they do." "How do you know?" "I used to be told so when I was serving in the tap-room." "Ah, that public-house experience accounts for your knowing about the adulteration of the ale when we went and had some that Sunday evening. I thought when I married you that you had always lived in your father's house." "You ought to have known better than that, and seen I was a little more finished than I could have been by staying where I was born. There was not much to do at home, and I was eating my head off, so I went away for 3 months. You'll soon have plenty to do now, dear, won't you?" "How do you mean?" "Why, of course, little things to make." "Oh, when will it be? Can't you tell me exactly, instead of in such general terms as you have used?" "Tell you?" "Yes, the date." "There's nothing to tell. I made a mistake." "What? It was a mistake?" He sat bolt upright in bed and looked at her. "How can that be?" "Women fancy wrong things sometimes." "But why, of course, so unprepared as I was, without a stick of furniture and hardly a shilling, I shouldn't have hurried on our affair, and brought you to a half-furnished hut before I was ready, if it had not been for the news you gave me, which made it necessary to save you, ready or no. Good God!" "Don't take on, dear. What's done can't be undone." "I have no more to say." He gave the answer simply, and lay down, and there was silence between them. When Jude awoke the next morning, he seemed to see the world with a different eye. As to the point in question, he was compelled to accept her word. In the circumstances, he could not have acted otherwise, while ordinary notions prevailed. But how came they to prevail? There seemed to him, vaguely and dimly, something wrong in a social ritual which made necessary a cancelling of well-formed schemes involving years of thought and labour, of foregoing a man's one opportunity of showing himself superior to the lower animals, and of contributing his units of work to the general progress of his generation, because of a momentary surprise by a new and transitory instinct which had nothing in it of the nature of vice, and could be only at the most called weakness. He was inclined to inquire what he had done, or she lost, for that matter, that he deserved to be caught in a gin which would cripple him, if not her also, for the rest of a lifetime. There was perhaps something fortunate in the fact that the immediate reason of his marriage had proved to be non-existent, but the marriage remained. End of chapter 9.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 1, Chapter 10. The time arrived for killing the pig which Jude and his wife had fattened in their sty during the autumn months, and the butchering was timed to take place as soon as it was light in the morning, so that Jude might get to Alfredston without losing more than a quarter of a day. The night had seemed strangely silent. Jude looked out of the window long before dawn, and perceived that the ground was covered with snow rather deep for the season, it seemed, a few flakes still falling. "I'm afraid the pig-killer won't be able to come," he said to Arabella. "Oh, he'll come. You must get up and make the water hot if you want Challow to scald him. Though I like singeing best." "I'll get up," said Jude. "I like the way of my own county." He went downstairs, lit the fire under the copper, and began feeding it with beanstalks, all the time without a candle, the blaze flinging a cheerful shine into the room, though for him the sense of cheerfulness was lessened by the thoughts on the reason of that blaze, to heat water to scald the bristles from the body of an animal that as yet lived, and whose voice could be continually heard from a corner of the garden. At 6:30, the time of appointment with the butcher, the water boiled, and Jude's wife came downstairs. "Is Challow come?" she asked. "No." They waited, and it grew lighter, with the dreary light of a snowy dawn. She went out, gazed along the road, and returning said, "He's not coming. Drunk last night, I expect. The snow is not enough to hinder him, surely." "Then we must put it off. It is only the water boiled for nothing. The snow may be deep in the valley." "Can't be put off. There's no more victuals for the pig. He ate the last mixing of barley meal yesterday morning." "Yesterday morning? What has he lived on since?" "Nothing." "What, he has been starving?" "Yes, we always do it the last day or two, to save bother with the innards. What ignorance not to know that! That accounts for his crying so. Poor creature!" "Well, you must do the sticking. There's no help for it. I'll show you how. Or I'll do it myself. I think I could. Though, as it is such a big pig, I had rather Challow had done it. However, his basket o' knives and things have been already sent on here, and we can use 'em." "Of course you shan't do it," said Jude. "I'll do it, since it must be done." He went out to the sty, shovelled away the snow for the space of a couple of yards or more, and placed the stool in front, with the knives and ropes at hand. A robin peered down at the preparations from the nearest tree, and, not liking the sinister look of the scene, flew away, though hungry. By this time Arabella had joined her husband, and Jude, rope in hand, got into the sty and noosed the affrighted animal, who, beginning with a squeak of surprise, rose to repeated cries of rage. Arabella opened the sty door, and together they hoisted the victim on to the stool, legs upward, and while Jude held him, Arabella bound him down, looping the cord over his legs to keep him from struggling. The animal's note changed its quality. It was not now rage, but the cry of despair, long drawn, slow, and hopeless. "Upon my soul, I would sooner have gone without the pig than have had this to do," said Jude. "A creature I have fed with my own hands." "Don't be such a tender-hearted fool. There's the sticking knife, the one with the point. Now whatever you do, don't stick 'un too deep." "I'll stick him effectually, so as to make short work of it. That's the chief thing. "You must not," she cried. "The meat must be well bled, and to do that he must die slow. We shall lose a shilling a score if the meat is red and bloody. Just touch the vein, that's all. I was brought up to it, and I know. Every good butcher keeps 'em bleeding long. He ought to be 8 or 10 minutes dying at least." "He shall not be half a minute if I can help it, however the meat may look," said Jude determinedly. Scraping the bristles from the pig's upturned throat, as he had seen the butchers do, he slit the fat, then plunged in the knife with all his might. "Oh, damn it all!" she cried. "That ever I should say it! You've overstucken, and I telling you all the time. Do be quiet, Arabella, and have a little pity on the creature. Hold up the pail to catch the blood, and don't talk." However unworkmanlike the deed, it had been mercifully done. The blood flowed out in a torrent instead of in the trickling stream she had desired. The dying animal's cry assumed its third and final tone, the shriek of agony, his glazing eyes riveting themselves on Arabella with the eloquently keen reproach of a creature recognising at last the treachery of those who had seemed his only friends. "Make and stop that," said Arabella. "Such a noise will bring somebody or other up here, and I don't want people to know we are doing it ourselves." Picking up the knife from the ground whereon Jude had flung it, she slipped it into the gash and slit the windpipe. The pig was instantly silent, his dying breath coming through the hole. "That's better," she said. "It's a hateful business," said he. "Pigs must be killed." The animal heaved in a final convulsion, and, despite the rope, kicked out with all his last strength. A tablespoonful of black clot came forth, the trickling of red blood having ceased for some seconds. "That's it. Now he'll go," said she. "Artful creatures, they always keep back a drop like that as long as they can." The last plunge had come so unexpectedly as to make Jude stagger, and in recovering himself he kicked over the vessel in which the blood had been caught. "There!" she cried, thoroughly in a passion. "Now I can't make any black pot. There's a waste all through you." Jude put the pail upright, but only about a third of the whole steaming liquid was left in it, the main part being splashed over the snow, and forming a dismal, sordid, ugly spectacle, to those who saw it as other than an ordinary obtaining of meat. The lips and nostrils of the animal turned livid, then white, and the muscles of his limbs relaxed. "Thank God," Jude said. "He's dead." "What's God got to do with such a messy job as a pig-killing, I should like to know?" she said scornfully. "Poor folks must live." I know," said he. "I don't scold you." Suddenly they became aware of a voice at hand. "Well done, young married volk. I couldn't have carried it out much better myself, cuss me if I could." The voice, which was husky, came from the garden gate, and looking up from the scene of slaughter, they saw the burly form of Mr. Challow leaning over the gate, critically surveying their performance. "'Tis well for ye to stand there and glain," said Arabella. "Owing to your being late the meat is blooded and half spoiled. 'Twon't fetch so much by a shilling a score." Challow expressed his contrition. "You should have waited a bit," he said, shaking his head, "and not have done this, in the delicate state too that you be in at present, ma'am. 'Tis risking yourself too much." "You needn't be concerned about that," said Arabella, laughing. Jude too laughed, but there was a strong flavour of bitterness in his amusement. Challow made up for his neglect of the killing by zeal in the scalding and scraping. Jude felt dissatisfied with himself as a man at what he had done, though aware of his lack of common sense, and that the deed would have amounted to the same thing if carried out by deputy. The white snow, stained with the blood of his fellow mortal, wore an illogical look to him as a lover of justice, not to say a Christian, but he could not see how the matter was to be mended. No doubt he was, as his wife had called him, a tender-hearted fool. He did not like the road to Alfredston now. It stared him cynically in the face. The wayside objects reminded him so much of his courtship of his wife, that, to keep them out of his eyes, he read whenever he could as he walked to and from his work. Yet he sometimes felt that by caring for books he was not escaping commonplace nor gaining rare ideas, every working man being of that taste now. When passing near the spot by the stream on which he had first made her acquaintance, he one day heard voices just as he had done at that earlier time. One of the girls who had been Arabella's companions was talking to a friend in a shed, himself being the subject of discourse, possibly because they had seen him in the distance. They were quite unaware that the shed walls were so thin that he could hear their words as he passed. "Howsomever 'twas I put her up to it. Nothing venture, nothing have, I said. If I hadn't, she'd no more have been his missus than I. 'Tis my belief she knew there was nothing the matter when she told him she was—" What had Arabella been put up to by this woman, so that he should make her his missus, otherwise wife? The suggestion was horridly unpleasant, and it rankled in his mind so much that instead of entering his own cottage when he reached it, he flung his basket inside the garden gate and passed on, determined to go and see his old aunt and get some supper there. This made his arrival home rather late. Arabella, however, was busy melting down lard from fat of the deceased pig, for she had been out on a jaunt all day and so delayed her work. Dreading lest what he had heard should lead him to say something regrettable to her, he spoke little. But Arabella was very talkative, and said among other things that she wanted some money. Seeing the book sticking out of his pocket, she added that he ought to earn more. "An apprentice's wages are not meant to be enough to keep a wife on, as a rule, my dear. Then you shouldn't have had one. Come, Arabella, that's too bad when you know how it came about. I'll declare afore heaven that I thought what I told you was true. Dr. Vilbert thought so. It was a good job for you that it wasn't so." "I don't mean that," he said hastily. "I mean before that time. I know it was not your fault, but those women friends of yours gave you bad advice. If they hadn't, or you hadn't taken it, we should at this moment have been free from a bond which, not to mince matters, galls both of us devilishly. It may be very sad, but it is true." "Who's been telling you about my friends? What advice? I insist upon your telling me." "Pooh, I'd rather not. But you shall. You ought to. It is mean of ye not to." "Very well," and he hinted gently what had been revealed to him. "But I don't wish to dwell upon it. Let us say no more about it." Her defensive manner collapsed. "That was nothing," she said, laughing coldly. "Every woman has a right to do such as that. The risk is hers." "I quite deny it, Bella. She might, if no lifelong penalty attached to it for the man, or, in his default, for herself. If the weakness of the moment could end with the moment, or even with the year. But when effects stretch so far, she should not go and do that which entraps a man if he is honest, or herself if he is otherwise." "What ought I to have done?" "Given me time. Why do you fuss yourself about melting down that pig's fat tonight? Please put it away." "Then I must do it tomorrow morning. It won't keep." "Very well. Do." End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, October 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy, Part 1, Chapter 11. Next morning, which was Sunday, she resumed operations about 10 o'clock, and the renewed work recalled the conversation which had accompanied it the night before, and put her back into the same intractable temper. "That's the story about me and Mary Green, is it, that I entrapped ye? Much of a catch you were, Lord send!" As she warmed, she saw some of Jude's dear ancient classics on a table where they ought not to have been laid. "I won't have them books here in the way," she cried petulantly, and seizing them one by one, she began throwing them upon the floor. "Leave my books alone," he said. "You might have thrown them aside if you had liked, but as to soiling them like that, it is disgusting." In the operation of making lard, Arabella's hands had become smeared with the hot grease, and her fingers consequently left very perceptible imprints on the book covers. She continued deliberately to toss the books severally upon the floor, till Jude, incensed beyond bearing, caught her by the arms to make her leave off. Somehow, in doing so, he loosened the fastening of her hair, and it rolled about her ears. "Let me go," she said. "Promise to leave the books alone." She hesitated. "Let me go," she repeated. "Promise." After a pause, "I do." Jude relinquished his hold, and she crossed the room to the door, out of which she went with a set face and into the highway. Here she began to saunter up and down, perversely pulling her hair into a worse disorder than he had caused, and unfastening several buttons of her gown. It was a fine Sunday morning, dry, clear, and frosty, and the bells of Alfredston Church could be heard on the breeze from the north. People were going along the road, dressed in their holiday clothes. They were mainly lovers, such pairs as Jude and Arabella had been when they sported along the same track some months earlier. These pedestrians turned to stare at the extraordinary spectacle she now presented, bonnetless, her dishevelled hair blowing in the wind, her bodice apart, her sleeves rolled above her elbows for work, and her hands reeking with melted fat. One of the passers said in mock terror, "Good Lord, deliver us!" "See how he served me!" she cried, "making me work Sunday mornings when I ought to be going to my church, and tearing my hair off my head and my gown off my back." Jude was exasperated, and went out to drag her in by main force. Then he suddenly lost his heat, illuminated with the sense that all was over between them, and that it mattered not what she did, or he, her husband, stood still, regarding her. Their lives were ruined, he thought, ruined by the fundamental error of their matrimonial union, that of having based a permanent contract on a temporary feeling which had no necessary connection with affinities that alone render a lifelong comradeship tolerable. "Going to ill-use me on principle, as your father ill-used your mother, and your father's sister ill-used her husband?" she asked. "All you be a queer lot as husbands and wives." Jude fixed an arrested, surprised look on her, but she said no more, and continued her saunter till she was tired. He left the spot, and, after wandering vaguely a little while, walked in the direction of Marygreen. Here he called upon his great-aunt, whose infirmities daily increased. "Aunt, did my father ill-use my mother, and my aunt her husband?" said Jude abruptly, sitting down by the fire. She raised her ancient eyes under the rim of the bygone bonnet that she always wore. "Who's been telling you that?" she said. "I have heard it spoken of, and want to know all." "You med so well, I suppose, though your wife, I reckon 'twas she, must have been a fool to open up that. There isn't much to know after all. Your father and mother couldn't get on together, and they parted. It was coming home from Alfredston Market, when you were a baby, on the hill by the Brown House barn, that they had their last difference and took leave of one another for the last time. Your mother soon afterwards died. She drowned herself, in short, and your father went away with you to South Wessex, and never came here any more." Jude recalled his father's silence about North Wessex and Jude's mother, never speaking of either till his dying day. "It was the same with your father's sister. Her husband defended her, and she so disliked living with him afterwards that she went away to London with her little maid. The Fawleys were not made for wedlock. It never seemed to sit well upon us. There's summat in our blood that won't take kindly to the notion of being bound to do what we do readily enough if not bound. That's why you ought to have hearkened to me, and not ha' married." "Where did father and mother part? By the Brown House, did you say?" "A little further on, where the road to Fensworth branches off, and the handpost stands. A gibbet once stood there, not unconnected with our history, but let that be." In the dusk of that evening Jude walked away from his old aunt's as if to go home. But as soon as he reached the open down he struck out upon it till he came to a large round pond. The frost continued, though it was not particularly sharp, and the larger stars overhead came out slow and flickering. Jude put one foot on the edge of the ice, and then the other. It cracked under his weight, but this did not deter him. He ploughed his way inward to the centre, the ice making sharp noises as he went. When just about the middle he looked around him and gave a jump. The cracking repeated itself, but he did not go down. He jumped again, but the cracking had ceased. Jude went back to the edge and stepped upon the ground. It was curious, he thought. What was he reserved for? He supposed he was not a sufficiently dignified person for suicide. Peaceful death abhorred him as a subject, and would not take him. What could he do of a lower kind than self-extermination? What was there less noble, more in keeping with his present degraded position? He could get drunk. Of course, that was it, he had forgotten. Drinking was the regular stereotyped resource of the despairing worthless. He began to see now why some men boozed at inns. He struck down the hill northwards, and came to an obscure public house. On entering and sitting down, the sight of the picture of Samson and Delilah on the wall caused him to recognise the place as that he had visited with Arabella on that first Sunday evening of their courtship. He called for liquor, and drank briskly for an hour or more. Staggering homeward late that night, with all his sense of depression gone, and his head fairly clear still, he began to laugh boisterously, and to wonder how Arabella would receive him in his new aspect. The house was in darkness when he entered, and in his stumbling state it was some time before he could get a light. Then he found that, though the marks of pig dressing, of fats and scallops were visible, the materials themselves had been taken away. A line written by his wife on the inside of an old envelope was pinned to the cotton blower of the fireplace. "Have gone to my friends. Shall not return." All the next day he remained at home, and sent off the carcass of the pig to Alfredston. He then cleaned up the premises, locked the door, put the key in a place she would know if she came back, and returned to his masonry at Alfredston. At night, when he again plodded home, he found she had not visited the house. The next day went in the same way, and the next. Then there came a letter from her. That she had grown tired of him she frankly admitted. He was such a slow old coach, and she did not care for the sort of life he led. There was no prospect of his ever bettering himself or her. She further went on to say that her parents had, as he knew, for some time considered the question of emigrating to Australia, the pig-jobbing business being a poor one nowadays. They had at last decided to go, and she proposed to go with them if he had no objection. A woman of her sort would have more chance over there than in this stupid country. Jude replied that he had not the least objection to her going. He thought it a wise course, since she wished to go, and one that might be to the advantage of both. He enclosed in the packet containing the letter the money that had been realised by the sale of the pig, with all he had besides, which was not much. From that day he heard no more of her, except indirectly, though her father and his household did not immediately leave, but waited till his goods and other effects had been sold off. When Jude learnt that there was to be an auction at the house of the Donns, he packed his own household goods into a waggon, and sent them to her at the aforesaid homestead, that she might sell them with the rest, or as many of them as she should choose. He then went into lodgings at Alfredston, and saw in a shop window the little handbill announcing the sale of his father-in-law's furniture. He noted its date, which came and passed without Jude's going near the place, or perceiving that the traffic out of Alfredston by the southern road was materially increased by the auction. A few days later he entered a dingy broker's shop in the main street of the town, and amid a heterogeneous collection of saucepans, a clothes horse, rolling pin, brass candlestick, swing looking-glass, and other things at the back of the shop, evidently just brought in from a sale, he perceived a framed photograph, which turned out to be his own portrait. It was one which he had had specially taken and framed by a local man in bird's-eye maple, as a present for Arabella, and had duly given her on their wedding day. On the back was still to be read, "Jude to Arabella," with the date. She must have thrown it in with the rest of her property at the auction. "Oh," said the broker, seeing him look at this and the other articles in the heap, and not perceiving that the portrait was of himself. "It is a small lot of stuff that was knocked down to me at a cottage sale, out on the road to Marygreen. The frame is a very useful one if you take out the likeness. You shall have it for $1. The utter death of every tender sentiment in his wife, as brought home to him by this mute and undesigned evidence of her sale of his portrait and gift, was the conclusive little stroke required to demolish all sentiment in him. He paid the $1, took the photograph away with him, and burnt it, frame and all, when he reached his lodging. 2 or 3 days later he heard that Arabella and her parents had departed. He had sent a message offering to see her for a formal leave-taking, but she had said that it would be better otherwise, since she was bent on going, which perhaps was true. On the evening following their emigration, when his day's work was done, He came out of doors after supper, and strolled in the starlight along the too familiar road towards the upland, whereon had been experienced the chief emotions of his life. It seemed to be his own again. He could not realise himself. On the old track he seemed to be a boy still, hardly a day older than when he had stood dreaming at the top of that hill, inwardly fired for the first time with ardours for Christminster and scholarship. "Yet I am a man," he said. "I have a wife. More, I have arrived at the still riper stage of having disagreed with her, disliked her, had a scuffle with her, and parted from her." He remembered then that he was standing not far from the spot at which the parting between his father and mother was said to have occurred. A little further on was the summit whence Christminster, or what he had taken for that city, had seemed to be visible. A milestone, now as always, stood at the roadside hard by. Jude drew near it, and felt rather than read the mileage to the city. He remembered that once on his way home he had proudly cut with his keen new chisel an inscription on the back of that milestone, embodying his aspirations. It had been done in the first week of his apprenticeship, before he had been diverted from his purposes by an unsuitable woman. He wondered if the inscription were legible still, and going to the back of the milestone brushed away the nettles. By the light of a match he could still discern what he had cut so enthusiastically so long ago. Thither, J.F., and a pointing hand. The sight of it unimpaired, within its screen of grass and nettles, lit in his soul a spark of the old fire. Surely his plan should be to move onward through good and ill, to avoid morbid sorrow, even though he did see ugliness in the world. Bene agere et laetare, to do good cheerfully, which he had heard to be the philosophy of one Spinoza, might be his own even now. He might battle with his evil star, and follow out his original intention. By moving to a spot a little way off, he uncovered the horizon in a northeasterly direction. There actually rose the faint halo, a small dim nebulousness, hardly recognisable save by the eye of faith. It was enough for him. He would go to Christminster as soon as the term of his apprenticeship expired. He returned to his lodgings in a better mood, and said his prayers. End of chapter 11, and end of part 1. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, October 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 2, Chapter 1. At Christminster. The chapter begins with two quotations. Save his own soul, he hath no star. Swinburne. Notitiam primusque gradus Vicinia fecit, tempore crevit amor. Ovid. The Latin means proximity made acquaintance and the first steps, and love grew with time. The next noteworthy move in Jude's life was that in which he appeared gliding steadily onward through a dusky landscape of some 3 years' later leafage than had graced his courtship of Arabella and the disruption of his coarse conjugal life with her. He was walking towards Christminster city, at a point a mile or two to the south-west of it. He had at last found himself clear of Mary Green and Alfredston. He was out of his apprenticeship, and with his tools at his back seemed to be in the way of making a new start, the start to which, barring the interruption involved in his intimacy and married experience with Arabella, he had been looking forward for about 10 years. Jude would now have been described as a young man with a forcible, meditative, and earnest rather than handsome cast of countenance. He was of dark complexion, with dark harmonizing eyes, and wore a closely trimmed black beard of more advanced growth than is usual at his age. This, with his great mass of black curly hair, was some trouble to him in combing and washing out the stone dust that settled on it in the pursuit of his trade. His capabilities in the latter, having been acquired in the country, were of an all-round sort, including monumental stone cutting, Gothic freestone work for the restoration of churches, and carving of a general kind. In London he would probably have become specialised and have made himself a moulding mason, a foliage sculptor, perhaps a statuary. He had that afternoon driven in a cart from Alfredston to the village nearest the city in this direction, and was by now walking the remaining 4 miles, rather from choice than from necessity, having always fancied himself arriving thus. The ultimate impulse to come had had a curious origin, one more nearly related to the emotional side of him than to the intellectual, as is often the case with young men. One day, while in lodgings at Alfredston, he had gone to Marygreen to see his old aunt, and had observed between the brass candlesticks on her mantelpiece the photograph of a pretty girlish face in a broad hat with radiating folds under the brim like the rays of a halo. He had asked who she was. His grandaunt had gruffly replied that she was his cousin, Sue Bridehead, of the inimical branch of the family, and on further questioning the old woman had replied that the girl lived in Christminster, though she did not know where or what she was doing. His aunt would not give him the photograph, but it haunted him, and ultimately formed a quickening ingredient in his latent intent of following his friend the schoolmaster thither. He now paused at the top of a crooked and gentle declivity, and obtained his first near view of the city. Grey-stoned and dun-roofed, it stood within hail of the Wessex border, and almost with the tip of one small toe within it, at the northernmost point of the crinkled line along which the leisurely Thames strokes the fields of that ancient kingdom. The buildings now lay quiet in the sunset, a vane here and there on their many spires and domes, giving sparkle to a picture of sober secondary and tertiary hues. Reaching the bottom, he moved along the level way between pollard willows growing indistinct in the twilight, and soon confronted the outmost lamps of the town. Some of those lamps which had sent into the sky the gleam and glory that caught his strained gaze in his days of dreaming, so many years ago. They winked their yellow eyes at him dubiously, and as if, though they had been awaiting him all these years in disappointment at his tarrying, they did not much want him now. He was a species of Dick Whittington, whose spirit was touched to finer issues than a mere material gain. He went along the outlying streets with the cautious tread of an explorer. He saw nothing of the real city in the suburbs on this side. His first want being a lodging, he scrutinized carefully such localities as seemed to offer on inexpensive terms the modest type of accommodation he demanded, and after inquiry took a room in a suburb nicknamed Beersheba, though he did not know this at the time. Here he installed himself, and having had some tea, sallied forth. It was a windy, whispering, moonless night. To guide himself he opened under a lamp a map he had brought. The breeze ruffled and fluttered it, but he could see enough to decide on the direction he should take to reach the heart of the place. After many turnings he came up to the first ancient mediaeval pile that he had encountered. It was a college, as he could see by the gateway. He entered it, walked round, and penetrated to dark corners which no lamplight reached. Close to this college was another, and a little further on another, and then he began to be encircled, as it were, with the breath and sentiment of the venerable city. When he passed objects out of harmony with its general expression, he allowed his eyes to slip over them as if he did not see them. A bell began clanging, and he listened till 101 strokes had sounded. He must have made a mistake, he thought. It was meant for 100. When the gates were shut, and he could no longer get into the quadrangles, he rambled under the walls and doorways, feeling with his fingers the contours of their mouldings and carving. The minutes passed. Fewer and fewer people were visible, and still he serpentined among the shadows, for had he not imagined these scenes through 10 bygone years, and what mattered a night's rest for once? High against the black sky the flash of a lamp would show crocketed pinnacles and indented battlements. Down obscure alleys, apparently never trodden now by the foot of man, and whose very existence seemed to be forgotten, there would jut into the path porticos, oriels, doorways of enriched and florid middle-aged design, their extinct air being accentuated by the rottenness of the stones. It seemed impossible that modern thought could house itself in such decrepit and superseded chambers. Knowing not a human being here, Jude began to be impressed with the isolation of his own personality as with a self-spectre, the sensation being that of one who walked but could not make himself seen or heard. He drew his breath pensively, and seeming thus almost his own ghost, gave his thoughts to the other ghostly presences with which the nooks were haunted. During the interval of preparation for this venture, since his wife and furniture's uncompromising disappearance into space, he had read and learnt almost all that could be read and learnt by one in his position, of the worthies who had spent their youth within these reverend walls, and whose souls had haunted them in their maturer age. Some of them, by the accidents of his reading, loomed out in his fancy disproportionately large by comparison with the rest. The brushings of the wind against the angles, buttresses, and door jambs were as the passing of these only other inhabitants. The tapping of each ivy leaf on its neighbour were as the mutterings of their mournful souls, the shadows as their thin shapes in nervous movement, making him comrades in his solitude. In the gloom it was as if he ran against them without feeling their bodily frames. The streets were now deserted, but on account of these things he could not go in. There were poets abroad, of early date and of late, from the friend and eulogist of Shakespeare down to him who has recently passed into silence, and that musical one of the tribe who is still among us. Speculative philosophers drew along, not always with wrinkled foreheads and hoary hair as in framed portraits, but pink-faced, slim, and active as in youth. Modern divines, sheeted in their surplices, among whom the most real to Jude Fawley were the founders of the religious school called Tractarian, the well-known three, the enthusiast, the poet, and the formularist, the echoes of whose teachings had influenced him even in his obscure home. A start of aversion appeared in his fancy to move them at sight of those other sons of the place, the form in the full-bottomed wig, statesman, rake, reasoner, and sceptic, the smoothly shaven historian so ironically civil to Christianity, with others of the same incredulous temper, who knew each quad as well as the faithful, and took equal freedom in haunting its cloisters. He regarded the statesmen in their various types, men of firmer movement and less dreamy air, the scholar, the speaker, the plodder, the man whose mind grew with his growth in years, and the man whose mind contracted with the same. The scientists and philologists followed on in his mind-sight in an odd, impossible combination, men of meditative faces, strained foreheads, and weak-eyed as bats with constant research. Then official characters, such men as governor-generals and lord-lieutenants, in whom he took little interest, chief justices and lord chancellors, silent, thin-lipped figures of whom he knew barely the names. A keener regard attached to the prelates by reason of his own former hopes. Of them he had an ample band, some men of heart, others rather men of head. He who apologised for the church in Latin, the saintly author of the evening hymn, and near them the great itinerant preacher, hymn-writer, and zealot, shadowed like Jude by his matrimonial difficulties. Jude found himself speaking out loud, holding conversations with them, as it were, like an actor in a melodrama who apostrophises the audience on the other side of the footlights, till he suddenly ceased with a start at his absurdity. Perhaps those incoherent words of the wanderer were heard within the walls by some student or thinker over his lamp, and he may have raised his head and wondered what voice it was and what it betokened. Jude now perceived that, so far as solid flesh went, he had the whole aged city to himself, with the exception of a belated townsman here and there, and that he seemed to be catching a cold. A voice reached him out of the shade, a real and local voice. "You've been a-sitting a long time on that plinth stone, young man. What may you be up to?" It came from a policeman who had been observing Jude without the latter observing him. Jude went home and to bed, after reading up a little about these men and their several messages to the world, from a book or two that he had brought with him concerning the sons of the university. As he drew towards sleep, various memorable words of theirs that he had just been conning seemed spoken by them in muttering utterances, some audible, some unintelligible to him. One of the spectres, who afterwards mourned Christminster as the home of lost causes, though Jude did not remember this, was now apostrophizing her thus: "Beautiful city, so venerable, so lovely, so unravaged by the fierce intellectual life of our century, so serene. Her ineffable charm keeps ever calling us to the true goal of all of us, to the ideal, to perfection." Another voice was that of the Corn Law convert, whose phantom he had just seen in the quadrangle with a great bell. Jude thought his soul might have been shaping the historic words of his master speech. "Sir, I may be wrong, but my impression is that my duty towards a country threatened with famine requires that that which has been the ordinary remedy under all similar circumstances should be resorted to now, namely, that there should be free access to the food of man from whatever quarter it may come. Deprive me of office tomorrow, you can never deprive me of the consciousness that I have exercised the powers committed to me from no corrupt or interested motives, from no desire to gratify ambition, for no personal gain." Then the sly author of the immortal chapter on Christianity: "How shall we excuse the supine inattention of the pagan and philosophic world to those evidences (miracles) which were presented by omnipotence? The sages of Greece and Rome turned aside from the awful spectacle, and appeared unconscious of any alterations in the moral or physical government of the world." Then the shade of the poet, the last of the optimists: "How the world is made for each of us, and each of the many helps to recruit the life of the race by a general plan." Then one of the three enthusiasts he had seen just now, the author of the Apologia: "My argument was, that absolute certitude as to the truths of natural theology was the result of an assemblage of concurring and converging probabilities, that probabilities which did not reach to logical certainty might create a mental certitude." The second of them, no polemic, murmured quieter things: "Why should we faint and fear to live alone, since all alone, so heaven has willed, we die?" He likewise heard some phrases spoken by the phantom with the short face, the genial spectator: "When I look upon the tombs of the great, every motion of envy dies in me. When I read the epitaphs of the beautiful, every inordinate desire goes out. When I meet with the grief of parents upon a tombstone, my heart melts with compassion. When I see the tombs of the parents themselves, I consider the vanity of grieving for those whom we must quickly follow." And lastly a gentle-voiced prelate spoke, during whose meek, familiar rhyme, endeared to him from the earliest childhood, Jude fell asleep: "Teach me to live, that I may dread the grave as little as my bed. Teach me to die." He did not wake till morning. The ghostly past seemed to have gone, and everything spoke of today. He started up in bed, thinking he had overslept himself, and then said: "By Jove, I had quite forgotten my sweet-faced cousin, and that she's here all the time, and my old schoolmaster too." His words about his schoolmaster had perhaps less zest in them than his words concerning his cousin. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 2, Chapter 2. Necessary meditations on the actual, including the mean bread and cheese question, dissipated the phantasmal for a while and compelled Jude to smother high thinkings under immediate needs. He had to get up and seek for work, manual work, the only kind, deemed by many of its professors, to be work at all. Passing out into the streets on this errand, he found that the colleges had treacherously changed their sympathetic countenances. Some were pompous, some had put on the look of family vaults above ground. Something barbaric loomed in the masonries of all. The spirits of the great men had disappeared. The numberless architectural pages around him he read, naturally, less as an artist critic of their forms than as an artisan and comrade of the dead handicraftsmen whose muscles had actually executed those forms. He examined the mouldings, stroked them as one who knew their beginning, said they were difficult or easy in the working, had taken little or much time, were trying to the arm, or convenient to the tool. What at night had been perfect and ideal was by day the more or less defective real. Cruelties, insults, had, he perceived, been inflicted on the aged erections. The conditions of several moved him as he would have been moved by maimed sentient beings. They were wounded, broken, sloughing off their outer shape in the deadly struggle against years, weather, and man. The rottenness of these historical documents reminded him that he was not, after all, hastening on to begin the morning practically as he had intended. He had come to work, and to live by work, and the morning had nearly gone. It was in one sense encouraging to think that in a place of crumbling stones there must be plenty for one of his trade to do in the business of renovation. He asked his way to the workyard of the stonemason whose name had been given him at Alfredston, and soon heard the familiar sound of the rubbers and chisels. The yard was a little centre of regeneration. Here, with keen edges and smooth curves, were the forms in the exact likeness of those he had seen abraded and time-eaten on the walls. These were the ideas in modern prose which the lichened colleges presented in old poetry. Even some of those antiques might have been called prose when they were new. They had done nothing but wait, and had become poetical. How easy to the smallest building, how impossible to most men! He asked for the foreman, and looked round among the new traceries, mullions, transoms, shafts, pinnacles, and battlements standing on the bankers, half worked or waiting to be removed. They were marked by precision, mathematical straightness, smoothness, exactitude. There in the old walls were the broken lines of the original idea, jagged curves, disdain of precision, irregularity, disarray. For a moment there fell on Jude a true illumination, that here in the stone-yard was a centre of effort as worthy as that dignified by the name of scholarly study within the noblest of the colleges. But he lost it under stress of his old idea. He would accept any employment which might be offered him on the strength of his late employer's recommendation, but he would accept it as a provisional thing only. This was his form of the modern vice of unrest. Moreover, he perceived that at best only copying, patching, and imitating went on here, which he fancied to be owing to some temporary and local cause. He did not at that time see that medievalism was as dead as a fern leaf in a lump of coal, that other developments were shaping in the world around him, in which Gothic architecture and its associations had no place. The deadly animosity of contemporary logic and vision towards so much of what he held in reverence was not yet revealed to him. Having failed to obtain work here as yet, he went away, and thought again of his cousin, whose presence somewhere at hand he seemed to feel in wavelets of interest, if not of emotion. How he wished he had that pretty portrait of her. At last he wrote to his aunt to send it. She did so, with a request, however, that he was not to bring disturbance into the family by going to see the girl or her relations. Jude, a ridiculously affectionate fellow, promised nothing, put the photograph on the mantelpiece, kissed it, he did not know why, and felt more at home. She seemed to look down and preside over his tea. It was cheering, the one thing uniting him to the emotions of the living city. There remained the schoolmaster, probably now a reverend parson. But he could not possibly hunt up such a respectable man just yet, so raw and unpolished was his condition, so precarious were his fortunes. Thus he still remained in loneliness. Although people moved round him, he virtually saw none. Not as yet having mingled with the active life of the place, it was largely non-existent to him. But the saints and prophets in the window tracery, the paintings in the galleries, the statues, the busts, the gargoyles, the corbel heads, these seemed to breathe his atmosphere. Like all newcomers to a spot on which the past is deeply graven, he heard that past announcing itself with an emphasis altogether unsuspected by, and even incredible to, the habitual residents. For many days he haunted the cloisters and quadrangles of the colleges, at odd minutes in passing them, surprised by impish echoes of his own footsteps, smart as the blows of a mallet. The Christminster sentiment, as it had been called, ate further and further into him, till he probably knew more about those buildings materially, artistically, and historically than any of their inmates. It was not till now, when he found himself actually on the spot of his enthusiasm, that Jude perceived how far away from the object of that enthusiasm he really was. Only a wall divided him from those happy young contemporaries of his, with whom he shared a common mental life, men who had nothing to do from morning till night but to read, mark, learn, and inwardly digest. Only a wall. But what a wall! Every day, every hour, as he went in search of labour, he saw them going and coming also, rubbed shoulders with them, heard their voices, marked their movements. The conversation of some of the more thoughtful among them seemed oftentimes, owing to his long and persistent preparation for this place, to be peculiarly akin to his own thoughts. Yet he was as far from them as if he had been at the Antipodes. Of course he was. He was a young workman in a white blouse, and with stone dust in the creases of his clothes, and in passing him they did not even see him or hear him, rather saw through him as through a pane of glass at their familiars beyond. Whatever they were to him, he to them was not on the spot at all, and yet he had fancied he would be close to their lives by coming there. But the future lay ahead after all, and if he could only be so fortunate as to get into good employment, he would put up with the inevitable. So he thanked God for his health and strength, and took courage. For the present he was outside the gates of everything, colleges included. Perhaps some day he would be inside. Those palaces of light and leading, he might some day look down on the world through their panes. At length he did receive a message from the stonemason's yard that a job was waiting for him. It was his first encouragement, and he closed with the offer promptly. He was young and strong, or he never could have executed with such zest the undertakings to which he now applied himself, since they involved reading most of the night after working all the day. First he bought a shaded lamp for 4 and 6pence, and obtained a good light. Then he got pens, paper, and such other necessary books as he had been unable to obtain elsewhere. Then, to the consternation of his landlady, He shifted all the furniture of his room, a single one for living and sleeping, rigged up a curtain on a rope across the middle to make a double chamber out of one, hung up a thick blind that nobody should know how he was curtailing the hours of sleep, laid out his books, and sat down. Having been deeply encumbered by marrying, getting a cottage, and buying the furniture which had disappeared in the wake of his wife, he had never been able to save any money since the time of those disastrous ventures. Until his wages began to come in, he was obliged to live in the narrowest way. After buying a book or two, he could not even afford himself a fire, and when the nights reeked with the raw and cold air from the meadows, he sat over his lamp in a greatcoat, hat, and woollen gloves. From his window he could perceive the spire of the cathedral and the ogee dome under which resounded the great bell of the city. The tall tower, tall belfry windows, and tall pinnacles of the college by the bridge he could also get a glimpse of by going to the staircase. These objects he used as stimulants when his faith in the future was dim. Like enthusiasts in general, he made no inquiries into details of procedure. Picking up general notions from casual acquaintance, he never dwelt upon them. For the present, he said to himself, the one thing necessary was to get ready by accumulating money and knowledge, and await whatever chances were afforded to such a one of becoming a son of the university. For wisdom is a defence, and money is a defence, but the excellency of knowledge is, that wisdom giveth life to them that have it. His desire absorbed him, and left no part of him to weigh its practicability. At this time he received a nervously anxious letter from his poor aunt on the subject which had previously distressed her, a fear that Jude would not be strong-minded enough to keep away from his cousin, Sue Bridehead, and her relations. Sue's father, his aunt believed, had gone back to London, but the girl remained at Christminster. To make her still more objectionable, she was an artist or designer of some sort in what was called an ecclesiastical warehouse, which was a perfect seed-bed of idolatry, and she was no doubt abandoned to mummeries on that account, if not quite a papist. Miss Drusilla Fawley was of her date, evangelical. As Jude was rather on an intellectual track than a theological, this news of Sue's probable opinions did not much influence him one way or the other, but the clue to her whereabouts was decidedly interesting. With an altogether singular pleasure he walked at his earliest spare minutes past the shops answering to his great aunt's description, and beheld in one of them a young girl sitting behind a desk, who was suspiciously like the original of the portrait. He ventured to enter on a trivial errand, and having made his purchase lingered on the scene. The shop seemed to be kept entirely by women. It contained Anglican books, stationery, texts, and fancy goods, little plaster angels on brackets, Gothic framed pictures of saints, ebony crosses that were almost crucifixes, prayer books that were almost missals. He felt very shy of looking at the girl in the desk. She was so pretty that he could not believe it possible that she should belong to him. Then she spoke to one of the two older women behind the counter, and he recognized in the accents certain qualities of his own voice, softened and sweetened, but his own. What was she doing? He stole a glance round. Before her lay a piece of zinc, cut to the shape of a scroll 3 or 4 feet long, and coated with a dead surface paint on one side. Hereon she was designing, or illuminating, in characters of church text, the single word Alleluia. A sweet, saintly, Christian business hers, thought he. Her presence here was now fairly enough explained, her skill in work of this sort having no doubt been acquired from her father's occupation as an ecclesiastical worker in metal. The lettering on which she was engaged was clearly intended to be fixed up in some chancel, to assist devotion. He came out. It would have been easy to speak to her there and then, but it seemed scarcely honourable towards his aunt to disregard her request so incontinently. She had used him roughly, but she had brought him up, and the fact of her being powerless to control him lent a pathetic force to a wish that would have been inoperative as an argument. So Jude gave no sign. He would not call upon Sue just yet. He had other reasons against doing so when he had walked away. She seemed so dainty beside himself in his rough working jacket and dusty trousers that he felt he was as yet unready to encounter her, as he had felt about Mr. Phillotson. And how possible it was that she had inherited the antipathies of her family, and would scorn him as far as a Christian could, particularly when he had told her that unpleasant part of his history which had resulted in his becoming enchained to one of her own sex, whom she would certainly not admire. Thus he kept watch over her, and liked to feel she was there. The consciousness of her living presence stimulated him, but she remained more or less an ideal character, about whose form he began to weave curious and fantastic daydreams. Between 2 and 3 weeks afterwards, Jude was engaged with some more men outside Crozier College in Oldtime Street, in getting a block of worked freestone from a waggon across the pavement, before hoisting it to the parapet, which they were repairing. Standing in position, the head man said, "Spike when he heave, hey ho!" And they heaved. All of a sudden, as he lifted, his cousin stood close to his elbow, pausing a moment on the bend of her foot till the obstructing object should have been removed. She looked right into his face, with liquid, untranslatable eyes that combined, or seemed to him to combine, keenness with tenderness, and mystery with both, their expression, as well as that of her lips, taking its life from some words just spoken to a companion, and being carried on into his face quite unconsciously. She no more observed his presence than that of the dust motes which his manipulations raised into the sunbeams. His closeness to her was so suggestive that he trembled and turned his face away, with a shy instinct to prevent her recognizing him, though as she had never once seen him she could not possibly do so, and might very well never have heard even his name. He could perceive that though she was a country girl at bottom, a latter girlhood of some years in London and a womanhood here had taken all the rawness out of her. When she was gone he continued his work, reflecting on her. He had been so caught by her influence that he had taken no count of her general mould and build. He remembered now that she was not a large figure, that she was light and slight, of the type dubbed elegant. That was about all he had seen. There was nothing statuesque in her, all was nervous motion. She was mobile, living, yet a painter might not have called her handsome or beautiful. But the much that she was surprised him. She was quite a long way removed from the rusticity that was his. How could one of his cross-grained, unfortunate, almost accursed stock have contrived to reach this pitch of niceness? London had done it, he supposed. From this moment the emotion which had been accumulating in his breast as the bottled-up effect of solitude and the poetized locality he dwelt in, insensibly began to precipitate itself on this half-visionary form, and he perceived that whatever his obedient wish in the contrary direction, he would soon be unable to resist the desire to make himself known to her. He affected to think of her quite in a family way, since there were crushing reasons why he should not and could not think of her in any other. The first reason was that he was married, and it would be wrong. The second was that they were cousins. It was not well for cousins to fall in love, even when circumstances seemed to favour the passion. The third, even were he free, in a family like his own where marriage usually meant a tragic sadness, marriage with a blood relation would duplicate the adverse conditions, and a tragic sadness might be intensified to a tragic horror. Therefore, again, he would have to think of Sue with only a relation's mutual interest in one belonging to him, regard her in a practical way as someone to be proud of, to talk and nod to, later on to be invited to tea by, the emotion spent on her being rigorously that of a kinsman and well-wisher. So would she be to him a kindly star, an elevating power, a companion in Anglican worship, a tender friend. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy, Part 2, Chapter 3. But under the various deterrent influences, Jude's instinct was to approach her timidly, and the next Sunday he went to the morning service in the Cathedral Church of Cardinal College to gain a further view of her, for he had found that she frequently attended there. She did not come, and he awaited her in the afternoon, which was finer. He knew that if she came at all, she would approach the building along the eastern side of the great green quadrangle from which it was accessible, and he stood in a corner while the bell was going. A few minutes before the hour for service she appeared as one of the figures walking along under the college walls, and at sight of her he advanced up the side opposite and followed her into the building, more than ever glad that he had not as yet revealed himself. To see her and to be himself unseen and unknown was enough for him at present. He lingered a while in the vestibule, and the service was some way advanced when he was put into a seat. It was a lowering, mournful, still afternoon, when a religion of some sort seems a necessity to ordinary practical men, and not only a luxury of the emotional and leisured classes. In the dim light and the baffling glare of the clerestory windows he could discern the opposite worshippers indistinctly only, but he saw that Sue was among them. He had not long discovered the exact seat that she occupied, when the chanting of the 119th Psalm, in which the choir was engaged, reached its second part, in quo corriget, the organ changing to a pathetic Gregorian tune as the singers gave forth, "Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way?" It was the very question that was engaging Jude's attention at this moment. What a wicked, worthless fellow he had been, to give vent as he had done to an animal passion for a woman, and allow it to lead to such disastrous consequences, then to think of putting an end to himself, then to go recklessly and get drunk. The great waves of pedal music tumbled round the choir, and nursed on the supernatural as he had been. It is not wonderful that he could hardly believe that the psalm was not specially set by some regardful providence for this moment of his first entry into the solemn building. And yet it was the ordinary psalm for the 24th evening of the month. The girl for whom he was beginning to nourish an extraordinary tenderness was at this time ensphered by the same harmonies as those which floated into his ears, and the thought was a delight to him. She was probably a frequenter of this place, and steeped body and soul in church sentiment as she must be by occupation and habit, had no doubt much in common with him. To an impressionable and lonely young man, the consciousness of having at last found anchorage for his thoughts, which promised to supply both social and spiritual possibilities, was like the dew of Hermon, and he remained throughout the service in a sustaining atmosphere of ecstasy. Though he was loath to suspect it, some people might have said to him that the atmosphere blew as distinctly from Cyprus as from Galilee. Jude waited till she had left her seat and passed under the screen before he himself moved. She did not look towards him, and by the time he reached the door she was halfway down the broad path. Being dressed up in his Sunday suit, he was inclined to follow her and reveal himself, but he was not quite ready, and alas, ought he to do so with a kind of feeling that was awakening in him? For though it had seemed to have an ecclesiastical basis during the service, and he had persuaded himself that such was the case, he could not altogether be blind to the real nature of the magnetism. She was such a stranger that the kinship was affectation, and he said, "It can't be. I, a man with a wife, must not know her." Still, Sue was his own kin, and the fact of his having a wife, even though she was not in evidence in this hemisphere, might be a help in one sense. It would put all thought of a tender wish on his part out of Sue's mind, and make her intercourse with him free and fearless. It was with some heartache that he saw how little he cared for the freedom and fearlessness that would result in her from such knowledge. Some little time before the date of this service in the cathedral, the pretty, liquid-eyed, light-footed young woman, Sue Bridehead, had an afternoon's holiday, and leaving the ecclesiastical establishment in which she not only assisted but lodged, took a walk in the country with a book in her hand. It was one of those cloudless days which sometimes occur in Wessex and elsewhere between days of cold and wet, as if intercalated by caprice of the weather god. She went along for a mile or two until she came to much higher ground than that of the city she had left behind her. The road passed between green fields, and coming to a stile, Sue paused there to finish the page she was reading, and then looked back at the towers and domes and pinnacles, new and old. On the other side of the stile, in the footpath, she beheld a foreigner with black hair and a sallow face, sitting on the grass beside a large square board whereon were fixed, as closely as they could stand, a number of plaster statuettes, some of them bronzed, which he was rearranging before proceeding with them on his way. They were in the main reduced copies of ancient marbles, and comprised divinities of a very different character from those the girl was accustomed to see portrayed, among them being a Venus of standard pattern, a Diana, and of the other sex, Apollo, Bacchus, and Mars. Though the figures were many yards away from her, the southwest sun brought them out so brilliantly against the green herbage that she could discern their contours with luminous distinctness, and being almost in a line between herself and the church towers of the city, they awoke in her an oddly foreign and contrasting set of ideas by comparison. The man rose, and seeing her, politely took off his cap, and cried, "E Magis," in an accent that agreed with his appearance. In a moment he dexterously lifted upon his knee the great board with its assembled notabilities divine and human, and raised it to the top of his head, bringing them on to her and resting the board on the stile. First he offered her his smaller wares, the busts of kings and queens, then a minstrel, then a winged Cupid. She shook her head. "How much are these two?" she said, touching with her finger the Venus and the Apollo, the largest figures on the tray. He said she should have them for 10 shillings. "I cannot afford that," said Sue. She offered considerably less, and to her surprise the image man drew them from their wire stay and handed them over the stile. She clasped them as treasures. When they were paid for and the man had gone, she began to be concerned as to what she should do with them. They seemed so very large now that they were in her possession, and so very naked. Being of a nervous temperament, she trembled at her enterprise. When she handled them, the white pipe clay came off on her gloves and jacket. After carrying them along a little way openly, an idea came to her, and pulling some huge burdock leaves, parsley, and other rank growths from the hedge, she wrapped up her burden as well as she could in these, so that what she carried appeared to be an enormous armful of green stuff gathered by a zealous lover of nature. "Well, anything is better than those everlasting church fallals," she said. But she was still in a trembling state, and seemed almost to wish she had not bought the figures. Occasionally peeping inside the leaves to see that Venus's arm was not broken, she entered with her heathen load into the most Christian city in the country by an obscure street running parallel to the main one, and round a corner to the side door of the establishment to which she was attached. Her purchases were taken straight up to her own chamber, and she at once attempted to lock them in a box that was her very own property, but finding them too cumbersome, she wrapped them in large sheets of brown paper and stood them on the floor in a corner. The mistress of the house, Miss Fontover, was an elderly lady in spectacles, dressed almost like an abbess, a dab at ritual, as becomes one of her business, and a worshipper at the ceremonial church of St. Silas, in the suburb of Beersheba before mentioned, which Jude also had begun to attend. She was the daughter of a clergyman in reduced circumstances, and at his death, which had occurred several years before this date, she boldly avoided penury by taking over a little shop of church requisites and developing it to its present creditable proportions. She wore a cross and beads round her neck as her only ornament, and knew the Christian year by heart. She now came to call Sue to tea, and finding that the girl did not respond for a moment, entered the room just as the other was hastily putting a string round each parcel. "Something you have been buying, Miss Bridehead?" she asked, regarding the enwrapped objects. "Yes, just something to ornament my room," said Sue. "Well, I should have thought I had put enough here already," said Miss Fontover, looking round at the Gothic framed prints of saints, the church text scrolls, and other articles, which, having become too stale to sell, have been used to furnish this obscure chamber. "What is it? How bulky!" She tore a little hole, about as big as a wafer, in the brown paper, and tried to peep in. "Why, statuary! 2 figures? Where did you get them?" "Oh, I bought them from a travelling man who sells casts." "2 saints?" "Yes." "What ones?" "St. Peter and St. Mary Magdalene." "Well, now come down to tea, and go and finish that organ text, if there's light enough afterwards." These little obstacles to the indulgence of what had been the merest passing fancy created in Sue a great zest for unpacking her objects and looking at them, and at bedtime, when she was sure of being undisturbed, she unrobed the divinities in comfort. Placing the pair of figures on the chest of drawers, a candle on each side of them, she withdrew to the bed, flung herself down thereon, and began reading a book she had taken from her box, which Miss Fontover knew nothing of. It was a volume of Gibbon, and she read the chapter dealing with the reign of Julian the Apostate. Occasionally she looked up at the statuettes, which appeared strange and out of place, there happening to be a Calvary print hanging between them, and as if the scene suggested the action, she at length jumped up and withdrew another book from her box, a volume of verse, and turned to the familiar poem, "Thou hast conquered, O pale Galilean, the world has grown grey from thy breath," which she read to the end. Presently she put out the candles, undressed, and finally extinguished her own light. She was of an age which usually sleeps soundly, yet tonight she kept waking up, and every time she opened her eyes there was enough diffused light from the street to show her the white plaster figures standing on the chest of drawers in odd contrast to their environment of text and martyr, and the Gothic framed crucifix picture that was only discernible now as a Latin cross, the figure thereon being obscured by the shades. On one of these occasions the church clock struck some small hour. It fell upon the ears of another person who sat bending over his books at a not very distant spot in the same city. Being Saturday night, the morrow was one on which Jude had not set his alarm clock to call him at his usually early time, and hence he had stayed up, as was his custom, 2 or 3 hours later than he could afford to do on any other day of the week. Just then he was earnestly reading from his Griesbach's text. At the very time that Sue was tossing and staring at her figures, the policemen and belated citizens passing along under his window might have heard, if they had stood still, strange syllables mumbled with fervour within, words that had for Jude an indescribable enchantment, inexplicable sounds, something like these: Alhemin hes theos ho pater, ex huta panta, kai hemes es auton, till the sounds rolled with reverent loudness, as a book was heard to close. Kai hes kurios Jesus Christos, di huta panta, kai hemes di autu. End of chapter 3.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Book the Second, Chapter 4. He was a handy man at his trade, an all-around man, as artisans in country towns are apt to be. In London, the man who carves the boss or knob of leafage declines to cut the fragment of moulding which merges in that leafage, as if it were a degradation to do the second half of one whole. When there was not much Gothic moulding for Jude to run, or much window tracery on the bankers, he would go out lettering monuments or tombstones, and take a pleasure in the change of handiwork. The next time that he saw her was when he was on a ladder executing a job of this sort inside one of the churches. There was a short morning service, and when the parson entered, Jude came down from his ladder and sat with the half-dozen people forming the congregation till the prayer should be ended, and he could resume his tapping. He did not observe till the service was half over that one of the women was Sue, who had perforce accompanied the elderly Miss Fontover thither. Jude sat watching her pretty shoulders, her easy, curiously nonchalant risings and sittings, and her perfunctory genuflections, and thought what a help such an Anglican would have been to him in happier circumstances. It was not so much his anxiety to get on with his work that made him go up to it immediately the worshippers began to take their leave. It was that he dared not, in this holy spot, confront the woman who was beginning to influence him in such an indescribable manner. Those three enormous reasons why he must not attempt intimate acquaintance with Sue Bridehead, now that his interest in her had shown itself to be unmistakably of a sexual kind, loomed as stubbornly as ever. But it was also obvious that man could not live by work alone, that the particular man Jude, at any rate, wanted something to love. Some men would have rushed incontinently to her, snatched the pleasure of easy friendship which she could hardly refuse, and have left the rest to chance. But not so Jude, at first. But as the days, and still more particularly the lonely evenings, dragged along, he found himself, to his moral consternation, to be thinking more of her instead of thinking less of her, and experiencing a fearful bliss in doing what was erratic, informal, and unexpected. Surrounded by her influence all day, walking past the spots she frequented, he was always thinking of her, and was obliged to own to himself that his conscience was likely to be the loser in this battle. To be sure, she was almost an ideality to him still. Perhaps to know her would be to cure himself of this unexpected and unauthorized passion. A voice whispered that, though he desired to know her, he did not desire to be cured. There was not the least doubt that from his own orthodox point of view the situation was growing immoral. For Sue to be the loved one of a man who was licensed by the laws of his country to love Arabella, and none other unto his life's end, was a pretty bad second beginning when the man was bent on such a course as Jude proposed. This conviction was so real with him that one day when, as was frequent, he was at work in a neighboring village church alone, he felt it to be his duty to pray against his weakness. But much as he wished to be an exemplar in these things, he could not get on. It was quite impossible, he found, to ask to be delivered from temptation when your heart's desire was to be tempted unto 70 times 7. So he excused himself. After all, he said, it is not altogether an erotolepsy that is the matter with me, as at that first time I can see that she is exceptionally bright, and it is partly a wish for intellectual sympathy and a craving for loving kindness in my solitude. Thus he went on adoring her, fearing to realize that it was human perversity. For whatever Sue's virtues, talents, or ecclesiastical saturation, it was certain that those items were not at all the cause of his affection for her. On an afternoon at this time, a young girl entered the stonemason's yard with some hesitation, and lifting her skirts to avoid draggling them in the white dust, crossed towards the office. "That's a nice girl," said one of the men known as Uncle Joe. "Who is she?" asked another. "I don't know. I've seen her about here and there." "Why, yes, she's the daughter of that clever chap Bridehead who did all the wrought ironwork at St. Silas's 10 years ago, and went away to London afterwards. I don't know what he's doing now, not much, I fancy, as she's come back here." Meanwhile, the young woman had knocked at the office door and asked if Mr. Jude Fawley was at work in the yard. It so happened that Jude had gone out somewhere or other that afternoon, which information she received with a look of disappointment, and went away immediately. When Jude returned, they told him and described her, whereupon he exclaimed, "Why, that's my cousin Sue!" He looked along the street after her, but she was out of sight. He had no longer any thought of a conscientious avoidance of her, and resolved to call upon her that very evening. And when he reached his lodging, he found a note from her, a first note, one of those documents which, simple and commonplace in themselves, are seen retrospectively to have been pregnant with impassioned consequences. The very unconsciousness of a looming drama which is shown in such innocent first epistles from women to men, or vice versa, makes them, when such a drama follows, and they are read over by the purple or lurid light of it, all the more impressive, solemn, and in cases terrible. Sue's was of a most artless and natural kind. She addressed him as her dear cousin Jude, said that she only just learnt by the merest accident that he was living in Christminster, and reproached him with not letting her know. They might have had such nice times together, she said, for she was thrown much upon herself, and had hardly any congenial friend. But now there was every probability of her soon going away, so that the chance of companionship would be lost perhaps forever. A cold sweat overspread Jude at the news that she was going away. That was a contingency he had never thought of, and it spurred him to write all the more quickly to her. He would meet her that very evening, he said, 1 hour from the time of writing, at the cross in the pavement which marked the spot of martyrdoms. When he had dispatched the note by a boy, he regretted that in his hurry he should have suggested to her to meet him out of doors, when he might have said he would call upon her. It was, in fact, the country custom to meet thus, and nothing else had occurred to him. Arabella had been met in the same way, unfortunately, and it might not seem respectable to a dear girl like Sue. However, it could not be helped now, and he moved towards the point a few minutes before the hour, under the glimmer of the newly lighted lamps. The broad street was silent and almost deserted, although it was not late. He saw a figure on the other side, which turned out to be hers, and they both converged towards the cross-mark at the same moment. Before either had reached it, she called out to him, "I'm not going to meet you just there for the first time in my life. Come further on." The voice, though positive and silvery, had been tremulous. They walked on in parallel lines, and waiting her pleasure, Jude watched till she showed signs of closing in, when he did likewise, the place being where the carrier's cart stood in the daytime, though there was none on the spot then. "I'm sorry that I asked you to meet me and didn't call," began Jude with the bashfulness of a lover, "but I thought it would save time if we were going to walk." "Oh, I don't mind that," she said with the freedom of a friend. "I have really no place to ask anybody into. What I meant was that the place you chose was so horrid. I suppose I ought not to say horrid. I mean gloomy and inauspicious in its associations. But isn't it funny to begin like this, when I don't know you yet?" She looked him up and down curiously, though Jude did not look much at her. "You seem to know me more than I know you," she added. "Yes, I have seen you now and then." "And you knew who I was and didn't speak? And now I am going away." "Yes, that's unfortunate. I have hardly any other friend. I have, indeed, one very old friend here somewhere, but I don't quite like to call on him just yet. I wonder if you know anything of him, Mr. Phillotson? A parson somewhere about the country, I think he is." "No, I only know of one Mr. Phillotson. He lives a little way out in the country at Lumsden. He's a village schoolmaster." "Ah, I wonder if he's the same. Surely it is impossible. Only a schoolmaster still? Do you know his Christian name? Is it Richard?" "Yes, it is. I've directed books to him, though I've never seen him." "Then he couldn't do it." Jude's countenance fell, for how could he succeed in an enterprise wherein the great Phillotson had failed? He would have had a day of despair if the news had not arrived during his sweet Sue's presence, but even at this moment he had visions of how Phillotson's failure in the grand university scheme would depress him when she had gone. "As we're going to take a walk, suppose we go and call upon him," said Jude suddenly. "It is not late." She agreed, and they went along up a hill, and through some prettily wooded country. Presently the embattled tower and square turret of the church rose into the sky, and then the schoolhouse. They inquired of a person in the street if Mr. Phillotson was likely to be at home, and were informed that he was always at home. A knock brought him to the schoolhouse door, with a candle in his hand and a look of inquiry on his face, which had grown thin and careworn since Jude last set eyes on him. That after all these years the meeting with Mr. Phillotson should be of this homely complexion destroyed at one stroke the halo which had surrounded the schoolmaster's figure in Jude's imagination ever since their parting. It created in him at the same time a sympathy with Phillotson as an obviously much chastened and disappointed man. Jude told him his name, and said he had come to see him as an old friend who had been kind to him in his youthful days. "I don't remember you in the least," said the schoolmaster thoughtfully. "You were one of my pupils, you say?" "Yes, no doubt. but they number so many thousands by this time of my life, and have naturally changed so much, that I remember very few except the quite recent ones." "It was out at Marygreen," said Jude, wishing he had not come. "Yes, I was there a short time. And this is an old pupil too?" "No, that's my cousin. I wrote to you for some grammars, if you recollect, and you sent them?" "Ah, yes, I do dimly recall that incident." "It was very kind of you to do it, and it was you who first started me on that course. On the morning you left Marygreen, when your goods were on the wagon, you wished me good-bye, and said your scheme was to be a university man and enter the church, that a degree was the necessary hallmark of one who wanted to do anything as a theologian or teacher. I remember I thought all that privately, but I wonder I did not keep my own counsel. The idea was given up years ago." "I have never forgotten it. It was that which brought me to this part of the country, and out here to see you to-night." "Come in," said Phillotson, "and your cousin, too." They entered the parlor of the schoolhouse, where there was a lamp with a paper shade which threw the light down on 3 or 4 books. Phillotson took it off so that they could see each other better, and the rays fell on the nervous little face and vivacious dark eyes and hair of Sue, on the earnest features of her cousin, and on the schoolmaster's own maturer face and figure, showing him to be a spare and thoughtful personage of 45, with a thin-lipped, somewhat refined mouth, a slightly stooping habit, and a black frock-coat, which from continued friction shone a little at the shoulder-blades, the middle of the back, and the elbows. The old friendship was imperceptibly renewed, the schoolmaster speaking of his experiences and the cousins of theirs. He told them that he still thought of the church sometimes, and that though he could not enter it as he had intended to in former years, he might enter it as a licentiate. Meanwhile, he said, he was comfortable in his present position, though he was in want of a pupil-teacher. They did not stay to supper, Sue having to be indoors before it grew late, and the road was retraced to Christminster. Though they had talked of nothing more than general subjects, Jude was surprised to find what a revelation of woman his cousin was to him. She was so vibrant that everything she did seemed to have its source in feeling. An exciting thought would make her walk ahead so fast that he could hardly keep up with her, and her sensitiveness on some points was such that it might have been misread as vanity. It was with heart-sickness he perceived that, while her sentiments toward him were those of the frankest friendliness only, he loved her more than before coming acquainted with her, and the gloom of the walk home lay not in the night overhead, but in the thought of her departure. "Why must you leave Christminster?" he said regretfully. "How can you do otherwise than cling to a city in whose history such men as Newman, Pusey, Ward, Keble loom so large?" "Yes, they do, though how large do they loom in the history of the world? What a funny reason for caring to stay! I should never have thought of it." She laughed. "Well, I must go," she continued. "Miss Fontover, one of the partners whom I serve, is offended with me, and I with her, and it is best to go." "How did that happen?" "She broke some statuary of mine." "Oh, wilfully?" "Yes, she found it in my room, and though it was my property, she threw it on the floor and stamped on it, because it was not according to her taste, and ground the arms and the head of one of the figures all to bits with her heel, a horrid thing." "Too Catholic apostolic for her, I suppose?" "No doubt she called them popish images, and talked of the invocation of saints." No, she didn't do that. She saw the matter quite differently." "Ah, then I am surprised." "Yes, it was for quite some other reason that she didn't like my patron saints. So I was led to retort upon her, and the end of it was that I resolved not to stay, but to get into an occupation in which I shall be more independent." "Why don't you try teaching again? You once did, I heard." "I never thought of resuming it, for I was getting on as an art designer." "Do let me ask Mr. Phillotson to let you try your hand in his school. If you like it and go to a training college and become a first-class certified mistress, you get twice as large an income as any designer or church artist, and twice as much freedom." "Well, ask him. Now I must go in. Good-bye, dear Jude. I am so glad we have met at last. We needn't quarrel because our parents did, need we?" Jude did not like to let her see quite how much he agreed with her, and went his way to the remote street in which he had his lodging. To keep Sue Bridehead near him was now a desire which operated without regard of consequences, and the next evening he again set out for Lumsden, fearing to trust to the persuasive effects of a note only. The schoolmaster was unprepared for such a proposal. "What I rather wanted was a second year's transfer, as it is called," he said. "Of course, your cousin would do, personally, but she has had no experience." "Oh, she has she? Does she really think of adopting teaching as a profession?" Jude said she was disposed to do so, he thought, and his ingenious arguments on her natural fitness for assisting Mr. Phillotson, of which Jude knew nothing whatever, so influenced the schoolmaster that he said he would engage her, assuring Jude as a friend that unless his cousin really meant to follow on in the same course, and regarded this step as the first stage of an apprenticeship, of which her training in a normal school should be the second stage, her time would be wasted quite, the salary being merely nominal. The day after this visit, Phillotson received a letter from Jude, containing the information that he had again consulted his cousin, who took more and more warmly to the idea of tuition, and that she had agreed to come. It did not occur for a moment to the schoolmaster and recluse that Jude's ardor in promoting the arrangement arose from any other feelings towards Sue than the instinct of cooperation common among members of the same family. End of Chapter 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 2, Chapter 5. The schoolmaster sat in his homely dwelling attached to the school, both being modern erections, and he looked across the way at the old house in which his teacher Sue had a lodging. The arrangement had been concluded very quickly. A pupil teacher who was to have been transferred to Mr. Phillotson's school had failed him, and Sue had been taken as a stopgap. All such provisional arrangements as these could only last till the next annual visit of Her Majesty's inspector, whose approval was necessary to make them permanent. Having taught for some 2 years in London, though she had abandoned that vocation of late, Miss Bridehead was not exactly a novice, and Phillotson thought there would be no difficulty in retaining her services, which he already wished to do, although she had only been with him 3 or 4 weeks. He had found her quite as bright as Jude had described her, and what master tradesman does not wish to keep an apprentice who saves him half his labor? It was a little over 8:30 o'clock in the morning, and he was waiting to see her cross the road to the school, when he would follow. At 20 minutes to 9 she did cross, a light hat tossed on her head, and he watched her as a curiosity. A new emanation, which had nothing to do with her skill as a teacher, seemed to surround her this morning. He went to the school also, and Sue remained governing her class at the other end of the room all day under his eye. She certainly was an excellent teacher. It was part of his duty to give her private lessons in the evening, and some article in the code made it necessary that a respectable elderly woman should be present at these lessons when the teacher and the taught were of different sexes. Richard Phillotson thought of the absurdity of the regulation in this case when he was old enough to be the girl's father, but he faithfully acted up to it, and sat down with her in a room where Mrs. Hawes, the widow at whose house Sue lodged, occupied herself with sewing. The regulation was, indeed, not easy to evade, for there was no other sitting room in the dwelling. Sometimes, as she figured, it was arithmetic that they were working at, she would involuntarily glance up with a little inquiring smile at him, as if she assumed that, being the master, he must perceive all that was passing in her brain as right or wrong. Phillotson was not really thinking of the arithmetic at all, but of her, in a novel way which somehow seemed strange to him as preceptor. Perhaps she knew that he was thinking of her thus. For a few weeks their work had gone on with a monotony which in itself was a delight to him. Then it happened that the children were to be taken to Christminster to see an itinerant exhibition in the shape of a model of Jerusalem, to which schools were admitted at a penny a head in the interest of education. They marched along the road 2 and 2, she beside her class with her simple cotton sunshade, her little thumb cocked up against its stem, and Phillotson behind in his long dangling coat, handling his walking-stick genteelly, in the musing mood which had come over him since her arrival. The afternoon was one of sun and dust, and when they entered the exhibition room few people were present but themselves. The model of the ancient city stood in the middle of the apartment, and the proprietor, with a fine religious philanthropy written on his features, walked round it with a pointer in his hand, showing the young people the various quarters and places known to them by name from reading their Bibles: Mount Moriah, the Valley of Jehoshaphat, the city of Zion, the walls and the gates, outside one of which there was a large mound like a tumulus, and on the mound a little white cross. The spot, he said, was Calvary. "I think," said Sue to the schoolmaster, as she stood with him a little in the background, "that this model, elaborate as it is a very imaginary production. How does anybody know that Jerusalem was like this in the time of Christ? I am sure this man doesn't." "It is made after the best conjectural maps, based on actual visits to the city as it now exists." "I fancy we have had enough of Jerusalem," she said, "considering we are not descended from the Jews. There was nothing first-rate about the place, or people, after all, as there was about Athens, Rome, Alexandria, and other old cities." "But, my dear girl, consider what it is to us." She was silent, for she was easily repressed, and then perceived behind the group of children clustered round the model a young man in a white flannel jacket, his form being bent so low in his intent inspection of the valley of Jehoshaphat that his face was almost hidden from view by the Mount of Olives. "Look at your cousin Jude," continued the schoolmaster. "He doesn't think we have had enough of Jerusalem." "Ah, I didn't see him," she cried in her quick, light voice. "Jude, how seriously you are going into it." Jude started up from his reverie and saw her. "Oh, Sue," he said, with a glad flush of embarrassment. "These are your school children, of course. I saw that schools were admitted in the afternoons and thought you might come, but I got so deeply interested that I didn't remember where I was. How it carries one back, doesn't it? I could examine it for hours, but I have only a few minutes, unfortunately, for I am in the middle of a job out here." "Your cousin is so terribly clever that she criticizes it unmercifully," said Phillotson with good-humored satire. "She is quite skeptical as to its correctness." "No, Mr. Phillotson, I am not, altogether. I hate to be what is called a clever girl. There are too many of that sort now," answered Sue sensitively. "I only meant, I don't know what I meant, except that it was what you don't understand." "I know your meaning," said Jude ardently, although he did not, "and I think you are quite right." "That's a good Jude. I know you believe in me." She impulsively seized his hand, and leaving a reproachful look on the schoolmaster, turned away to Jude, her voice revealing a tremor which she herself felt to be absurdly uncalled for by sarcasm so gentle. She had not the least conception how the hearts of the twain went out to her at this momentary revelation of feeling, and what a complication she was building up thereby in the futures of both. The model wore too much of an educational aspect for the children not to tire of it soon, and a little later in the afternoon they were all marched back to Lumsden, Jude returning to his work. He watched the juvenile flock in their clean frocks and pinafores, filing down the street towards the country beside Phillotson and Sue, and a sad, dissatisfied sense of being out of the scheme of the latter's lives had possession of him. Phillotson had invited him to walk out and see them on Friday evening, when there would be no lessons to give to Sue, and Jude had eagerly promised to avail himself of the opportunity. Meanwhile, the scholars and teachers moved homewards, and the next day, on looking at the blackboard in Sue's class, Phillotson was surprised to find upon it, skillfully drawn in chalk, a perspective view of Jerusalem with every building shown in its place. "I thought you took no interest in the model and hardly looked at it," he said. "I hardly did," said she, "but I remembered that much of it." "It is more than I remembered myself." Her Majesty's school inspector was at that time paying surprise visits in this neighborhood to test the teaching unawares, and 2 days later, in the middle of the morning lessons, the latch of the door was softly lifted, and in walked my gentleman, the king of terrors, to pupil teachers. To Mr. Phillotson the surprise was not great. Like the lady in the story, he had been played that trick too many times to be unprepared. But Sue's class was at the further end of the room, and her back was towards the entrance. The inspector therefore came and stood behind her and watched her teaching some half-minute before she became aware of his presence. She turned and realized that an oft-dreaded moment had come. The effect upon her timidity was such that she uttered a cry of fright. Phillotson, with a strange instinct of solicitude quite beyond his control, was at her side just in time to prevent her falling from faintness. She soon recovered herself and laughed, but when the inspector had gone there was a reaction, and she was so white that Phillotson took her into his room and gave her some brandy to bring her round. She found him holding her hand. "You ought to have told me," she gasped petulantly, "that one of the inspector's surprise visits was imminent. Oh, what shall I do? Now he'll write and tell the managers that I am no good, and I shall be disgraced forever." "He won't do that, my dear girl. You are the best teacher ever I had. He looked so gently at her that she was moved, and regretted that she had upbraided him. When she was better, she went home. Jude, in the meantime, had been waiting impatiently for Friday. On both Wednesday and Thursday he had been so much under the influence of his desire to see her that he walked after dark some distance along the road in the direction of the village, and, on returning to his room to read, found himself quite unable to concentrate his mind on the page. On Friday, as soon as he had got himself up as he thought Sue would like to see him, and made a hasty tea, he set out, notwithstanding that the evening was wet. The trees overhead deepened the gloom of the hour, and they dripped sadly upon him, impressing him with forebodings, illogical forebodings, for though he knew that he loved her, he also knew that he could not be more to her than he was. On turning the corner and entering the village, the first sight that greeted his eyes was that of two figures under one umbrella coming out of the vicarage gate. He was too far back for them to notice him, but he knew at a moment that they were Sue and Phillotson. The latter was holding the umbrella over her head, and they had evidently been paying a visit to the vicar, probably on some business connected with the schoolwork. And as they walked along the wet and deserted lane, Jude saw Phillotson place his arm round the girl's waist, whereupon she gently removed it, but he replaced it, and she let it remain, looking quickly round her with an air of misgiving. She did not look absolutely behind her, and therefore did not see Jude, who sank into the hedge like one struck with a blight. There he remained hidden till they had reached Sue's cottage and she had passed in, Phillotson going on to the school hard by. "Oh, he's too old for her, too old!" cried Jude in all the terrible sickness of hopeless, handicapped love. He could not interfere. Was he not Arabella's? He was unable to go on further, and retraced his steps towards Christminster. Every tread of his feet seemed to say to him that he must on no account stand in the schoolmaster's way with Sue. Phillotson was perhaps 20 years her senior, but many a happy marriage had been made in such conditions of age. The ironical clinch to his sorrow was given by the thought that the intimacy between his cousin and the schoolmaster had been brought about entirely by himself. End of Chapter 5.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 2, Chapter 6. Jude's old and embittered aunt lay unwell at Marygreen, and on the following Sunday he went to see her, a visit which was the result of a victorious struggle against his inclination to turn aside to the village of Lumsden and obtain a miserable interview with his cousin, in which the word nearest his heart could not be spoken, and the sight which had tortured him could not be revealed. His aunt was now unable to leave her bed, and a great part of Jude's short day was occupied in making arrangements for her comfort. The little bakery business had been sold to a neighbor, and with the proceeds of this and her savings, she was comfortably supplied with necessaries and more, a widow of the same village living with her and ministering to her wants. It was not till the time had nearly come for him to leave that he obtained a quiet talk with her, and his words tended insensibly towards his cousin. "Was Sue born here?" "She was. In this room. They were living here at that time. What made ye ask that?" "Oh, I wanted to know." "Now you've been seeing her," said the harsh old woman. "And what did I tell ye?" "Well, that I was not to see her." "Have you gossiped with her?" "Yes." "Then don't keep it up. She was brought up by her father to hate her mother's family, and she'll look with no favour upon a working chap like you. A townish girl as she's become by now, I never cared much about her. A pert little thing, that's what she was too often, with her tight strained nerves. Many's the time I've smacked her for her impertinence. Why, one day when she was walking into the pond with her shoes and stockings off, and her petticoats pulled above her knees, afore I could cry out for shame, she said, 'Move on, auntie. This is no sight for modest eyes.' She was a child then. She was 12 if a day. Well, of course, but now she's older, she's of a thoughtful, quivering, tender nature, and as sensitive as— "Jude!" cried his aunt, springing up in bed. "Don't you be a fool about her." No, of course not. Your marrying that woman, Arabella, was about as bad a thing as a man could possibly do for himself by trying hard. But she's gone to the other side of the world, and Med never trouble you again. And there'll be a worse thing if you, tied and bound as you be, should have a fancy for Sue. If your cousin is civil to you, take her civility for what it is worth. But anything more than a relation's good wishes, it is stark madness for 'ee to give her. If she's townish and wanton, it med bring 'ee to ruin. Don't say anything against her, aunt. Don't, please." A relief was afforded to him by the entry of the companion and nurse of his aunt, who must have been listening to the conversation, for she began a commentary on past years, introducing Sue Bridehead as a character in her recollections. She described what an odd little maid Sue had been when a pupil at the village school across the green opposite, before her father went to London. How, when the vicar arranged readings and recitations, she appeared on the platform, the smallest of them all, in her little white frock and shoes and pink sash, and how she recited Excelsior. There was a sound of revelry by night, and The Raven. How during the delivery she would knit her little brows and glare round tragically, and say to the empty air, as if some real creature stood there, "Ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore, tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." "She'd bring up the nasty carrion bird that clear," corroborated the sick woman reluctantly, "as she stood there in her little sash and things, that you could see 'en almost before your very eyes. You too, Jude, had the same trick as a child of seeming to see things in the air." The neighbor told also of Sue's accomplishments in other kinds. "She was not exactly a tomboy, you know, but she could do things that only boys do as a rule. I've seen her hit in and steer down the long slide on yonder pond with her little curls blowing, one of a file of 20, moving along against the sky like shapes painted on glass, and up the backslide without stopping. All boys except herself. And then they'd cheer her, and then she'd say, 'Don't be saucy, boys,' and suddenly run indoors. They'd try to coax her out again, but it wouldn't come." These retrospective visions of Sue only made Jude the more miserable that he was unable to woo her, and he left the cottage of his aunt that day with a heavy heart. He would fain have glanced into the school to see the room in which Sue's little figure had so glorified itself, but he checked his desire and went on. It being Sunday evening, some villagers who had known him during his residence here were standing in a group in their best clothes. Jude was startled by a salute from one of them. "You've got there right enough, then." Jude showed that he did not understand. "Why, to the seat of Larnen, the city of light you used to talk to us about as a little boy. Is it all you had expected of it?" "Yes, more," cried Jude. "When I was there once for an hour, I didn't see much in it for my part. Old crumble buildings, half church, half almshouse, and not much going on at that." "You're wrong, John. There is more going on than meets the eye of a man walking through the streets. It is a unique center of thought and religion, the intellectual and spiritual granary of this country. All that silence and absence of goings-on is the stillness of infinite motion, the sleep of the spinning-top, to borrow the simile of a well-known writer." "Oh, well, it med be that, or it med not. As I say, I didn't see nothing of it the hour or two I was there, so I went in and had a pot of beer, a penny loaf, and half'orth's cheese, and waited till it was time to come along home. You've joined a college by this time, I suppose?" "Ah, no," said Jude. "I'm almost as far off as that as ever." "How so?" Jude slapped his pocket. Just what we thought. Such places be not for such as you, only for them with plenty of money." "There you are wrong," said Jude, with some bitterness. "They are for such ones." Still, the remark was sufficient to withdraw Jude's attention from the imaginative world he had lately inhabited, in which an abstract figure, more or less himself, was steeping his mind in a sublimation of the arts and sciences, and making his calling and election sure to a seat in the paradise of the learned. He was set regarding his prospects in a cold northern light. He had lately felt that he could not quite satisfy himself in his Greek, in the Greek of the dramatists particularly. So fatigued was he sometimes after his day's work that he could not maintain the critical attention necessary for thorough application. He felt that he wanted a coach, a friend at his elbow to tell him in a moment what sometimes would occupy him a weary month in extracting from unanticipative, clumsy books. It was decidedly necessary to consider facts a little more closely than he had done of late. What was the good, after all, of using up his spare hours in a vague labor called private study, without giving an outlook on practicabilities? "I ought to have thought of this before," he said as he journeyed back. "It would have been better never to have embarked in this scheme at all than to do it without seeing clearly where I am going, or what I am aiming at. This hovering outside the walls of colleges, as if expecting some arm to be stretched out from them to lift me inside, won't do. I must get special information." The next week, accordingly, he sought it. What at first seemed an opportunity occurred one afternoon, when he saw an elderly gentleman, who had been pointed out as the head of a particular college, walking in the public path of a park-like enclosure near the spot at which Jude chanced to be sitting. The gentleman came nearer, and Jude looked anxiously at his face. It seemed benign, considerate, yet rather reserved. On second thoughts, Jude felt that he could not go up and address him, but he was sufficiently influenced by the incident to think what a wise thing it would be for him to state his difficulties by letter to some of the best and most judicious of these old masters, and obtain their advice. During the next week or two, he accordingly placed himself in such positions about the city as would afford him glimpses of several of the most distinguished among the provosts, wardens, and other heads of houses. And from those he ultimately selected 5, whose physiognomies seemed to say to him that they were appreciative and far-seeing men. To these 5 he addressed letters, briefly stating his difficulties and asking their opinion on his stranded situation. When the letters were posted, Jude mentally began to criticize them. He wished they had not been sent. "It is just one of those intrusive, vulgar, pushing applications which are so common in these days," he thought. "Why couldn't I know better than address utter strangers in such a way? I may be an impostor, an idle scamp, a man with a bad character, for all that they know to the contrary. Perhaps that's what I am." Nevertheless, he found himself clinging to the hope of some reply as to his one last chance of redemption. He waited day after day, saying that it was perfectly absurd to expect, yet expecting. While he waited, he was suddenly stirred by news about Phillotson. Phillotson was giving up the school near Christminster for a larger one further south, in mid-Wessex. What this meant, how it would affect his cousin, whether, as seemed possible, it was a practical move of the schoolmasters towards a larger income, in view of a provision for 2 instead of 1, he would not allow himself to say. And the tender relations between Phillotson and the young girl of whom Jude was passionately enamored effectually made it repugnant to Jude's tastes to apply to Phillotson for advice on his own scheme. Meanwhile, the academic dignitaries to whom Jude had written vouchsafed no answer, and the young man was thus thrown back entirely on himself, as formerly, with the added gloom of a weakened hope. By indirect inquiries he soon perceived clearly what he had long uneasily suspected, that to qualify himself for certain open scholarships and exhibitions was the only brilliant course. But to do this a good deal of coaching would be necessary, and much natural ability. It was next to impossible that a man reading on his own system, however widely and thoroughly, even over the prolonged period of 10 years, should be able to compete with those who had passed their lives under trained teachers and had worked to ordained lines. The other course, that of buying himself in, so to speak, seemed the only one really open to men like him, the difficulty being simply of a material kind. With the help of his information he began to reckon the extent of this material obstacle, and ascertained to his dismay that at the rate at which, with the best of fortune, he would be able to save money, 15 years must elapse before he could be in a position to forward testimonials to the head of a college and advance to a matriculation examination. The undertaking was hopeless. He saw what a curious and cunning glamour the neighborhood of the place had exercised over him. To get there and live there, to move among the churches and halls and become imbued with the genius loci, had seemed to his dreaming youth, as the spot shaped its charms to him from its halo on the horizon, the obvious and ideal thing to do. "Let me only get there," he had said with the fatuousness of Crusoe over his big boat, "and the rest is but a matter of time and energy." It would have been far better for him in every way if he had never come within sight and sound of the delusive precincts, had gone to some busy commercial town with the sole object of making money by his wits, and thence surveyed his plan in true perspective. Well, all that was clear to him amounted to this, that the whole scheme had burst up, like an iridescent soap bubble, under the touch of a reasoned inquiry. He looked back at himself along the vista of his past years, and his thought was akin to Heine's. Above the youth's inspired and flashing eyes, I see the motley mocking fool's cap rise. Fortunately, he had not been allowed to bring his disappointment into his dear Sue's life by involving her in this collapse, and the painful details of his awakening to a sense of his limitations should now be spared her as far as possible. After all, she had only known a little part of the miserable struggle in which he had engaged, thus unequipped, poor, and unforeseeing. He always remembered the appearance of the afternoon on which he awoke from his dream. Not quite knowing what to do with himself, he went up to an octagonal chamber in the lantern of a singularly built theatre that was set amidst this quaint and singular city. It had windows all round, from which an outlook over the whole town and its edifices could be gained. Jude's eyes swept all the views in succession, meditatively, mournfully, yet sturdily. Those buildings and their associations and privileges were not for him. From the looming roof of the great library, into which he hardly ever had time to enter, his gaze travelled on to the varied spires, halls, gables, streets, chapels, gardens, quadrangles, which composed the ensemble of this unrivalled panorama. He saw that his destiny lay not with these, but among the manual toilers in the shabby purlieu which he himself occupied, unrecognized as part of the city at all by its visitors and panegyrists, yet without whose denizens the hard readers could not read, nor the high thinkers live. He looked over the town into the country beyond, to the trees which screened her, whose presence had at first been the support of his heart, and whose loss was now a maddening torture. But for this blow he might have borne with his fate. With Sue as companion he could have renounced his ambitions with a smile. Without her, it was inevitable that the reaction from the long strain to which he had subjected himself should affect him disastrously. Phillotson had no doubt passed through a similar intellectual disappointment to that which now enveloped him, but the schoolmaster had been since blessed with the consolation of sweet Sue, while for him there was no consoler. Descending to the streets, he went listlessly along till he arrived at an inn, and entered it. Here he drank several glasses of beer in rapid succession, and when he came out it was night. By the light of the flickering lamps he rambled home to supper, and had not long been sitting at table when his landlady brought up a letter that had just arrived for him. she laid it down as if impressed, with a sense of its possible importance, and on looking at it, Jude perceived that it bore the embossed stamp of one of the colleges whose heads he had addressed. "One! At last!" cried Jude. The communication was brief and not exactly what he had expected, though it really was from the master in person. It ran thus: Biblio College. Sir, I have read your letter with interest, and, judging from your description of yourself as a working man, I venture to think that you will have a much better chance of success in life by remaining in your own sphere and sticking to your trade than by adopting any other course. That, therefore, is what I advise you to do. Yours faithfully, T. Titouphane. To Mr. J. Fawley, stonemason. This terribly sensible advice exasperated Jude. He had known all that before. He knew it was true. Yet it seemed a hard slap after 10 years of labor, and its effect upon him just now was to make him rise recklessly from the table, and instead of reading as usual, to go downstairs and into the street. He stood at a bar and tossed off 2 or 3 glasses, then unconsciously sauntered along till he came to a spot called the Four Ways, in the middle of the city, gazing abstractedly at the groups of people like one in a trance, till, coming to himself, he began talking to a policeman fixed there. That officer yawned, stretched out his elbows, elevated himself 1.5 inches on the balls of his toes, smiled, and looking humorously at Jude, said, "You've had a wet, young man." "No, I've only begun," he replied cynically. Whatever his wetness, his brains were dry enough. He only heard in part the policeman's further remarks, having fallen into thought on what struggling people like himself had stood at that crossway, whom nobody ever thought of now. It had more history than the oldest college in the city. It was literally teeming, stratified with the shades of human groups, who had met there for tragedy, comedy, farce, real enactments of the intensest kind. At Four Ways, the man had stood and talked of Napoleon, the loss of America, the execution of King Charles, the burning of the martyrs, the Crusades, the Norman conquest, possibly of the arrival of Caesar. Here the two sexes had met for loving, hating, coupling, parting, had waited, had suffered for each other, had triumphed over each other, cursed each other in jealousy, blessed each other in forgiveness. He began to see that the town life was a book of humanity infinitely more palpitating, varied, and compendious than the gown life. These struggling men and women before him were the reality of Christminster, though they knew little of Christ or Minster. That was one of the humorous of things. The floating population of students and teachers who did know both in a way were not Christminster in a local sense at all. He looked at his watch, and, in pursuit of this idea, he went on, till he came to a public hall, where a promenade concert was in progress. Jude entered and found the room full of shop youths and girls, soldiers, apprentices, boys of 11 smoking cigarettes, and light women of the more respectable and amateur class. He had tapped the real Christminster life. A band was playing, and the crowd walked about and jostled each other, and every now and then a man got upon a platform and sang a comic song. The spirit of Sue seemed to hover round him and prevent his flirting and drinking with the frolicsome girls who made advances, wistful to gain a little joy. At 10 o'clock he came away, choosing a circuitous route homeward to pass the gates of the college whose head had just sent him the note. The gates were shut, and by an impulse he took from his pocket the lump of chalk, which, as a workman, he usually carried there, and wrote along the wall, "I have understanding as well as you. I am not inferior to you. Yea, who knoweth not such things as these?" Job chapter 12, verse 3. End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 2, Chapter 7. The stroke of scorn relieved his mind, and the next morning he laughed at his self-conceit. But the laugh was not a healthy one. He reread the letter from the master, and the wisdom in its lines, which had at first exasperated him, chilled and depressed him now. He saw himself as a fool indeed. Deprived of the objects of both intellect and emotion, he could not proceed to his work. Whenever he felt reconciled to his fate as a student, there came to disturb his calm his hopeless relations with Sue. That the one fine soul he had ever met was lost to him through his marriage returned upon him with cruel persistency, till, unable to bear it longer, he again rushed for distraction to the real Christminster life. He now sought it out in an obscure and low-ceiled tavern, up a court which was well known to certain worthies of the place, and in brighter times would have interested him simply by its quaintness. Here he sat more or less all the day, convinced that he was at bottom a vicious character, of whom it was hopeless to expect anything. In the evening the frequenters of the house dropped in one by one, Jude still retaining his seat in the corner, though his money was all spent, and he had not eaten anything the whole day except a biscuit. He surveyed his gathering companions with all the equanimity and philosophy of a man who has been drinking long and slowly, and made friends with several, to wit, Tinker Tailor, a decayed church ironmonger who appeared to have been of a religious turn in earlier years, but was somewhat blasphemous now. Also a red-nosed auctioneer, also 2 Gothic masons like himself, called Uncle Jim and Uncle Joe. There were present, too, some clerks, and a gown and surplice maker's assistant, 2 ladies who sported moral characters of various depths of shade, according to their company, nicknamed Bower o' Bliss and Freckles, some horsey men in the know of betting circles, a travelling actor from the theatre, and 2 devil-may-care young men who proved to be gownless undergraduates. They had slipped in by stealth to meet a man about bullpups, and stayed to drink and smoke short pipes with the racing gents aforesaid, looking at their watches every now and then. The conversation waxed general. Christminster society was criticized, the dons, magistrates, and other people in authority being sincerely pitied for their shortcomings, while opinions on how they ought to conduct themselves and their affairs to be properly respected were exchanged in a large-minded and disinterested manner. Jude Fawley, with the self-conceit, effrontery, and aplomb of a strong-brained fellow in liquor, threw in his remarks somewhat peremptorily, and his aims having been what they were for so many years, everything the other said turned upon his tongue, by a sort of mechanical craze, to the subject of scholarship and study, the extent of his own learning being dwelt upon with an insistence that would have appeared pitiable to himself in his sane hours. "I don't care a damn," he was saying, "for any provost, warden, principal, fellow, or cursed master of arts in the university. What I know is that I'd lick 'em on their own ground if they'd give me a chance, and show 'em a few things they are not up to yet." "Hear, hear," said the undergraduates from the corner, where they were talking privately about the pups. "You always fond of books, I've heard," said Tinker Tailor, "and I don't doubt what you state. Now with me 'twas different. I always saw there was more to be learnt outside a book than in, and I took my steps accordingly, or I shouldn't have been the man I am." "You aim at the church, I believe," said Uncle Joe. "If you are such a scholar as to pitch your hopes so high as that, why not give us a specimen of your scholarships? Canst say the creed in Latin, man? That was how they once put it to a chap down in my country." "I should think so," said Jude haughtily. "Not he, like his conceit," screamed one of the ladies. "Just you shut up, Bower Bliss," said one of the undergraduates. "Silence!" He drank off the spirits in his tumbler, rapped it on the counter, and announced, "The gentleman in the corner is going to rehearse the articles of his belief in the Latin tongue for the edification of the company." "I won't," said Jude. "Yes, have a try," said the surplice maker. "You can't," said Uncle Joe. "Yes, he can," said Tinker Tailor. "I'll swear I can," said Jude. "Well, come now, stand me a small Scotch cold, and I'll do it straight off." "That's a fair offer," said the undergraduate, throwing down the money for the whiskey. The barmaid concocted the mixture with the bearing of a person compelled to live amongst animals of an inferior species, and the glass was handed across to Jude, who, having drunk the contents, stood up and began rhetorically, without hesitation, Credo in unum Deum, Patrum omnipotentem, factorum coeli et terrae, visibilium omnium et invisibilium. Good, excellent Latin, cried one of the undergraduates, who, however, had not the slightest conception of a single word. A silence reigned among the rest in the bar, and the maid stood still, Jude's voice echoing sonorously into the inner parlour, where the landlord was dozing, and bringing him out to see what was going on. Jude had declaimed steadily ahead, and was continuing. Crucifixus etiam pro nobis, sub Pontio Pilato passus, et sepultus est, et resurrexit tertia Dei secundum scripturis. That's the Nicene, sneered the second undergraduate, and we wanted the apostles. You didn't say so, and every fool knows, except you, that the Nicene is the most historic creed. Let him go on, said the auctioneer. But Jude's mind seemed to grow confused soon, and he could not get on. He put his hand to his forehead, and his face assumed an expression of pain. Give him another glass, then he'll fetch up and get through it, said Tinker Tailor. Somebody threw down 3p. The glass was handed. Jude stretched out his arm for it without looking, and having swallowed the liquor, went on in a moment in a revived voice, raising it as he neared the end with the manner of a priest leading a congregation, Et in spiritum sanctum dominum et vivicantem, qui et patre filioque procedet, qui cum patre et filio simul adorator et conglorificator, qui locutus est per prophetas, et unam catholicam et apostolicam ecclesiam, confiteor unum baptisma in remissionem peccatorum, et expecto resurrectionem mortuorum, et vitam venturi seculi. Amen. Well done, said several, enjoying the last word as being the first and only one they had recognized. Then Jude seemed to shake the fumes from his brain as he started round upon them. You pack of fools, he cried. Which one of you knows whether I have said it or no? It might have been the rat-catcher's daughter in double Dutch for all that your besotted heads can tell. See what I have brought myself to, the crew I have come among. The landlord, who had already had his license endorsed for harboring queer characters, feared a riot, and came outside the counter. But Jude, in his sudden flash of reason, had turned in disgust and left the scene, the door slamming with a dull thud behind him. He hastened down the lane and round into the straight broad street, which he followed till it merged in the highway, and all sound of his late companions had been left behind. Onward he still went, under the influence of a childlike yearning for the one being in the world to whom it seemed possible to fly, an unreasoning desire whose ill judgment was not apparent to him now. In the course of an hour, when it was between 10 and 11 o'clock, he entered the village of Lumsden, and reaching the cottage, saw that a light was burning in a downstairs room, which he assumed, rightly as it happened, to be hers. Jude stepped close to the wall and tapped with his finger on the pane, saying impatiently, Sue! Sue! She must have recognized his voice, for the light disappeared from the apartment, and in a second or two the door was unlocked and opened, and Sue appeared, with a candle in her hand. Is it Jude? Yes, it is. My dear, dear cousin, what's the matter? Oh, I couldn't help coming, Sue, said he, sinking down upon the doorstep. I am so wicked, Sue. My heart is nearly broken, and I could not bear my life as it was. So I have been drinking, and blaspheming, or next door to it, and saying holy things in disreputable quarters, repeating in idle bravado words which ought never to be uttered but reverently. Oh, do anything with me, Sue. Kill me, I don't care. Only don't hate me, and don't despise me, like all the rest of the world. You are ill, poor dear. No, I won't despise you. Of course I won't. Come in and rest, and let me see what I can do for you. Now lean on me, and don't mind. With one hand holding the candle, and the other supporting him, she led him indoors and placed him in the only easy chair the meagerly furnished house afforded, stretching his feet upon another and pulling off his boots. Jude, now getting towards his sober senses, could only say, "Dear, dear Sue," in a voice broken by grief and contrition. She asked him if he wanted anything to eat, but he shook his head. Then, telling him to go to sleep, and that she would come down early in the morning and get him some breakfast, she bade him good night and ascended the stairs. Almost immediately he fell into a heavy slumber and did not wake till dawn. At first he did not know where he was, but by degrees his situation cleared to him, and he beheld it in all the ghastliness of a right mind. She knew the worst of him, the very worst. How could he face her now? She would soon be coming down to see about breakfast, as she had said, and there would he be in all his shame confronting her. He could not bear the thought, and softly drawing on his boots, and taking his hat from the nail on which she had hung it, he slipped noiselessly out of the house. His fixed idea was to get away to some obscure spot and hide, and perhaps pray, and the only spot which occurred to him was Marygreen. He called at his lodging in Christminster, where he found awaiting him a note of dismissal from his employer, and having packed up, he turned his back upon the city that had been such a thorn in his side, and struck southward into Wessex. He had no money left in his pocket, his small savings deposited at one of the banks in Christminster having fortunately been left untouched. To get to Marygreen, therefore, his only course was walking, and the distance being nearly 20 miles, he had ample time to complete on the way the sobering process begun in him. At some hour of the evening he reached Alfredston. Here he pawned his waistcoat, and having gone out of the town a mile or two, slept under a rick that night. At dawn he rose, shook off the hayseeds and stems from his clothes, and started again, breasting the long white road up the hill to the downs, which had been visible to him a long way off, and passing the milestone at the top, whereon he had carved his hopes years ago. He reached the ancient hamlet while the people were at breakfast. Weary and mud-bespattered, but quite possessed of his ordinary clearness of brain, he sat down by the well, thinking as he did so what a poor Christ he made. Seeing a trough of water near, he bathed his face, and went on to the cottage of his great-aunt, whom he found breakfasting in bed, attended by the woman who lived with her. "What, out of work?" asked his relative, regarding him through eyes sunken deep, under lids heavy as pot-covers, no other cause for his tumbled appearance suggesting itself to one whose whole life had been a struggle with material things. "Yes," said Jude heavily, "I think I must have a little rest." Refreshed by some breakfast, he went up to his old room and lay down in his shirt-sleeves, after the manner of the artisan. He fell asleep for a short while, and when he awoke, it was as if he had awakened in hell. It was hell, the hell of conscious failure. Both in ambition and in love, he thought of that previous abyss into which he had fallen before leaving this part of the country, the deepest deep he had supposed it then, but it was not so deep as this. That had been the breaking in of the outer bulwarks of his hope. This was of his second line. If he had been a woman, he must have screamed under the nervous tension which he was now undergoing, but that relief being denied to his virility, he clenched his teeth in misery, bringing lines about his mouth, like those in the Laocoon, and corrugations between his brows. A mournful wind blew through the trees, and sounded in the chimney like the pedal notes of an organ. Each ivy leaf overgrowing the wall of the churchless churchyard hard by, now abandoned, pecked its neighbour smartly, and the vane on the new Victorian Gothic church in the new spot had already begun to creak. Yet apparently it was not always the outdoor wind that made the deep murmurs. It was a voice. He guessed its origin in a moment or two. The curate was praying with his aunt in the adjoining room. He remembered her speaking of him. Presently the sound ceased, and a step seemed to cross the landing. Jude sat up and shouted, "Hoy!" The step made for his door, which was open, and a man looked in. It was a young clergyman. "I think you are Mr. Highridge," said Jude. "My aunt has mentioned you more than once." "Well, here I am, just come home. A fellow gone to the bad, though I had the best intentions in the world at one time. Now I am melancholy mad, what with drinking and one thing and another." Slowly Jude unfolded to the curate his late plans and movements, by an unconscious bias, dwelling less upon the intellectual and ambitious side of his dream, and more upon the theological, though this had, up till now, been merely a portion of the general plan of advancement. "Now I know I have been a fool, and that folly is with me," added Jude in conclusion, "and I don't regret the collapse of my university hopes one jot. I wouldn't begin again if I were sure to succeed. I don't care for social success any more at all. But I do feel I should like to do some good thing, and I bitterly regret the church and the loss of my chance of being her ordained minister." The curate, who was a new man to this neighborhood, had grown deeply interested, and at last he said, "If you feel a real call to the ministry, and I won't say from your conversation that you do not, for it is that of a thoughtful and educated man, you might enter the church as a licentiate. Only you must make up your mind to avoid strong drink." "I could avoid that easily enough, if I had any kind of hope to support me." End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling. www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy, Part 3rd, at Melchester, Chapter 1. For there was no other girl, O bridegroom, like her. Sappho, H.T. Wharton, 1. It was a new idea, the ecclesiastical and altruistic life, as distinct from the intellectual and emulative life. A man could preach and do good to his fellow creatures without taking double firsts in the schools of Christminster, or having anything but ordinary knowledge. The old fancy, which had led on to the culminating vision of the bishopric, had not been an ethical or theological enthusiasm at all, but a mundane ambition masquerading in a surplice. He feared that his whole scheme had degenerated to, even though it might not have originated in, a social unrest which had no foundation in the nobler instincts, which was purely an artificial product of civilization. There were thousands of young men on the same self-seeking track at the present moment. The sensual hind who ate, drank, and lived carelessly with his wife through the days of his vanity was a more likable being than he. But to enter the church in such an unscholarly way that he could not in any probability rise to a higher grade through all his career than that of the humble curate wearing his life out in an obscure village or city slum, that might have a touch of goodness and greatness in it. That might be true religion, and a purgatorial course worthy of being followed by a remorseful man. The favorable light in which this new thought showed itself by contrast with his foregone intentions cheered Jude as he sat there shabby and lonely, and it may be said to have given, during the next few days, the coup de grace to his intellectual career, a career which had extended over the greater part of a dozen years. He did nothing, however, for some long stagnant time to advance his new desire, occupying himself with little local jobs and putting up and lettering headstones about the neighboring villages, and submitting to be regarded as a social failure, a return purchase, by the half-dozen or so farmers and other country people who condescended to nod to him. The human interest of the new intention, and a human interest is indispensable to the most spiritual and self-sacrificing, was created by a letter from Sue bearing a fresh postmark. She evidently wrote with anxiety, and told very little about her own doings, more than that she had passed some sort of examination for a Queen's scholarship, and was going to enter a training college at Melchester to complete herself for the vocation she had chosen, partly by his influence. There was a theological college at Melchester. Melchester was a quiet and soothing place, almost entirely ecclesiastical in its tone, a spot where worldly learning and intellectual smartness had no establishment, where the altruistic feeling that he did possess would perhaps be more highly estimated than a brilliancy which he did not. As it would be necessary that he should continue for a time to work at his trade while reading up divinity, which he had neglected at Christminster for the ordinary classical grind, what better course for him than to get employment at the further city and pursue this plan of reading? That his excessive human interest in the new place was entirely of Sue's making while at the same time Sue was to be regarded even less than formerly as property created, had an ethical contradictoriness to which he was not blind. But that much he conceded to human frailty, and hoped to learn to love her only as a friend and kinswoman. He considered that he might so mark out his coming years as to begin his ministry at the age of 30, an age which much attracted him as being that of his exemplar when he first began to teach in Galilee. This would allow him plenty of time for deliberate study, and for acquiring capital by his trade to help his after course of keeping the necessary terms at a theological college. Christmas had come and passed, and Sue had gone over to the Melchester Normal School. The time was just the worst in the year for Jude to get into new employment, and he had written suggesting to her that he should postpone his arrival for a month or so till the days had lengthened. She had acquiesced so readily that he wished he had not proposed it. She evidently did not much care about him, though she had never once reproached him for his strange conduct in coming to her that night, and his silent disappearance. Neither had she ever said a word about her relations with Mr. Phillotson. Suddenly, however, quite a passionate letter arrived from Sue. She was quite lonely and miserable, she told him. She hated the place she was in. It was worse than the ecclesiastical designers, worse than anywhere. She felt utterly friendless. Could he come immediately? Though when he did come, she would only be able to see him at limited times, the rules of the establishment she found herself in being strict to a degree. It was Mr. Phillotson who advised her to come there, and she wished she had never listened to him. Phillotson's suit was not exactly prospering, evidently, and Jude felt unreasonably glad. He packed up his things and went to Melchester with a lighter heart than he had known for months. This being the turning over a new leaf, he duly looked about for a temperance hotel, and found a little establishment of that description in the street leading from the station. When he had had something to eat, he walked out into the dull winter light over the town bridge, and turned the corner towards the close. The day was foggy, and standing under the walls of the most graceful architectural pile in England, he paused and looked up. The lofty building was visible as far as the roof ridge. Above, the dwindling spire rose more and more remotely, till its apex was quite lost in the mist drifting across it. The lamps now began to be lighted, and turning to the west front, he walked around. He took it as a good omen that numerous blocks of stone were lying about, which signified that the cathedral was undergoing restoration or repair to a considerable extent. It seemed to him, full of the superstitions of his beliefs, that this was an exercise of forethought on the part of a ruling power, that he might find plenty to do in the art he practiced, while waiting for a call to higher labors. Then a wave of warmth came over him as he thought of how near he stood to the bright-eyed, vivacious girl with the broad forehead and pile of dark hair above it. The girl with a kindling glance, daringly soft at times, something like that of the girls he had seen in engravings from paintings of the Spanish school. She was here, actually in this close, in one of the houses confronting this very west facade. He went down the broad gravel path towards the building. It was an ancient edifice of the 15th century, once a palace, now a training school, with mullioned and transomed windows, and a courtyard in front shut in from the road by a wall. Jude opened the gate and went up to the door, through which, on inquiring for his cousin, he was gingerly admitted to a waiting room, and in a few minutes she came. Though she had been here such a short while, she was not as he had seen her last. All her bounding manner was gone. Her curves of motion had become subdued lines. The screens and subtleties of convention had likewise disappeared. Yet neither was she quite the woman who had written the letter that summoned him. That had plainly been dashed off on an impulse, which second thoughts had somewhat regretted, thoughts that were possibly of his recent self-disgrace. Jude was quite overcome with emotion. "You don't think me a demoralized wretch for coming to you as I was, and going so shamefully, Sue?" "Oh, I have tried not to. You said enough to let me know what had caused it. I hope I shall never have any doubt of your worthiness, my poor Jude, and I am glad you have come." She wore a murrey-colored gown with a little lace collar. It was made quite plain, and hung about her slight figure with clinging gracefulness. Her hair, which formerly she had worn according to the custom of the day, was now twisted up tightly, and she had altogether the air of a woman clipped and pruned by severe discipline, an under brightness shining through from the depths which that discipline had not yet been able to reach. She had come forward prettily, but Jude felt that she had hardly expected him to kiss her, as he was burning to do, under other colours than those of cousinship. He could not perceive the least sign that Sue regarded him as a lover, or ever would do so, now that she knew the worst of him, even if he had the right to behave as one, and this helped on his growing resolve to tell her of his matrimonial entanglement, which he had put off doing from time to time in sheer dread of losing the bliss of her company. Sue came out into the town with him, and they walked and talked with tongues centered only on the passing moments. Jude said he would like to buy her a little present of some sort, and then she confessed, with something of shame, that she was dreadfully hungry. They were kept on very short allowances in the college, and a dinner, tea, and supper all in one was a present she most desired in the world. Jude thereupon took her to an inn and ordered whatever the house afforded, which was not much. The place, however, gave them a delightful opportunity for a tete-a-tete, nobody else being in the room, and they talked freely. She told him about the school as it was at that date, and the rough living and the mixed character of her fellow students, gathered together from all parts of the diocese, and how she had to get up and work by gaslight in the early morning, with all the bitterness of a young person to whom restraint was new. To all this he listened, but it was not what he wanted especially to know. Her relations with Phillotson. That was what she did not tell. When they had sat and eaten, Jude impulsively placed his hand upon hers. She looked up and smiled, and took his quite freely into her own little soft one, dividing his fingers and coolly examining them, as if they were the fingers of a glove she was purchasing. "Your hands are rather rough, Jude, aren't they?" she said. "Yes. So would yours be if they held a mallet and chisel all day." "I don't dislike it, you know. I think it is noble to see a man's hands subdued to what he works in. Well, I'm rather glad I came to this training school after all. See how independent I shall be after 2 years' training. I shall pass pretty high, I expect, and Mr. Phillotson will use his influence to get me a big school." She had touched the subject at last. I had a suspicion, a fear," said Jude, "that he cared about you rather warmly, and perhaps wanted to marry you." "Now, don't be such a silly boy." "He has said something about it, I expect." "If he had, what would it matter? An old man like him?" "Oh, come, Sue, he's not so very old, and I know what I saw him doing." "Not kissing me, that I am certain." "No, but putting his arm around your waist." I remember. But I didn't know he was going to." "You are wriggling out of it, Sue, and it isn't quite kind." Her ever-sensitive lip began to quiver, and her eye to blink at something this reproof was deciding her to say. "I know you'll be angry if I tell you everything, and that's why I don't want to." "Very well then, dear," he said soothingly. "I have no real right to ask you, and I don't wish to know." "I shall tell you," said she, with the perverseness that was part of her. "This is what I have done. I have promised that I will marry him when I come out of the training school 2 years hence, and have got my certificate. His plan being that we shall then take a large double school in a great town, he the boys, and I the girls, as married school teachers often do, and make a good income between us." "Oh, Sue." "But of course it is right. You couldn't have done better." He glanced at her, and their eyes met, the reproach in his own belying his words. Then he drew his hand quite away from hers, and turned his face in estrangement from her to the window. Sue regarded him passively without moving. "I knew you would be angry," she said with an air of no emotion whatever. "Very well, I am wrong, I suppose. I ought not to have let you come to see me. We had better not meet again, and will only correspond at long intervals on purely business matters." This was just the thing he would not be able to bear, as she probably knew, and it brought him round at once. "Oh, yes, we will," he said quickly. "Your being engaged can make no difference to me whatever. I have a perfect right to see you when I want to, and I shall." "Then don't let's talk of it any more. It is quite spoiling our evening together. What does it matter about what one is going to do 2 years hence?" She was something of a riddle to him, and he let the subject drift away. "Shall we go and sit in the cathedral?" he asked, when their meal was finished. "Cathedral? Yes. Though I think I'd rather sit in the railway station," she answered, a remnant of vexation still in her voice. "That's the centre of the town life now. The cathedral has had its day. How modern you are. So would you be if you had lived so much in the Middle Ages as I have done these last few years. The cathedral was a very good place 4 or 5 centuries ago, but it is played out now. I am not modern either. I am more ancient than medievalism, if you only knew. Jude looked distressed. There, I won't say any more of that, she cried. Only you don't know how bad I am from your point of view, or you wouldn't have think so much of me or care whether I was engaged or not. Now there's just time for us to walk around the close. Then I must go in, or I shall be locked out for the night. He took her to the gate and they parted. Jude had a conviction that his unhappy visit to her on that sad night had precipitated this marriage engagement, and it did anything but add to his happiness. Her reproach had taken that shape then, and not the shape of words. However, next day he set about seeking employment, which was not so easy to get as at Christminster, there being, as a rule, less stone-cutting in progress in this quiet city, and hands being mostly permanent. But he edged himself in by degrees. His first work was done carving at the cemetery on the hill, and ultimately he became engaged on the labor he most desired, the cathedral repairs, which were very extensive, the whole interior stonework having been overhauled to be largely replaced by new. It might be a labor of years to get it all done, and he had confidence enough in his own skill with the mallet and chisel to feel that it would be a matter of choice with himself how long he would stay. The lodgings he took near the close gate would not have disgraced a curate, the rent representing a higher percentage on his wages than mechanics of any sort usually care to pay. His combined bed and sitting room was furnished with framed photographs of the rectories and deaneries at which his landlady had lived as a trusted servant in her time, and the parlour downstairs bore a clock on the mantelpiece inscribed to the effect that it was presented to the same serious-minded woman by her fellow servants on the occasion of her marriage. Jude added to the furniture of his room by unpacking photographs of the ecclesiastical carvings and monuments that he had executed with his own hands, and he was deemed a satisfactory acquisition as a tenant of the vacant apartment. He found an ample supply of theological books in the city bookshops, and with these his studies were recommenced in a different spirit and direction than his former course. As a relaxation from the Fathers and such stock works as Paley and Butler, he read Newman, Pusey, and many other modern lights. He hired a harmonium, set it up in his lodging, and practiced chants thereon, single and double. End of Part 3rd, Chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling, www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy, Part 3rd, at Melchester, Chapter 2. Tomorrow is our grand day, you know. Where shall we go? I shall have leave from 3 until 9. Wherever we can go and come back from in that time. Not ruins, Jude. I don't care for them. Well, Ward or Castle, and then we can do Fonthill if we like, all in the same afternoon. Wardour is Gothic ruins, and I hate Gothic. No, quite otherwise. It is a classic building. Corinthian, I think, with a lot of pictures. Oh, that will do. I like the sound of Corinthian. We'll go. Their conversation had run thus some few weeks later, and next morning they prepared to start. Every detail of the outing was a facet reflecting a sparkle to Jude, and he did not venture to meditate on the life of inconsistency he was leading. His Sue's conduct was one lovely conundrum to him. He could say no more. There duly came the charm of calling at the college door for her, her emergence in a nun-like simplicity of costume that was rather enforced than desired, the traipsing along to the station, the porter's "by your leave," the screaming of the trains, everything formed the basis of a beautiful crystallization. Nobody stared at Sue because she was so plainly dressed, which comforted Jude in the thought that only himself knew the charms those habiliments subdued. A matter of £10 spent in a drapery shop, which had no connection with her real life or her real self, would have set all Melchester staring. The guard of the train thought they were lovers and put them into a compartment all by themselves. "That's a good intention wasted," said she. Jude did not respond. He thought the remark unnecessarily cruel, and partly untrue. They reached the park and castle and wandered through the picture galleries, Jude stopping by preference in front of the devotional pictures by Del Sarto, Guido Reni, Spagnoletto, Sassoferrato, Carlo Dolci, and others. Sue paused patiently beside him and stole critical looks into his face as, regarding the virgins, holy families, and saints, it grew reverent and abstracted. When she had thoroughly estimated him at this, she would move on and wait for him before a Lely or Reynolds. It was evident that her cousin deeply interested her, as one might be interested in a man puzzling out his way along a labyrinth from which one had oneself escaped. When they came out, a long time still remained to them, and Jude proposed that as soon as they had had something to eat they should walk across the high country to the north of their present position, and intercept the train of another railway leading back to Melchester, at a station about 7 miles off. Sue, who was inclined for any adventure that would intensify the sense of her day's freedom, readily agreed, and away they went, leaving the adjoining station behind them. It was indeed open country, wide and high. They talked and bounded on, Jude cutting from a little covert a long walking stick for Sue as tall as herself, with a great crook, which made her look like a shepherdess. About halfway on their journey they crossed a main road running due east and west, the old road from London to Land's End. They paused, and looked up and down it for a moment, and remarked upon the desolation which had come over this once lively thoroughfare, while the wind dipped to the earth, and scooped straws and hay stems from the ground. They crossed the road and passed on, but during the next half-mile Sue seemed to grow tired, and Jude began to be distressed for her. They had walked a good distance altogether, and if they could not reach the other station it would be rather awkward. For a long time there was no cottage visible on the wide expanse of down and turnip land, but presently they came to a sheepfold, and next to the shepherd pitching hurdles. He told them that the only house near was his mother's and his, pointing to a little dip ahead from which a faint blue smoke arose, and recommended them to go on and rest there. This they did, and entered the house, admitted by an old woman without a single tooth, to whom they were as civil as strangers can be when their only chance of rest and shelter lies in the favour of the householder. "A nice little cottage," said Jude. "Oh, I don't know about the niceness. I shall have to thatch it soon, and where the thatch is to come from I can't tell, for straw do get that dear, that 'twill soon be cheaper to cover your house with chimney plates than with thatch." They sat resting, and the shepherd came in. "Don't 'ee mind I," he said, with a deprecating wave of the hand. "Bide here as long as you will, but mid you be thinking of getting back to Melchester tonight by train? Because you'll never do it in this world, since you don't know the lie of the country. I don't mind going with ye some of the ways, but even then the train mid be gone." They started up. "You can bide here, you know, over the night, can't 'em, mother? The place is welcome to ye. 'Tis hard lying, rather, but volk may do worse." He turned to Jude and asked privately, "Be you a married couple?" "No," said Jude. "Oh, I meant nothing, Bidey. Not I. Well, then, she can go into mother's room, and you and I can lie in the outer chimney after they've gone through. I can call ye soon enough to catch the first train back. You've lost this one now." On consideration, they decided to close with his offer, and drew up and shared with the shepherd and his mother the boiled bacon and greens for supper. "I rather like this," said Sue, when their entertainers were clearing away the dishes. "Outside all laws except gravitation and germination." "You only think you like it. You don't. You are quite a product of civilization," said Jude, a recollection of her engagement reviving his soreness a little. "Indeed I am not, Jude. I like reading and all that, but I crave to get back to the life of my infancy and its freedom." "Do you remember it so well? You seem to me to have nothing unconventional at all about you." "Oh, haven't I? You don't know what's inside me." "What?" "The Ishmaelite." "An urban miss is what you are." She looked severe disagreement, and turned away. The shepherd aroused them the next morning, as he had said. It was bright and clear, and the 4 miles to the train were accomplished pleasantly. When they had reached Melchester, and walked to the close, and the gables of the old building in which she was again to be immured rose before Sue's eyes, she looked a little scared. "I expect I shall catch it," she murmured. They rang the great bell and waited. "Oh, I brought something for you which I had nearly forgotten," she said quickly, searching in her pocket. "It is a new little photograph of me. Would you like it?" "Would I?" He took it gladly, and the porter came. There seemed to be an ominous glance in his face when he opened the gate. She passed in, looking back at Jude, and waving her hand. End of Part 3rd, At Melchester, Chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling. www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 3rd, At Melchester, Chapter 3. The 70 young women, of ages varying in the main from 19 to 21, though several were older, who at this date filled the species of nunnery known as the training school at Melchester, formed a very mixed community, which included the daughters of mechanics, curates, surgeons, shopkeepers, farmers, dairymen, soldiers, sailors, and villagers. They sat in the large schoolroom of the establishment on the evening previously described, and word was passed round that Sue Bridehead had not come in at closing time. "She went out with her young man," said a second-year student who knew about young men, "and Miss Traceley saw her at the station with him. She'll have it hot when she does come." "She said he was her cousin," observed a youthful new girl. "That excuse has been made a little too often in this school to be effectual in saving our souls," said the head girl of the year, dryly. The fact was that, only 12 months before, there had occurred a lamentable seduction of one of the pupils who had made the same statement in order to gain meetings with her lover. The affair had created a scandal, and the management had consequently been rough on cousins ever since. At 9 o'clock the names were called, Sue's being pronounced 3 times sonorously by Miss Traceley, without eliciting an answer. At 9:15 the 70 stood up to sing the evening hymn, and then knelt down to prayers. After prayers they went in to supper, and every girl's thought was, "Where is Sue Bridehead?" Some of the students, who had seen Jude from the window, felt that they would not mind risking her punishment for the pleasure of being kissed by such a kindly-faced young man. Hardly one among them believed in the cousinship. Half an hour later they all lay in their cubicles, their tender feminine faces upturned to the flaring gas jets, which at intervals stretched down the long dormitories, every face bearing the legend, "The Weaker," upon it, as the penalty of the sex wherein they were moulded, which by no possible exertion of their willing hearts and abilities could be made strong while the inexorable laws of nature remain what they are. They formed a pretty, suggestive, pathetic sight, of whose pathos and beauty they were themselves unconscious, and would not discover till, amid the storms and strains of after years, with their injustice, loneliness, childbearing, and bereavement, their minds would revert to this experience as to something which had been allowed to slip past them, insufficiently regarded. One of the mistresses came in to turn out the lights, and before doing so gave a final glance at Sue's cot, which remained empty, and at her little dressing table at the foot, which, like all the rest, was ornamented with various girlish trifles, framed photographs being not the least conspicuous among them. Sue's table had a moderate show, 2 men in their filigree and velvet frames standing together beside her looking-glass. "Who are these men? Did she ever say?" asked the mistress. "Strictly speaking, relations' portraits only are allowed on these tables, you know." "One, the middle-aged man," said a student in the next bed, "is the schoolmaster she served under, Mr. Phillotson." "And the other, this undergraduate in cap and gown, who is he?" "Oh, he is a friend, or was. She has never told his name." "Was it either of these 2 who came for her?" "No." "You are sure 'twas not the undergraduate?" "Quite. He was a young man with a black beard." The lights were promptly extinguished, and till they fell asleep the girls indulged in conjectures about Sue, and wondered what games she had carried on in London and at Christminster before she came here, some of the more restless ones getting out of bed and looking from the mullioned windows at the vast west front of the cathedral opposite, and the spire rising behind it. When they awoke the next morning, they glanced into Sue's nook, to find it still without a tenant. After the early lessons by gaslight in half toilet, and when they had come up to dress for breakfast, the bell of the entrance gate was heard to ring loudly. The mistress of the dormitory went away, and presently came back to say that the principal's orders were that nobody was to speak to Bridehead without permission. When accordingly Sue came into the dormitory to hastily tidy herself, looking flushed and tired, she went to her cubicle in silence, none of them coming out to greet her or to make inquiry. When they had gone downstairs, they found that she did not follow them into the dining hall to breakfast, and they then learnt that she had been severely reprimanded and ordered to a solitary room for a week, there to be confined, and take her meals, and do all her reading. At this the 70 murmured, the sentence being, they thought, too severe. A round robin was prepared and sent in to the principal, asking for a remission of Sue's punishment. No notice was taken. Towards evening, when the geography mistress began dictating her subject, the girls in the class sat with folded arms. "You mean that you are not going to work?" said the mistress at last. "I may as well tell you that it has been ascertained that the young man Bridehead stayed out with was not her cousin, for the very good reason that she has no such relative. We have written to Christminster to ascertain." "We are willing to take her word," said the head girl. "This young man was discharged from his work at Christminster for drunkenness and blasphemy in public houses, and he has come here to live entirely to be near her." However, they remained stolid and motionless, and the mistress left the room to inquire from her superiors what was to be done. Presently, towards dusk, the pupils, as they sat, heard exclamations from the first-year's girls in an adjoining classroom, and one rushed in to say that Sue Bridehead had got out of the back window of the room in which she had been confined, escaped in the dark across the lawn, and disappeared. How she had managed to get out of the garden nobody could tell, as it was bounded by the river at the bottom, and the side door was locked. They went and looked at the empty room, the casement between the middle mullions of which stood open. The lawn was again searched with the lantern, every bush and shrub being examined, but she was nowhere hidden. Then the porter of the front gate was interrogated, and on reflection he said that he remembered hearing a sort of splashing in the stream at the back, but he had taken no notice, thinking some ducks had come down the river from above. "She must have walked through the river," said a mistress. "Or drowned it herself," said the porter. The mind of the matron was horrified, not so much at the possible death of Sue, as at the possible half-column detailing that event in all the newspapers, which, added to the scandal of the year before, would give the college an unenviable notoriety for many months to come. More lanterns were procured, and the river examined, and then at last, on the opposite shore, which was open to the field, some little boot tracks were discerned in the mud, which left no doubt that the too excitable girl had waded through a depth of water reaching nearly to her shoulders, for this was the chief river of the county, and was mentioned in all the geography books with respect. As Sue had not brought disgrace upon the school by drowning herself, the matron began to speak superciliously of her, and to express gladness that she was gone. On the self-same evening, Jude sat in his lodgings by the close gate. Often at this hour after dusk he would enter the silent close, and stand opposite the house that contained Sue, and watch the shadows of the girls' heads passing to and fro upon the blinds, and wish he had nothing else to do but to sit reading and learning all day what many of the thoughtless inmates despised. But tonight, having finished tea and brushed himself up, he was deep in the perusal of the 29th volume of Pusey's Library of the Fathers, a set of books which he had purchased of a second-hand dealer at a price that seemed to him to be one of miraculous cheapness for this invaluable work. He fancied he heard something rattle lightly against his window, and then he heard it again. Certainly someone had thrown gravel. He rose and gently lifted the sash. "Jude!" from below. "Sue!" "Yes, it is. Can I come up without being seen?" "Oh, yes." "Then don't come down. Shut the window." Jude waited, knowing that she could enter easily enough, the front door being opened merely by a knob which anybody could turn, as in most old country towns. He palpitated at the thought that she had fled to him in her trouble, as he had fled to her in his. What counterparts they were! He unlatched the door of his room, heard a stealthy rustle on the dark stairs, and in a moment she appeared in the light of his lamp. He went up to seize her hand, and found she was clammy as a marine deity, and that her clothes clung to her like the robes upon the figures in the Parthenon frieze. "I'm so cold," she said through her chattering teeth. "Can I come sit by your fire, Jude?" She crossed to his little grate and very little fire, but as the water dripped from her as she moved, the idea of drying herself was absurd. "Whatever have you done, darling?" he asked with alarm, the tender epithet slipping out unawares. Walked through the largest river in the county, that's what I've done. They locked me up for being out with you, and it seemed so unjust that I couldn't bear it, so I got out of the window and escaped across the stream." She had begun the explanation in her usual slightly independent tones, but before she had finished, the thin pink lips trembled, and she could hardly refrain from crying. "Dear Sue," he said, "you must take off all your things, and let me see. You must borrow some of the landlady. I'll ask her." "No, no, don't let her know, for God's sake. We are so near the school they'll come after me." "Then you must put on mine. You don't mind?" "Oh, no. My Sunday suit, you know. It is close here." In fact, everything was close and handy in Jude's single chamber, because there was not room for it to be otherwise. He opened a drawer, took out his best dark suit, and giving the garments a shake, said, "Now, how long shall I give you?" 10 minutes. Jude left the room and went into the street, where he walked up and down. A clock struck 7:30, and he returned. Sitting in his only armchair, he saw a slim and fragile being masquerading as himself on a Sunday, so pathetic in her defenselessness that his heart felt big with the sense of it. On 2 other chairs before the fire were her wet garments. She blushed as he sat down beside her, but only for a moment. "I suppose, Jude, it is odd that you should see me like this and all my things hanging there. Yet what nonsense! They are only a woman's clothes, sexless cloth and linen. I wish I didn't feel so ill and sick. Will you dry my clothes now? Please do, Jude. I'll get a lodging by and by. It's not late yet." "No, you shan't if you are ill. You must stay here. Dear, dear Sue, what can I get for you?" "I don't know. I can't help shivering. I wish I could get warm." Jude put on her his greatcoat in addition, and then ran out to the nearest public house, whence he returned with a little bottle in his hand. "Here's 6 of best brandy," he said. "Now you drink it, dear, all of it." "I can't out of the bottle, can I?" Jude fetched the glass from the dressing table and administered the spirit in some water. She gasped a little, but gulped it down, and lay back in the armchair. She then began to relate circumstantially her experiences since they had parted, but in the middle of her story her voice faltered, her head nodded, and she ceased. She was in a sound sleep. Jude, dying of anxiety lest she should have caught a chill which might permanently injure her, was glad to hear the regular breathing. He softly went nearer to her, and observed that a warm flush now rose to her hitherto blue cheeks, and felt that her hanging hand was no longer cold. Then he stood with his back to the fire regarding her, and saw in her almost a divinity. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling. www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 3, at Melchester, Chapter 4. Jude's reverie was interrupted by the creak of footsteps ascending the stairs. He whisked Sue's clothing from the chair where it was drying, thrust it under the bed, and sat down to his book. Somebody knocked and opened the door immediately. It was the landlady. "Oh, I didn't know whether you was in or not, Mr. Fawley. I wanted to know if you'd require supper. I see you've a young gentleman." "Yes, ma'am, but I think I won't come down tonight. Will you bring supper up on a tray, and I'll have a cup of tea as well." It was Jude's custom to go downstairs to the kitchen and eat his meals with the family to save trouble. His landlady brought up the supper, however, on this occasion, and he took it from her at the door. When she had descended, he set the teapot on the hob and drew out Sue's clothes anew, but they were far from dry. A thick woolen gown, he found, held a deal of water. So he hung them up again and enlarged his fire and mused as the steam from the garments went up the chimney. Suddenly she said, "Jude!" "Yes, all right. How do you feel now?" "Better. Quite well. Why, I fell asleep, didn't I? What time is it? Not late, surely?" "It is past 10. "Is it really? What shall I do?" she said, starting up. "Stay where you are." "Yes, that's what I want to do. But I don't know what they would say. And what will you do?" "I am going to sit here by the fire all night and read. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I haven't to go out anywhere. Perhaps you will be saved a severe illness by resting there." Don't be frightened. I'm all right. Look here what I've got for you, some supper. When she had sat upright, she breathed plaintively and said, I do feel rather weak still. I thought I was well, and I ought not to be here, ought I? But the supper fortified her somewhat, and when she had had some tea and had lain back again, she was bright and cheerful. The tea must have been green, or too long drawn, for she seemed preternaturally wakeful afterwards, though Jude, who had not taken any, began to feel heavy, till her conversation fixed his attention. You called me a creature of civilization or something, didn't you? She said, breaking a silence. It was very odd you should have done that. Why? Well, because it is provokingly wrong. I am a sort of negation of it. You are very philosophical. A negation is profound talking. Is it? Do I strike you as being learned? She asked with a touch of raillery. No, not learned. Only you don't talk quite like a girl. Well, a girl who has had no advantages. I have had advantages. I don't know Latin and Greek, though I know the grammars of those tongues. But I know most of the Greek and Latin classics through translations, and other books too. I read Lempriere, Catullus, Martial, Juvenal, Lucian, Beaumont, and Fletcher, Boccaccio, Scarron, de Brantome, Sterne, Defoe, Smollett, Fielding, Shakespeare, the Bible, and other such, and found that all interest in the unwholesome part of those books ended with its mystery. You have read more than I, he said, with a sigh. How came you to read some of those queerer ones? Well, she said thoughtfully, it was by accident. My life has been entirely shaped by what people call a peculiarity in me. I have no fear of men as such, nor of their books. I have mixed with them, one or two of them particularly, almost as one of their own sex. I mean, I have not felt about them as most women are taught to feel, to be on their guard against attacks on their virtue. For no average man, no man short of a sensual savage, will molest a woman by day or night, at home or abroad, unless she invites him. Until she says by a look, come on, he is always afraid to, and if you never say it or look it, he never comes. However, what I was going to say is that when I was 18, I formed a friendly intimacy with an undergraduate at Christminster, and he taught me a great deal, and lent me books which I should never have got a hold of otherwise. Is your friendship broken off? Oh, yes, he died, poor fellow, 2 or 3 years after he had taken his degree and left Christminster. You saw a good deal of him, I suppose? Yes, we used to go about together on walking tours, reading tours, and things of that sort, like two men almost. He asked me to live with him, and I agreed to by letter, but when I joined him in London, I found he meant a different thing from what I meant. He wanted me to be his mistress, in fact, but I wasn't in love with him, and on my saying I should go away if he didn't agree to my plan, he did so. We shared a sitting room for 15 months, and he became a leader writer for one of the great London dailies, till he was taken ill and had to go abroad. He said I was breaking his heart by holding out against him so long at such close quarters. He could never have believed it of woman. I might play that game once too often, he said. He came home merely to die. His death caused a terrible remorse in me for my cruelty, though I hope he died of consumption and not of me entirely. I went down to Sandbourne to his funeral, and was his only mourner. He left me a little money, because I broke his heart, I suppose. That's how men are, so much better than women. Good heavens, what did you do then? Ah, now you are angry with me, she said, a contralto note of tragedy coming suddenly into her silvery voice. I wouldn't have told you if I had known. No, I am not. Tell me all. Well, I invested the money, poor fellow, in a bubble scheme and lost it. I lived about London by myself for some time, and then I returned to Christminster, as my father, who was also in London, and had started as an art metal worker near Longacre, wouldn't have me back, and I got that occupation in the artist shop where you found me. I said you didn't know how bad I was. Jude looked around upon the armchair and its occupant, as if to read more carefully the creature he had given shelter to. His voice trembled as he said, However you have lived, Sue, I believe you are as innocent as you are unconventional. I am not particularly innocent, as you see, now that I have twitched the robe from that blank lay figure your fancy draped, said she with an ostensible sneer, though he could hear that she was brimming with tears. But I have never yielded myself to any lover, if that's what you mean. I have remained as I began. I quite believe you, but some women would not have remained as they began. Perhaps not. Better women would not. People say I must be cold-natured, sexless on account of it, but I won't have it. Some of the most passionately erotic poets have been the most self-contained in their daily lives. Have you told Mr. Phillotson about this university scholar friend? Yes, long ago. I have never made any secret of it to anybody. What did he say? He did not pass any criticism, only said I was everything to him, whatever I did, and things like that. Jude felt much depressed. She seemed to get further and further away from him with her strange ways and curious unconsciousness of gender. Aren't you really vexed with me, dear Jude? She suddenly asked, in a voice of such extraordinary tenderness that it hardly seemed to come from the same woman who had just told her story so lightly. I would rather offend anybody in the world than you, I think. I don't know whether I am vexed or not. I know I care very much about you. I care as much for you as for anybody I ever met. You don't care more? There, I ought not to say that. Don't answer it. There was another long silence. He felt that she was treating him cruelly, though he could not quite say in what way. Her very helplessness seemed to make her so much stronger than he. I am awfully ignorant on general matters, although I have worked so hard, he said, to turn the subject. I am absorbed in theology, you know. And what do you think I should be doing just about now if you weren't here? I should be saying my evening prayers. I suppose you wouldn't like... Oh, no, she answered. I would rather not, if you don't mind. I should seem such a hypocrite. I thought you wouldn't join, so I didn't propose it. You must remember that I hope to be a useful minister some day. To be ordained, I think you said? Yes. Then you haven't given up the idea? I thought that perhaps you had by this time. Of course not. I fondly thought at first that you felt as I do about that, as you were so mixed up in Christminster Anglicanism. And Mr. Phillotson... I have no respect for Christminster whatever, except in a qualified degree on its intellectual side, said Sue Bridehead earnestly. My friend I spoke of took that out of me. He was the most irreligious man I ever knew, and the most moral. And intellect at Christminster is new wine in old bottles. The medievalism of Christminster must go, to be sloughed off, or Christminster itself will have to go. To be sure, at times one couldn't help having a sneaking liking for the traditions of the old faith, as preserved by a section of the thinkers there in touching and simple sincerity. But when I was in my saddest, rightest mind, I always felt, oh, ghastly glories of saints, dead limbs of gibbeted gods. Sue, you are not a good friend of mine to talk like that. Oh, then I won't, dear Jude. The emotional throat note had come back, and she turned her face away. I still think Christminster has much that is glorious, though I was resentful because I couldn't get there. He spoke gently, and resisted his impulse to pique her on to tears. It is an ignorant place, except as to the townspeople, artisans, drunkards, and paupers, she said, perverse still at his differing from her. They see life as it is, of course, but few of the people in the colleges do. You prove it in your own person. You are one of the very men Christminster was intended for when the colleges were founded, a man with a passion for learning but no money or opportunities or friends, but you are elbowed off the pavement by the millionaire's sons. Well, I can do without what it confers. I care for something higher. And I for something broader, truer, she insisted. At present, intellect in Christminster is pushing one way, and religion the other, and so they stand stock still, like two rams butting each other. What would Mr. Phillotson... It is a place full of fetishists and ghost-seers. He noticed that whenever he tried to speak of the schoolmaster, she turned the conversation to some generalizations about the offending university. Jude was extremely, morbidly curious about her life as Phillotson's protege and betrothed, yet she would not enlighten him. Well, that's just what I am too, he said. I am fearful of life, spectre-seeing always. But you are good and dear, she murmured. His heart bumped, and he made no reply. You are in the Tractarian stage just now, are you not? She added, putting on flippancy to hide real feeling, a common trick with her. Let me see, when was I there? In the year 1800 and... There's a sarcasm in that which is rather unpleasant to me, Sue. Now will you do what I want you to? At this time I read a chapter and then say prayers as I told you. Now, will you concentrate your attention on any book of these you like, and sit with your back to me, and leave me to my custom? You are sure you won't join me? I'll look at you. No, don't tease, Sue. Very well, I'll do just as you bid me, and I won't vex you, Jude, she replied, in the tone of a child who was going to be good ever after, turning her back upon him accordingly. A small Bible, other than the one he was using, lay near her, and during his retreat she took it up and turned over the leaves. "Jude," she said brightly, when he had finished and come back to her, "will you let me make you a New Testament, like the one I made for myself at Christminster?" "Oh, yes. How was that made?" "I altered my old one by cutting up all the epistles and gospels into separate brochures, and rearranging them in chronological order as written, beginning the book with Thessalonians, following on with the epistles, and putting the gospels much farther on. Then I had the volume rebound. My university friend, but never mind his name, poor boy, said it was an excellent idea. I know that reading it afterwards made it twice as interesting as before, and twice as understandable." Said Jude, with a sense of sacrilege. "And what a literary enormity this is," she said, as she glanced into the pages of Solomon's Song. "I mean the synopsis at the head of each chapter explaining away the real nature of that rhapsody. You needn't be alarmed. Nobody claims inspiration for the chapter headings. Indeed, many divines treat them with contempt. It seems the drollest thing to think of the 24 elders, or bishops, or whatever number they were, sitting with long faces and writing down such stuff." Jude looked pained. "You are quite Voltairian," he murmured. "Indeed? Then I won't say any more, except that people have no right to falsify the Bible. I hate such humbug as could attempt to plaster over with ecclesiastical abstractions such ecstatic natural human love as lies in that great and passionate song." Her speech had grown spirited and almost petulant at his rebuke, and her eyes moist. "I wish I had a friend here to support me, but nobody is ever on my side." "But my dear Sue, my very dear Sue, I am not against you," he said, taking her hand, and surprised at her introducing personal feeling into a mere argument. "Yes, you are. Yes, you are," she cried, turning away her face that he might not see her brimming eyes. "You are on the side of the people in the training school. At least you seem almost to be. What I insist on is, that to explain such verses as this, 'Whither is thy beloved gone, O thou fairest among women?' by the note, 'The church professeth her faith,' is supremely ridiculous." "Well then, let it be. You make such a personal matter of everything. I am only too inclined just now to apply the words profanely. You know that you are fairest among women to me, come to that." "But you are not to say it now," Sue replied, her voice changing to its softest note of severity. Then their eyes met, and they shook hands like cronies in a tavern, and Jude saw the absurdity of quarrelling on such a hypothetical subject, and she the silliness of crying about what was written in an old book like the Bible. "I won't disturb your convictions, I really won't," she went on soothingly, for now he was rather more ruffled than she. "But I did want and long to ennoble some man to high aims, and when I saw you, and know you wanted to be my comrade, shall I confess it? I thought that man might be you. But you take so much tradition on trust that I don't know what to say." "Well, dear, I suppose one must take some things on trust. Life isn't long enough to work out everything in Euclid problems before you believe it. I take Christianity." "Well, perhaps you might take something worse." "Indeed I might. Perhaps I have done so." He thought of Arabella. "I won't ask what, because we are going to be very nice with each other, aren't we, and never vex each other any more?" She looked up trustfully, and her voice seemed trying to nestle in his breast. "I shall always care for you," said Jude. "And I for you, because you are single-hearted and forgiving to your faulty and tiresome little Sue." He looked away, for that epicene tenderness of hers was too harrowing. Was it that which had broken the heart of the poor leader-writer? And was he to be the next one? But Sue was so dear. If he could only get over the sense of her sex, as she seemed to be able to do so easily of his, what a comrade she would make, for their difference of opinion on conjectural subjects only drew them closer together on matters of daily human experience. She was nearer to him than any other woman he had ever met, and he could scarcely believe that time, creed, or absence would ever divide him from her. But his grief at her incredulities returned. They sat on till she fell asleep again, and he nodded in his chair likewise. Whenever he aroused himself, he turned her things, and made up the fire anew. About 6 o'clock he awoke completely, and, lighting a candle, found that her clothes were dry. Her chair being a far more comfortable one than his, she still slept on inside his greatcoat, looking warm as a new bun, and boyish as a Ganymede. Placing the garments by her and touching her on the shoulder, he went downstairs and washed himself by starlight in the yard. End of Part 3, Chapter 4, Jude the Obscure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling, Visalia, California. www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 3, Chapter 5. When he returned, she was dressed as usual. "Now could I get out without anybody seeing me?" she asked. "The town is not yet astir." "But you have had no breakfast." "Oh, I don't want any. I fear I ought not to have run away from that school. Things seem so different in the cold light of morning, don't they? What Mr. Phillotson will say I don't know. It was quite by his wish that I went there. He's the only man in the world for whom I have any respect or fear. I hope he'll forgive me, but he'll scold me dreadfully, I expect." "I'll go to him and explain," began Jude. "Oh, no, you shan't. I don't care for him. He may think what he likes. I shall do just as I choose." "But you just this moment said—" "Well, if I did, I shall do as I like for all of him. I have thought of what I shall do. Go to the sister of one of my fellow students in the training school who has asked me to visit her. She has a school near Shaston, about 18 miles from here, and I shall stay there till this is blown over and I get back to the training school again." At the last moment he persuaded her to let him make her a cup of coffee in a portable apparatus he kept in his room for use on rising to go to his work every day before the household was astir. "Now a do-bit to eat with it," he said, "and off we go. You can have a regular breakfast when you get there." They went quietly out of the house, Jude accompanying her to the station. As they departed along the street, a head was thrust out of an upper window of his lodging and quickly withdrawn. Sue still seemed sorry for her rashness, and to wish she had not rebelled, telling him at parting that she would let him know as soon as she got readmitted to the training school. They stood rather miserably together on the platform, and it was apparent he wanted to say more. "I want to tell you something. 2 things, he said, hurriedly as the train came up. "One is a warm one, the other a cold one." "Jude," she said, "I know one of them, and you mustn't." "What?" "You mustn't love me. You are to like me, that's all." Jude's face became so full of complicated glooms that hers was agitated in sympathy as she bade him adieu through the carriage window. And then the train moved on, and waving her pretty hand to him, she vanished away. Melchester was a dismal place enough for Jude that Sunday of her departure, and the close so hateful that he did not go once to the cathedral services. The next morning there came a letter from her, which, with her usual promptitude, she had written directly she had reached her friend's house. She told him of her safe arrival in comfortable quarters, and then added, "What I really write about, dear Jude, is something I said to you at parting. You had been so very good and kind to me, that when you were out of sight I felt what a cruel and ungrateful woman I was to say it, and it has reproached me ever since. If you want to love me, Jude, you may. I don't mind it at all, and I'll never say again to you that you mustn't. Now I won't write any more about that. You do forgive your thoughtless friend for her cruelty, and won't make her miserable by saying you don't? Ever, Sue." It would be superfluous to say what his answer was, and how he thought what he would have done had he been free, which should have rendered a long residence with a female friend quite unnecessary for Sue. He felt he might have been pretty sure of his own victory if it had come to a conflict between Phillotson and himself for the possession of her. Yet Jude was in danger of attaching more meaning to Sue's impulsive note than it really was intended to bear. After the lapse of a few days he found himself hoping she would write again, but he received no further communication, and in the intensity of his solicitude he sent another note suggesting that he should pay her a visit some Sunday, the distance being under 18 miles. He expected a reply on the second morning after dispatching his missive, but none came. The third morning arrived. The postman did not stop. This was Saturday, and in a feverish state of anxiety about her, he sent off 3 brief lines stating that he was coming the following day, for he felt sure something had happened. His first and natural thought had been that she was ill from her immersion, but it soon occurred to him that somebody would have written for her in such a case. Conjectures were put an end to by his arrival at the village schoolhouse near Shaston on the bright morning of Sunday, between 11 and 12 o'clock, when the parish was as vacant as a desert, most of the inhabitants having gathered inside the church, whence their voices could occasionally be heard in unison. A little girl opened the door. "Miss Bridehead is upstairs," she said, "and will you please walk up to her?" "Is she ill?" asked Jude hastily. "Only a little, not very." Jude entered and ascended. On reaching the landing, a voice told him which way to turn, the voice of Sue calling his name. He passed the doorway and found her lying in a little bed in a room a dozen feet square. "Oh, Sue!" he cried, sitting down beside her and taking her hand. "How is this? You couldn't write?" "No, it wasn't that," she answered. "I did catch a bad cold, but I could have written, only I wouldn't." "Why not? Frightening me like this?" "Yes, that's what I was afraid of. But I had decided not to write to you any more. They won't have me back at the school. That's why I couldn't write. Not the fact, but the reason." "Well?" "They not only won't have me, but they gave me a parting piece of advice." "What?" She did not answer directly. "I vowed I never would tell you, Jude. It's so vulgar and distressing." "Is it about us?" "Yes." "But do tell me." "Well, somebody has sent them baseless reports about us, and they say you and I ought to marry as soon as possible for the sake of my reputation. There, now I have told you, and I wish I hadn't." "Oh, poor Sue." "I don't think of you like that means. It did just occur to me to regard you in the way they think I do, but I hadn't begun to. I have recognized that the cousinship was merely nominal, since we met as total strangers. But my marrying you, dear Jude, why, of course, if I had reckoned upon marrying you, I shouldn't have come to you so often, and I never supposed you thought of such a thing as marrying me till the other evening, when I began to fancy you did love me a little. Perhaps I ought not to have been so intimate with you. It is all my fault. Ah, everything is my fault, always." The speech seemed a little forced and unreal, and they regarded each other with a mutual distress. "I was so blind at first," she went on. "I didn't see what you felt at all. Oh, you have been unkind to me, you have, to look upon me as a sweetheart without saying a word, and leaving me to discover it myself. Your attitude to me has become known, and naturally they think we've been doing wrong. I'll never trust you again." "Yes, Sue," he said simply. "I am to blame, more than you think. I was quite aware that you did not suspect, till within the last meeting or two, what I was feeling about you. I admit that our meeting as strangers prevented a sense of relationship, and that it was a sort of subterfuge to avail myself of it. But don't you think I deserve a little consideration for concealing my wrong, very wrong sentiments, since I couldn't help having them?" She turned her eyes doubtfully towards him, and then looked away as if afraid she might forgive him. By every law of nature and sex, a kiss was the only rejoinder that fitted the mood in the moment, under the suasion of which Sue's undemonstrative regard of him might not inconceivably have changed his temperature. Some men would have cast scruples to the winds and ventured it, oblivious both of Sue's declaration and her neutral feelings, and of the pair of autographs in the vestry chest of Arabella's parish church. Jude did not. He had, in fact, come in part to tell his own fatal story. It was upon his lips, yet at the hour of this distress he could not disclose it. He preferred to dwell upon the recognized barriers between them. "Of course, I know you don't care about me in that particular way," he sorrowed. "You ought not, and you are right. You belong to Mr. Phillotson. I suppose he has been to see you?" "Yes," she said shortly, her face changing a little, "though I didn't ask him to come. You are glad, of course, that he has been, but I shouldn't care if he didn't come any more." It was very perplexing to her lover that she should be piqued at his honest acquiescence in his rival, if Jude's feelings of love were deprecated by her. He went on to something else. "This will blow over, dear Sue," he said. "The training school authorities are not all the world. You can get to be a student in some other, no doubt." "I'll ask Mr. Phillotson," she said decisively. Sue's kind hostess now returned from church, and there was no more intimate conversation. Jude left the afternoon hopelessly unhappy, but he had seen her, and sat with her. Such intercourse as that would have to content him for the remainder of his life. The lesson of renunciation it was necessary and proper that he, as a parish priest, should learn. But the next morning when he awoke he felt rather vexed with her, and decided that she was rather unreasonable, not to say capricious. Then, in illustration of what he had begun to discern of one of her redeeming characteristics, there came promptly a note which she must have written almost immediately he had gone from her. Forgive me for my petulance yesterday. I was horrid to you, I know it, and I feel perfectly miserable at my horridness. It was so dear of you not to be angry. Jude, please still keep me as your friend and associate with all my faults. I'll try not to be like it again. I am coming to Melchester on Saturday to get my things away from the T.S. and etc. I could walk with you for half an hour if you would like. Your repentant, Sue. Jude forgave her straight away, and asked her to call for him at the Cathedral Works when she came. End of Part 3, Chapter 5, Jude the Obscure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling, Visalia, California. www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 3, At Melchester, Chapter 6. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man was dreaming a dream of great beauty concerning the writer of the above letter. He was Richard Phillotson, who had recently removed from the mixed village school at Lumsden near Christminster to undertake a large boys' school in his native town of Shaston, which stood on a hill 60 miles to the southwest as the crow flies. A glance at the place and its accessories was almost enough to reveal that the schoolmaster's plans and dreams so long indulged in had been abandoned for some new dream which neither the church nor literature had in common. Essentially an unpractical man, he was now bent on making and saving money for a practical purpose, that of keeping a wife, who, if she chose, might conduct one of the girls' schools adjoining his own, for which purpose he had advised her to go into training, since she would not marry him offhand. About the time that Jude was removing from Mary Green to Melchester, and entering on adventures at the latter place with Sue, the schoolmaster was settling down in the new schoolhouse at Shaston. All the furniture being fixed, the books shelved, and the nails driven, he had begun to sit in his parlour during the dark winter nights and reattempt some of his old studies, one branch of which had included Roman Britannic antiquities, an unremunerative labour for a national schoolmaster, but a subject that, after his abandonment of the university scheme, had interested him as being a comparatively unworked mind, practicable to those who, like himself, had lived in lonely spots where these remains were abundant, and were seen to compel inferences in startling contrast to accepted views on the civilization of that time. A resumption of this investigation was the outward and apparent hobby of Phillotson at present, his ostensible reason for going alone into fields where causeways, dikes, and tumuli abounded, or shutting himself up in his house with a few urns, tiles, and mosaics he had collected, instead of calling round upon his new neighbours, who for their part had showed themselves willing enough to be friendly with him. But it was not the real or the whole reason after all. Thus, on a particular evening in the month, when it had grown quite late, too near midnight indeed, and the light of his lamp, shining from his window at a salient angle of the hilltop town, over infinite miles of valley westward, announced as by words a place and person given over to study. He was not exactly studying. The interior of the room, the books, the furniture, the schoolmaster's loose coat, his attitude at the table, even the flickering of the fire, bespoke the same dignified tale of undistracted research, more than creditable to a man who had had no advantages beyond those of his own making. And yet the tale, true enough till latterly, was not true now. What he was regarding was not history. They were historic notes, written in a bold, womanly hand at his dictation some months before, and it was the clerical rendering of word after word that absorbed him. He presently took from a drawer a carefully tied bundle of letters, few, very few as correspondence counts nowadays. Each was in its envelope just as it had arrived, and the handwriting was of the same womanly character as the historic notes. He unfolded them one by one and read them amusingly. At first sight there seemed in these small documents to be absolutely nothing to muse over. They were straightforward, frank letters, signed Sue B., just such ones as would be written during short absences with no other thought than their speedy destruction, and chiefly concerning books and reading and other experiences of a training school, forgotten doubtless by the writer with the passing of the day of their inditing. In one of them, quite a recent note, the young woman said that she had received his considerate letter, and that it was honourable and generous of him to say he would not come to see her oftener than she desired, the school being such an awkward place for callers, and because of her strong wish that her engagement to him should not be known, which it would infallibly be if he visited her often. Over these phrases the schoolmaster pored. What precise shade of satisfaction was to be gathered from a woman's gratitude that the man who loved her had not been often to see her? The problem occupied him, distracted him. He opened another drawer and found therein an envelope, from which he drew a photograph of Sue as a child, long before he had known her, standing under trellis work with a little basket in her hand. There was another of her as a young woman, her dark eyes and hair making a very distinct attractive picture of her, which just disclosed too the thoughtfulness that lay behind her lighter moods. It was a duplicate of the one she had given Jude, and would have given to any man. Phillotson brought it halfway to his lips, but withdrew it in doubt at her perplexing phrases, ultimately kissing the dead pasteboard with all the passionateness, and more than all the devotion, of a young man of 18. The schoolmaster's was an unhealthy-looking, old-fashioned face, rendered more old-fashioned by his style of shaving. A certain gentlemanliness had been imparted to it by nature, suggesting an inherent wish to do rightly by all. His speech was a little slow, but his tones were sincere enough to make his hesitation no defect. His graying hair was curly, and radiated from a point in the middle of his crown. There were 4 lines across his forehead, and he only wore spectacles when reading at night. It was almost certainly a renunciation forced upon him by his academic purpose, rather than a distaste for women, which had hitherto kept him from closing with one of the sex in matrimony. Such silent proceedings as those of this evening were repeated many and oft times when he was not under the eye of the boys, whose quick and penetrating regard would frequently become almost intolerable to the self-conscious master in his present anxious care for Sue, making him, in the grey hours of morning, dread to meet anew the gimlet glances, lest they should read what the dream within him was. He had honourably acquiesced in Sue's announced wish that he was not often to visit her at the training school, but at length, his patience being sorely tried, he set out one Saturday afternoon to pay her an unexpected call. There, the news of her departure, expulsion as it might almost have been considered, was flashed upon him without warning or mitigation, as he stood at the door expecting in a few minutes to behold her face, and when he turned away he could hardly see the road before him. Sue had, in fact, never written a line to her suitor on the subject, though it was 14 days old. A short reflection told him that this proved nothing, a natural delicacy being as ample a reason for silence as any degree of blameworthiness. They had informed him at the school where she was living, and having no immediate anxiety about her comfort, his thoughts took the direction of a burning indignation against the training school committee. In his bewilderment, Phillotson entered the adjacent cathedral, just now in a direly dismantled state by reason of the repairs. He sat down on a block of freestone, regardless of the dusty imprint it made on his breeches, and his listless eyes following the movements of the workmen, he presently became aware that the reputed culprit, Sue's lover Jude, was one amongst them. Jude had never spoken to his former hero since the meeting by the model of Jerusalem. Having inadvertently witnessed Phillotson's tentative courtship of Sue in the lane, there had grown up in the younger man's mind a curious dislike to think of the elder, to meet him, to communicate in any way with him, and since Phillotson's success in obtaining at least her promise had become known to Jude, he had frankly recognized that he did not wish to see or hear of his senior any more, learn anything of his pursuits, or even imagine again what excellencies might appertain to his character. On this very day of the schoolmaster's visit, Jude was expecting Sue, as she had promised, and when therefore he saw the schoolmaster in the nave of the building, saw moreover that he was coming to speak to him, he felt no little embarrassment, which Phillotson's own embarrassment prevented his observing. Jude joined him, and they both withdrew from the other workmen to the spot where Phillotson had been sitting. Jude offered him a piece of sackcloth for a cushion, and told him it was dangerous to sit on the bare block. Yes, yes, said Phillotson abstractedly, as he reseated himself, his eyes resting on the ground as if he were trying to remember where he was. I won't keep you long. It was merely that I have heard that you have seen my little friend Sue recently. It occurred to me to speak to you on that account. I merely want to ask about her." "I think I know that," Jude hurriedly said. "About her escaping from the training school and her coming to me?" "Yes." "Well," Jude for a moment felt an unprincipled and fiendish wish to annihilate his rival at all cost. By the exercise of that treachery which love for the same woman renders possible to men the most honourable in every other relation of life, he could send off Phillotson in agony and defeat by saying that the scandal was true and that Sue had irretrievably committed herself with him. But his action did not respond for a moment to his animal instinct, and what he said was, "I am glad of your kindness in coming to talk plainly to me about it. You know what they say, that I ought to marry her." "What?" "And I wish with all my soul I could." Phillotson trembled, and his naturally pale face acquired a corpse-like sharpness in its lines. "I had no idea that it was of this nature. God forbid!" "No, no," said Jude, aghast. "I thought you understood. I mean that were I in a position to marry her or someone and settle down, instead of living in lodgings here and there, I should be glad." What he had really meant was simply that he loved her. "But since this painful matter has been opened up, what really happened?" asked Phillotson, with the firmness of a man who felt that a sharp smart now was better than a long agony of suspense hereafter. "Cases arise, and this is one, where even ungenerous questions must be put to make false assumptions impossible and to kill scandal." Jude explained readily, giving the whole series of adventures, including the night at the Shepherd's, her wet arrival at his lodging, her indisposition from her immersion, their vigil of discussion, and his seeing her off the next morning. "Well now," said Phillotson at the conclusion, "I take it as your final word, and I know I can believe you, that the suspicion which led to her rustication is an absolutely baseless one." "It is," said Jude solemnly. "Absolutely. So help me God." The schoolmaster rose. Each of the twain felt that the interview could not comfortably merge in a friendly discussion of their recent experiences after the manner of friends, and when Jude had taken him round and shown him some features of the renovation which the old cathedral was undergoing, Phillotson bade the young man good day, and went away. This visit took place about 11 o'clock in the morning, but no Sue appeared. When Jude went to his dinner at 1, he saw his beloved ahead of him in the street, looking up from the north gate, walking as if no way looking for him. Speedily overtaking her, he remarked that he had asked her to come to him at the cathedral, and she had promised. "I have been to get my things from the college," she said, an observation which he was expected to take as an answer, though it was not one. Finding her to be in this evasive mood, he felt inclined to give her the information so long withheld. "You have not seen Mr. Phillotson today?" he ventured to inquire. "I have not, but I am not going to be cross-examined about him, and if you ask anything more, I won't answer." "It is very odd that—" He stopped, regarding her. "What?" "That you are often not so nice in your real presence as you are in your letters." "Does it really seem so to you?" said she, smiling with quick curiosity. "Well, that's strange, but I feel just the same about you, Jude. When you are gone away, I seem such a cold-hearted—" As she knew his sentiment towards her, Jude saw that they were getting upon dangerous ground. It was now, he thought, that he must speak as an honest man. But he did not speak, and she continued. "It was that which made me write and say, I didn't mind your loving me, if you wanted too much." The exultation he might have felt at what that implied, or seemed to imply, was nullified by his intention, and he rested rigid till he began. "I have never told you—" "Yes, you have," murmured she. "I mean I have never told you my history, all of it." "But I guess it. I know nearly." Jude looked up. Could she possibly know of that morning performance of his with Arabella, which in a few months had ceased to be a marriage more completely than by death? He saw that she did not. "I can't quite tell you here in the street," he went on with a gloomy tongue, "and you had better not come to my lodgings. Let us go in here." The building by which they stood was the market house. It was the only place available, and they entered, the market being over, and the stalls and areas empty. He would have preferred a more congenial spot, but, as usually happens, in place of a romantic field or solemn aisle for his tale, it was told while they walked up and down over a floor littered with rotten cabbage leaves, and amid all the usual squalors of decayed vegetable matter and unsaleable refuse. He began and finished his brief narrative, which merely led up to the information that he had married a wife some years earlier, and that his wife was living still. Almost before her countenance had time to change, she hurried out the words, "Why didn't you tell me before?" "I couldn't. It seemed so cruel to tell it." "To yourself, Jude. So it was better to be cruel to me?" "No, dear darling," cried Jude passionately. He tried to take her hand, but she withdrew it. Their old relations of confidence seemed suddenly to have ended, and the antagonisms of sex to sex were left without any counterpoising predilections. She was his comrade, friend, unconscious sweetheart no longer, and her eyes regarded him in a strange silence. "I was ashamed of the episode in my life which brought about the marriage," he continued. "I can't explain it precisely now. I could have done it if you had taken it differently." "But how can I?" she burst out. "Here I have been saying or writing that you might love me, or something of the sort, just out of charity, and all the time, oh, it is perfectly damnable how things are," she said, stamping her foot in a nervous quiver. "You take me wrong, Sue. I never thought you cared for me at all till quite lately, so I felt it did not matter. Do you care for me, Sue? You know how I mean. I don't like out of charity at all." It was a question to which, in the circumstances, Sue did not choose to answer. I suppose your wife, is a very pretty woman, even if she's wicked?" she asked quickly. "She's pretty enough as far as that goes." "Prettier than I am, no doubt." "You are not the least alike, and I have never seen her for years. But she is sure to come back. They always do." "How strange of you to stay apart from her like this," said Sue, her trembling lip and lumpy throat belying her irony. "You, such a religious man. How will the demigods in your pantheon, I mean those legendary persons you call saints, intercede for you after this? Now, if I had done such a thing, it would have been different, and not remarkable, for I, at least, don't regard marriage as a sacrament. Your theories are not so advanced as your practice." "Sue, you are terribly cutting when you like to be. A perfect Voltaire. But you must treat me as you will." When she saw how wretched he was, she softened, and trying to blink away her sympathetic tears, said with all the winning reproachfulness of a heart-hurt woman, "Ah, you should have told me before you gave me that idea that you wanted to be allowed to love me. I had no feeling before that moment at the railway station, except—" For once Sue was as miserable as he, in her attempts to keep herself free from emotion, and her less than half success. "Don't cry, dear," he implored. "I am not crying because I mean to love you, but because of your want of confidence." They were quite screened from the market square without, and he could not help putting out his arm towards her waist. His momentary desire was the means of her rallying. "No, no," she said, drawing back stringently, and wiping her eyes. "Of course not. It would be hypocrisy to pretend that it would be meant as from my cousin, and it can't be in any other way." They moved a dozen paces, and she showed herself recovered. It was distracting to Jude, and his heart would have ached less had she appeared anyhow but as she did appear, essentially large-minded and generous on reflection, despite a previous exercise of those narrow womanly humours on impulse that were necessary to give her sex. "I don't blame you for what you couldn't help," she said, smiling. "How should I be so foolish? I do blame you a little bit for not telling me before, but, after all, it doesn't matter. We should have had to keep apart, you see, even if this had not been in your life." "No, we shouldn't, Sue. This is the only obstacle." "You forget that I must have loved you and wanted to be your wife, even if there had been no obstacle," said Sue with a gentle seriousness which did not reveal her mind. "And then we are cousins, and it is bad for cousins to marry, and I am engaged to someone else. As to our going on together as we were going, in a sort of friendly way, the people round us would have made it unable to continue. Their views of the relationships of man and woman are limited, as is proved by their expelling me from the school. Their philosophy only recognized relations based on animal desire. The wide field of strong attachment, where desire plays, at least, only a secondary part, is ignored by them. The part of, who is it? Venus Urania?" Her being able to talk learnedly showed that she was mistress of herself again, and before they had parted she had almost regained her vivacious glance, her reciprocity of tone, her gay manner, and her second-thought attitude of critical largeness towards others of her age and sex. He could speak more freely now. There were several reasons against my telling you rashly. One was what I have said. Another, that it was always impressed upon me that I ought not to marry, that I belonged to an odd and peculiar family, the wrong breed for marriage. Ah, who used to say that to you? My great aunt. She said it always ended badly with us Fawleys. That's strange. My father used to say the same to me. They stood possessed by the same thought, ugly enough even as an assumption, that a union between them, had such been possible, would have meant a terrible intensification of unfitness. Two bitters in one dish. Oh, but there can't be anything in it, she said with nervous lightness. Our families have been unlucky of late years in choosing mates, that's all. And they pretended to persuade themselves that all that had happened was of no consequence, and that they could still be cousins and friends and warm correspondents, and have happy, genial times when they met, even if they met less frequently than before. Their parting was in good friendship, and yet Jude's last look into her eyes was tinged with inquiry, for he felt that he did not even now quite know her mind. End of Part 3, Chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling, Visalia, California, www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure, Part 3, at Melchester, Chapter 7. Tidings from Sue a day or two after passed across Jude like a withering blast. Before reading the letter, he was led to suspect that its contents were of a somewhat serious kind by catching sight of the signature, which was in her full name, never used in her correspondence with him since her first note. My dear Jude, I have something to tell you which perhaps you will not be surprised to hear, though certainly it may strike you as being accelerated, as the railway companies say of their trains. Mr. Phillotson and I are to be married quite soon, in 3 or 4 weeks. We had intended, as you know, to wait till I had gone through my course of training and obtained my certificate so as to assist him, if necessary, in the teaching. But he generously says he does not see any object in waiting, now that I am not at the training school. It is so good of him, because the awkwardness of my situation has really come about by my fault in getting expelled. Wish me joy. Remember, I say you are to, and you mustn't refuse. Your affectionate cousin, Susanna Florence Mary Bridehead. Jude staggered under the news, could eat no breakfast, and kept on drinking tea because his mouth was so dry. Then presently he went back to his work and laughed the usual bitter laugh of a man so confronted. Everything seemed turning to satire, and yet what could the poor girl do, he asked himself, and felt worse than shedding tears. Oh, Susanna Florence Mary, he said as he worked, you don't know what marriage means. Could it be possible that his announcement of his own marriage had pricked her on to this, just as his visit to her when in liquor may have pricked her on to her engagement? To be sure, there seemed to exist these other and sufficient reasons, practical and social, for her decision, but Sue was not a very practical or calculating person, and he was compelled to think that a pique at having his secret sprung upon her had moved her to give way to Phillotson's probable representations, that the best course to prove how unfounded were the suspicions of the school authorities would be to marry him offhand, as in fulfillment of an ordinary engagement. Sue had, in fact, been placed in an awkward corner. Poor Sue. He determined to play the Spartan, to make the best of it, and support her. But he could not write the requested good wishes for a day or two. Meanwhile, there came another note from his impatient little dear. Jude, will you give me away? I have nobody else who could do it so conveniently as you, being the only married relation I have here on the spot, even if my father were friendly enough to be willing, which he isn't. I hope you won't think it a trouble. I have been looking at a marriage service in the prayer book, and it seems to me very humiliating that a giver away should be required at all. According to the ceremony as there printed, my bridegroom chooses me of his own will and pleasure, but I don't choose him. Somebody gives me to him, like a she-ass or a she-goat or any other domestic animal. Bless your exalted views of woman, O churchman. But I forget. I am no longer privileged to tease you. Ever, Susanna Florence Mary Bridehead. Jude screwed himself up to a heroic key and replied, "My dear Sue, of course I wish you joy, and also of course I will give you away. What I suggest is that as you have no house of your own, you do not marry from your school friends, but from mine. It would be more proper, I think, since I am, as you say, the person nearest related to you in this part of the world. I don't see why you sign your letter in such a new and terribly formal way. Surely you care a bit about me still. Ever your affectionate, Jude." What had jarred on him even more than the signature was a little sting he had been silent on, the phrase married relation. What an idiot it made him seem as her lover. If Sue had written that in satire, he could hardly forgive her. If in suffering, that was another thing. His offer of his lodging must have commended itself to Phillotson at any rate, for the schoolmaster sent him a line of warm thanks, accepting the convenience. Sue also thanked him. Jude immediately moved into more commodious quarters, as much to escape the espionage of the suspicious landlady who had been one cause of Sue's unpleasant experience, as for the sake of room. Then Sue wrote to tell him the day fixed for the wedding, and Jude decided, after inquiry, that she should come into residence on the following Saturday, which would allow of a 10 days' stay in the city prior to the ceremony, sufficiently representing a nominal residence of 15. She arrived by the 10 o'clock train on the day aforesaid, Jude not going to meet her at the station by her special request that he should not lose a morning's work and pay, she said, if this were her true reason. But so well by this time did he know Sue, that the remembrance of their mutual sensitiveness at emotional crises might, he thought, have weighed with her in this. When he came home to dinner, she had taken possession of her apartment. She lived in the same house with him, but on a different floor, and they saw each other little, an occasional supper being the only meal they took together, when Sue's manner was something like that of a scared child. What she felt he did not know. Their conversation was mechanical, though she did not look pale or ill. Phillotson came frequently, but mostly when Jude was absent. On the morning of the wedding, when Jude had given himself a holiday, Sue and her cousin had breakfast together for the first and last time during this curious interval, in his room, the parlour, which he had hired for the period of Sue's residence. Seeing, as women do, how helpless he was in making the place comfortable, she bustled about. "What's the matter, Jude?" she said suddenly. He was leaning with his elbows on the table and his chin on his hands, looking into a futurity which seemed to be sketched out on the tablecloth. "Oh, nothing." "You are father, you know. That's what they call the man who gives you away." Jude could have said, "Phillotson's age entitles him to be called that," but he would not annoy her by such a cheap retort. She talked incessantly as if she dreaded his indulgence in reflection, and before the meal was over both he and she wished they had not put such confidence in their new view of things, and had taken breakfast apart. What oppressed Jude was the thought that, having done a wrong thing of this sort himself, he was aiding and abetting the woman he loved in doing a like wrong thing, instead of imploring and warning her against it. It was on his tongue to say, "You have quite made up your mind?" After breakfast, they went out on an errand together, moved by a mutual thought that it was the last opportunity they would have of indulging in unceremonious companionship. By the irony of fate, and the curious trick in Sue's nature of tempting Providence at certain times, she took his arm as they walked through the muddy street, a thing she had never done before in her life, and on turning the corner, they found themselves close to a grey perpendicular church with a low-pitched roof, the Church of St. Thomas. "That's the church," said Jude. "Where I am going to be married?" "Yes." "Indeed!" she exclaimed with curiosity. "How I should like to go in and see what the spot is like where I am so soon to kneel and do it." Again he said to himself, "She does not realize what marriage means." He passively acquiesced in her wish to go in, and they entered by the western door. The only person inside the gloomy building was a charwoman cleaning. Sue held Jude's arm, almost as if she loved him. Cruelly sweet, indeed, she had been to him that morning, but his thoughts of a penance in store for her were tempered by an ache. "I can find no way how a blow should fall such as falls on men, nor prove too much for your womanhood." They strolled undemonstratively up the nave towards the altar railing, which they stood against in silence, turning then and walking down the nave again, her hand still on his arm, precisely like a couple just married. The too suggestive incident, entirely of her making, nearly broke down Jude. "I like to do things like this," she said in the delicate voice of an epicure in emotions, which left no doubt that she spoke the truth. "I know you do," said Jude. "They are interesting, because they have probably never been done before. I shall walk down the church like this with my husband in about 2 hours, shan't I?" "No doubt you will." "Was it like this when you were married?" "Good God, Sue, don't be so awfully merciless. There, dear one, I didn't mean it." "Ah, you are vexed," she said regretfully as she blinked away an excess of eye moisture. "And I promise never to vex you. I suppose I ought not to have asked you to bring me in here. Oh, I oughtn't. I see it now. My curiosity to hunt up a new sensation always leads me into these scrapes. Forgive me. You will, won't you, Jude?" The appeal was so remorseful that Jude's eyes were even wetter than hers as he pressed her hand for yes. "Now we'll hurry away and I won't do it any more," she continued humbly, and they came out of the building, Sue intending to go to the station to meet Phillotson. But the first person they encountered on entering the main street was the schoolmaster himself, whose train had arrived sooner than Sue expected. There was nothing really to demur to in her leaning on Jude's arm, but she withdrew her hand, and Jude thought that Phillotson had looked surprised. "We have been doing such a funny thing," said she, smiling candidly. "We've been to the church, rehearsing as it were, haven't we, Jude?" "How?" said Phillotson curiously. Jude inwardly deplored what he thought to be unnecessary frankness, but she had gone too far not to explain all, which she accordingly did, telling him how they had marched up to the altar. Seeing how puzzled Phillotson seemed, Jude said as cheerfully as he could, "I'm going to buy her another little present. Will you both come to shop with me?" "No," said Sue. "I'll go on to the house with him," and requesting her lover not to be a long time, departed with the schoolmaster. Jude soon joined them at his rooms, and shortly after they prepared for the ceremony. Phillotson's hair was brushed to a painful extent, and his shirt collar appeared stiffer than it had been for the previous 20 years. Beyond this, he looked dignified and thoughtful, and altogether a man of whom it was not unsafe to predict that he would make a kind and considerate husband. That he adored Sue was obvious, and she could almost be seen to feel that she was undeserving in his adoration. Although the distance was so short, he had hired a fly from the Red Lion, and 6 or 7 women and children had gathered by the door when they came out. The schoolmaster and Sue were unknown, though Jude was getting to be recognized as a citizen, and the couple were judged to be some relations of his from a distance, nobody supposing Sue to have been a recent pupil at the training school. In the carriage, Jude took from his pocket his extra little wedding present, which turned out to be 2 or 3 yards of white tulle, which he threw over her bonnet and all, as a veil. "It looks so odd over a bonnet," she said. "I'll take the bonnet off." "Oh no, let it stay," said Phillotson, and she obeyed. When they had passed up the church and were standing in their places, Jude found that the antecedent visit had certainly taken off the edge of this performance, but by the time they were halfway on with the service, he wished from his heart that he had not undertaken the business of giving her away. How could Sue have had the temerity to ask him to do it? A cruelty, possibly to herself as well as to him. Women were different from men in such matters. Was it that they were, instead of more sensitive, as reputed, more callous, and less romantic? Or were they more heroic? Or was Sue simply so perverse that she wilfully gave herself and him pain for the odd and mournful luxury of practicing long suffering on her own person, and of being touched with tender pity for him at having made him practice it? He could perceive that her face was nervously set, and when they reached the trying ordeal of Jude giving her to Phillotson, she could hardly command herself. Rather, however, as it seemed from her knowledge of what her cousin must feel, whom she need not have had there at all, than from self-consideration. Possibly she would go on inflicting such pains again and again, and grieving for the sufferer again and again, in all her colossal inconsistency. Phillotson seemed not to notice, to be surrounded by a mist which prevented his seeing the emotions of others. As soon as they had signed their names and come away, and the suspense was over, Jude felt relieved. The meal at his lodging was a very simple affair, and at 2 o'clock they went off. In crossing the pavement to the fly, she looked back, and there was a frightened light in her eyes. Could it be that Sue had acted with such unusual foolishness as to plunge into she knew not what for the sake of asserting her independence of him, of retaliating on him for his secrecy? Perhaps Sue was thus venturesome with men because she was childishly ignorant of that side of their natures which wore out women's hearts and lives. When her foot was on the carriage step, she turned round, saying that she'd forgotten something. Jude and the landlady offered to get it. "No," she said, running back. "It is my handkerchief. I know where I left it." Jude followed her back. She had found it, and came holding it in her hand. She looked into his eyes with her own tearful ones, and her lips suddenly parted as if she were going to avow something. But she went on, and whatever she had meant to say remained unspoken. End of Part 3, Chapter 7, Jude the Obscure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling, www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy, Part 3, at Melchester, Chapter 8. Jude wondered if she had really left her handkerchief behind, or whether it were that she had miserably wished to tell him of a love that at the last moment she could not bring herself to express. He could not stay in his silent lodging when they were gone, and fearing that he might be tempted to drown his misery in alcohol, he went upstairs, changed his dark clothes for his white, his thin boots for his black, and proceeded to his customary work for the afternoon. But in the cathedral he seemed to hear a voice behind him, and to be possessed with an idea that she would come back. She could not possibly go home with Phillotson, he fancied. The feeling grew and stirred. The moment that the clock struck the last of his working hours, he threw down his tools and rushed homeward. "Has anybody been for me?" he asked. Nobody had been there. As he could claim the downstairs sitting room till 12 o'clock that night, he sat in it all the evening, and even when the clock had struck 11 and the family had retired, he could not shake off the feeling that she would come back and sleep in the little room adjoining his own, which he had slept in so many previous days. Her actions were always unpredictable. Why should she not come? Gladly would he have compounded for the denial of her as a sweetheart and wife by having her live thus as a fellow lodger and friend, even on the most distant terms. His supper still remained spread, and going to the front door, and softly setting it open, he returned to the room and sat as watchers sit on old midsummer eves, expecting the phantom of the beloved. But she did not come. Having indulged in this wild hope, he went upstairs, and looked out of the window, and pictured her through the evening journey to London, whither she and Phillotson had gone for their holiday. They were rattling along through the damp night to their hotel, under the same sky of ribbed cloud as that he beheld, through which the moon showed its position rather than its shape, and one or two of the larger stars made themselves visible as faint nebulae only. It was a new beginning of Sue's history. He projected his mind into the future and saw her with children, more or less in her own likeness, around her. But the consolation of regarding them as a continuation of her identity was denied to him, as to all such dreamers, by the willfulness of nature in not allowing issue from one parent alone. Every desired renewal of an existence is debased by being half alloy. If at the estrangement or death of my lost love I could go and see her child, hers solely, there would be comfort in it, said Jude. And then he again uneasily saw, as he had latterly seen with more and more frequency, the scorn of nature for man's finer emotions, and her lack of interest in his aspirations. The oppressive strength of his affection for Sue showed itself on the morrow and the following days yet more clearly. He could no longer enjoy the light of the Melchester lamps. The sunshine was as drab paint, and the blue sky as zinc. Then he received news that his old aunt was dangerously ill at Marygreen, which intelligence almost coincided with a letter from his former employer at Christminster, who offered him permanent work of a good class if he would come back. The letters were almost a relief to him. He started to visit Aunt Drusilla, and resolved to go onward to Christminster to see what worth there might be in the builder's offer. Jude found his aunt even worse than the communication from the widow Edlin had led him to expect. There was every possibility of her lingering on for weeks or months, though little likelihood. He wrote to Sue informing her of the state of her aunt, and suggesting that she might like to see her aged relative alive. He would meet her at Alfredston Road the following evening, Monday, on his way back from Christminster, if she could come by the up train which crossed his down train at that station. Next morning, according, he went on to Christminster, intending to return to Alfredston soon enough to keep the suggested appointment with Sue. The city of learning wore an estranged look, and he had lost all feeling for its associations. Yet, as the sun made vivid lights and shades of the mullioned architecture of the facades, and drew patterns of the crinkled battlements on the young turf of the quadrangles, Jude thought he had never seen the place look more beautiful. He came to the street in which he had first beheld Sue, the chair she had occupied when, leaning over her ecclesiastical scrolls, a hog-hair brush in her hand, her girlish figure had arrested the gaze of his inquiring eyes, stood precisely in its former spot, empty. It was as if she were dead, and nobody had been found capable of succeeding her in that artistic pursuit. Hers was now the city phantom, while those of the intellectual and devotional worthies who had once moved him to emotion were no longer able to assert their presence there. However, here he was, and in fulfillment of his intention he went on to his former lodging in Beersheba, near the ritualistic church of St. Silas. The old landlady who opened the door seemed glad to see him again, and bringing some lunch informed him that the builder who had employed him had called to inquire his address. Jude went on to the stone yard where he had worked, but the old sheds and bankers were distasteful to him. He felt it impossible to engage himself to return and stay in this place of vanished dreams. He longed for the hour of the homeward train to Alfredston, where he might probably meet Sue. Then, for one ghastly half-hour of depression caused by these scenes, there returned upon him that feeling which had been his undoing more than once, that he was not worth the trouble of being taken care of either by himself or others. And during this half-hour he met Tinker Taylor, the bankrupt ecclesiastical ironmonger, at Fourways, who proposed that they should adjourn to a bar and drink together. They walked along the street till they stood before one of the great palpitating centres of Christminster life, the inn wherein he formerly had responded to the challenge to rehearse the Creed in Latin, now a popular tavern with a spacious and inviting entrance, which gave admittance to a bar that had been entirely renovated and refitted in modern style since Jude's residence there. Tinker Taylor drank off his glass and departed, saying it was too stylish a place now for him to feel at home in, unless he was drunker than he had money to be just then. Jude was longer finishing his, and stood abstractedly silent in the, for the minute, almost empty place. The bar had been gutted and newly arranged throughout, mahogany fixtures having taken the place of the old painted ones, while at the back of the standing space there were stuffed sofa benches. The room was divided into compartments in the approved manner, between which were screens of ground glass and mahogany framing, to prevent topers in one compartment being put to the blush by the recognition of those in the next. On the inside of the counter, two barmaids leant over the white-handled beer engines, and the row of little silvered taps inside, dripping into a pewter trough. Feeling tired, and having nothing more to do till the train left, Jude sat down on one of the sofas. At the back of the barmaids rose bevel-edged mirrors, with glass shelves running along their front, on which stood precious liquids that Jude did not know the name of, in bottles of topaz, sapphire, ruby, and amethyst. The moment was enlivened by the entrance of some customers into the next compartment, and the starting of the mechanical telltale of moneys received, which emitted a ting-ting every time a coin was put in. The barmaid attending to this compartment was invisible to Jude's direct glance, though a reflection of her back in the glass behind her was occasionally caught by his eyes. He had only observed her listlessly, when she turned her face for a moment to the glass to set her hair tidy. Then he was amazed to discover that the face was Arabella's. If she had come on to his apartment, she would have seen him, but she did not, this being presided over by the maiden on the other side. Abby was in a black gown, with white linen cuffs and a broad white collar, and her figure, more developed than formerly, was accentuated by a bunch of daffodils that she wore on her left bosom. In the compartment she served stood an electroplated fountain of water over a spirit lamp, whose blue flame sent a steam from the top, all this being visible to him only in the mirror behind her, which also reflected the faces of the men she was attending to, one of them a handsome, dissipated young fellow, possibly an undergraduate, who had been relating to her an experience of some humorous sort. "Oh, Mr. Cockman, now, how can you tell such a tale to me in my innocence?" she cried gaily. "Mr. Cockman, what do you use to make your mustache curl so beautiful?" As the young man was clean-shaven, the retort provoked a laugh at his expense. "Come," said he, "I'll have a curacao and a light, please." She served the liqueur from one of the lovely bottles, and striking a match, held it to his cigarette with ministering archness while he whiffed. "Well, have you heard from your husband lately, my dear?" he asked. "Not a sound," said she. "Where is he?" I left him in Australia, and I suppose he's there still. Jude's eyes grew rounder. What made you part from him? Don't ask questions, and you won't hear lies. Oh, come then, give me my change, which you've been keeping from me for the last quarter of an hour, and I'll romantically vanish up the street of this picturesque city. She handed the change over the counter, and taking which, he caught her fingers and held them. There was a slight struggle and titter, and he bade her good-bye and left. Jude looked on with the eye of a dazed philosopher. It was extraordinary how far removed from his life Arabella now seemed to be. He could not realize their nominal closeness. And, this being the case, in his present frame of mind, he was indifferent to the fact that Arabella was his wife indeed. The compartment that she served emptied itself of visitors, and after a brief thought he entered it, and went forward to the counter. Arabella did not recognize him for a moment. Then their glances met. She started, till a humorous impudence sparkled in her eyes, and she spoke. Well, I'm blessed. I thought you were underground years ago. Oh? I never heard anything of you, or I don't know that I should have come here. But never mind. What shall I treat you to this afternoon? A scotch and soda? Come, anything that the house will afford for old acquaintance' sake. Thanks, Arabella, said Jude without a smile, but I don't want anything more than I've had. The fact was that her unexpected presence there had destroyed at a stroke his momentary taste for strong liquor as completely as if it had whisked him back to his milk-fed infancy. That's a pity now you could get it for nothing. How long have you been here? Oh, about 6 weeks. I returned from Sydney 3 months ago. I always liked this business, you know. I wonder you would come to this place. Well, as I say, I thought you were gone to glory, and being in London I saw the situation in an advertisement. Nobody was likely to know me here, even if I had minded, for I was never at Christminster in my growing up. Why did you return from Australia? Oh, I had my reasons. Then you are not a Don yet? No. Not even a reverend? No. Nor so much as a rather reverend descending gentleman? I am as I was. True, you look so. She idly allowed her fingers to rest on the pull of the beer engine as she inspected him critically. He observed that her hands were smaller and whiter than when he had lived with her, and that on the hand which pulled the engine she wore an ornamental ring set with what seemed to be real sapphires, which they were indeed, and were much admired as such by the young men who frequented the bar. So, you pass as having a husband? He continued. Yes, I thought it might be awkward if I called myself a widow, as I should have liked. True, I am known here a little. I didn't mean on that account, for as I said, I didn't expect you. It was for other reasons. What were they? I don't care to go into them, she replied evasively. I make a very good living, and I don't know that I want your company. Here a chappie with no chin and a mustache like a lady's eyebrow came in and asked for a curiously compounded drink, and Arabella was obliged to go and attend to him. We can't talk here, she said, stepping back a moment. Can't you wait till 9? Say yes, and don't be a fool. I can get off duty 2 hours sooner than usual, if I ask. I'm not living in the house at present. He reflected and said gloomily, I'll come back. I suppose we'd better arrange something. Oh, bother arranging. I'm not going to arrange anything. But I must know a thing or two, and as you say, we can't talk here. Very well, I'll call for you. Depositing his unemptied glass, he went out and walked up and down the street. Here was a rude flounce into the pellucid sentimentality of his sad attachment to Sue. Though Arabella's word was absolutely untrustworthy, he thought there might be some truth in her implication that she had not wished to disturb him, and had really supposed him dead. However, there was only one thing now to be done, and that was to play a straightforward part, the law being the law, and the woman between whom and himself there was no more unity than between East and West, being in the eye of the church, one person with him. Having to meet Arabella here, it was impossible to meet Sue at Alfredston as he had promised. At every thought of this, a pang had gone through him. But the conjuncture could not be helped. Arabella was perhaps an intended intervention to punish him for his unauthorized love. Passing the evening, therefore, in a desultory waiting about the town, wherein he avoided the precincts of every cloister and hall, because he could not bear to behold them, he repaired to the tavern bar while the 101 strokes were resounding from the great bell of Cardinal College, a coincidence which seemed to him gratuitous irony. The inn was now brilliantly lighted up, and the scene was altogether more brisk and gay. The faces of the barmaidens had risen in colour, each having a pink flush in her cheek. Their manners were still more vivacious than before, more abandoned, more excited, more sensuous, and they expressed their sentiments and desires less euphemistically, laughing in a lackadaisical tone. without reserve. The bar had been crowded with men of all sorts during the previous hour, and he had heard from without the hubbub of their voices. But the customers were fewer at last. He nodded to Arabella, and told her that she would find him outside the door when she came away. "But you must have something with me first," she said with a great good humour. "Just an early nightcap. I always do. Then you can go out and wait a minute, as it is best we should not be seen going together." She drew a couple of liqueur glasses of brandy, and though she had evidently, from her countenance, already taken in enough alcohol either by drinking, or more probably from the atmosphere she had breathed for so many hours, she finished hers quickly. He also drank his, and went outside the house. In a few minutes she came, in a thick jacket and a hat with a black feather. "I live quite near," she said, taking his arm, "and can let myself in by a latchkey at any time. What arrangement do you want to come to?" "Oh, none in particular," he answered, thoroughly sick and tired, his thoughts again reverting to Alfredston, and the train he did not go by, the probable disappointment of Sue that he was not there when she arrived, and the mispleasure of her company on the long and lonely climb by starlight up the hills to Mary Green. "I ought to have gone back, really. My aunt is on her deathbed, I fear." "I'll go over with you tomorrow morning. I think I could get a day off." There was something particularly uncongenial in the idea of Arabella, who had no more sympathy than a tigress with his relations or him, coming to the bedside of his dying aunt and meeting Sue. Yet he said, "Of course, if you'd like to, you can." "Well, that we'll consider. Now we have come to some agreement, it's awkward our being together here, where you are known, and I am getting known, though without any suspicion that I have anything to do with you. As we are going toward the station, suppose we take the 9:40 train to Aldbrickham. We shall be there in a little more than half an hour, and nobody will know us for one night, and we shall be quite free to act as we choose till we have made up our minds whether we'll make anything public or not." "As you like." "Then wait till I get 2 or 3 things. This is my lodging. Sometimes when late I sleep at the hotel where I'm engaged, so nobody will think anything of my staying out." She speedily returned, and they went on to the railway and made the half-hour's journey to Aldbrickham, where they entered a third-rate inn near the station in time for a late supper. End of Part 3, Chapter 8, Jude the Obscure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling, www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 3, At Melchester, Chapter 9. On the morrow, between 9 and half-past, they were journeying back to Christminster, the only 2 occupants of a compartment in a third-class railway carriage. Having, like Jude, made rather a hasty toilet to catch the train, Arabella looked a little frowsy, and her face was very far from possessing the animation which had characterized it at the bar the night before. When they came out of the station, she found that she still had half an hour to spare before she was due at the bar. They walked in silence a little way out of the town, in the direction of Alfredston. Jude looked up the far highway. "Ah, poor feeble me," he murmured at last. "What?" said she. "This is the very road by which I came into Christminster years ago, full of plans. Well, whatever the road is, I think my time is nearly up, as I have to be in the bar by 11 o'clock, and as I said, I shan't ask for the day to go with you to see your aunt, so perhaps we'd better part here. I'd sooner not walk up Chief Street with you, since we've come to no conclusion at all." "Very well. But you said when we were getting up this morning that you had something you wished to tell me before I left." "So I had, 2 things, one in particular, but you wouldn't promise to keep it a secret. I'll tell you now if you promise. As an honest woman, I wish you to know it. It was what I began telling you in the night, about that gentleman who managed the Sydney Hotel." Arabella spoke somewhat hurriedly for her. "You'll keep it close?" Yes, I promise," said Jude impatiently. "Of course I don't want to reveal your secrets." "Whenever I met him out for a walk, he used to say that he was much taken with my looks, and he kept pressing me to marry him. I never thought of coming back to England again, and being out there in Australia with no home of my own after leaving my father, I at last agreed, and did." "What, marry him?" "Yes." "Regularly? Legally? In church?" "Yes. and lived with him till shortly before I left. It was stupid, I know, but I did. There, now I've told you. Don't round upon me. He talks of coming back to England, poor old chap. But if he does, he won't be likely to find me. Jude stood pale and fixed. Why the devil didn't you tell me last night? He said. Well, I didn't. Won't you make it up with me then? So in talking of your husband to the bar gentleman, you meant him, of course, not me. Of course. Come, don't fuss about it. I have nothing more to say, replied Jude. I have nothing at all to say about the crime you've confessed to. Crime? Pooh! They don't think much of such as that over there. Lots of 'em do it. Well, if you take it like that, I shall go back to him. He was very fond of me, and we lived honourable enough, and as respectable as any married couple in the colony. How did I know where you were? I won't go blaming you. I could say a good deal, but perhaps it would be misplaced. What do you wish me to do? Nothing. There was one thing more I wanted to tell you, but I fancy we've seen enough of one another for the present. I shall think over what you said about your circumstances, and let you know. Thus they parted. Jude watched her disappear in the direction of the hotel, and entered the railway station close by. Finding that it wanted 3/4 of an hour of the time when he could get a train back to Alfredston, he strolled mechanically into the city as far as to the Four Ways, where he stood as he had so often stood before, and surveyed Chief Street stretching ahead, with its college after college, in picturesqueness unrivalled except by such continental vistas as the Street of Palaces in Genoa, the lines of the buildings being as distinct in the morning air as an architectural drawing. But Jude was far from seeing or criticizing these things. They were hidden by an indescribable consciousness of Arabella's midnight contiguity, a sense of degradation at his revived experiences with her, of her appearance as she lay asleep at dawn, which set upon his motionless face a look as of one accursed. If he could only have felt resentment towards her, he would have been less unhappy, but he pitied while he contemned her. Jude turned and retraced his steps. Drawing again towards the station, he started at hearing his name pronounced, less at the name than at the voice. To his great surprise, none other than Sue stood like a vision before him, her look bodeful and anxious as in a dream, her little mouth nervous, and her strained eyes speaking reproachful inquiry. "Oh, Jude, I am so glad to meet you like this," she said in quick, uneven accents not far from a sob. Then she flushed as she observed his thought that they had not met since her marriage. They looked away from each other to hide their emotion, took each other's hand without further speech, and went on together a while, till she glanced at him with furtive solicitude. "I arrived at Alfredston station last night, as you asked me to, and there was nobody to meet me. But I reached Mary Green alone, and they told me Aunt was a trifle better. I sat up with her. As you did not come all night, I was frightened about you. I thought that perhaps, when you found yourself back in the old city, you were upset at thinking I was married and not there as I used to be, and that you had nobody to speak to, so you had tried to drown your gloom, as you did at that former time when you were disappointed about entering as a student, and had forgotten your promise to me that you never would again. And this, I thought, was why you hadn't come to meet me. And you came to hunt me up and deliver me like a good angel. I thought I would come by the morning train and try to find you in case... I did think of my promise to you, dear, continually. I shall never break out again as I did, I am sure. I may have been doing nothing better, but I was not doing that. I loathe the thought of it. I am glad your staying had nothing to do with that. But, she said, the faintest pout entering into her tone, you didn't come back last night and meet me as you engaged to. I didn't, I am sorry to say. I had an appointment at 9 o'clock, too late for me to catch the train that would have met yours, or to get home at all. Looking at his loved one as she appeared to him now, in his tender thought the sweetest and most disinterested comrade that he had ever had, living largely in vivid imaginings, so ethereal a creature that her spirit could be seen trembling through her limbs, he felt heartily ashamed of his earthliness in spending the hours he had spent in Arabella's company. There was something rude and immoral in thrusting these recent facts of his life upon the mind of one who, to him, was so uncarnate as to seem at times impossible as a human wife to any average man. And yet she was Phillitson's. How she had become such, how she lived as such, passed his comprehension as he regarded her today. "You'll come back with me?" he said. There's a train just now. I wonder how my aunt is by this time. And so, Sue, you really came on my account all this way? At what an early time you must have started, poor thing. Yes, sitting up watching alone made me all nerves for you, and instead of going to bed when it got light, I started. And now, you won't frighten me like this again about your morals for nothing. He was not so sure that she had been frightened about his morals for nothing. He released her hand till they had entered the train. It seemed the same carriage he had lately got out of with another, where they sat down side by side, Sue between him and the window. He regarded the delicate lines of her profile and the small, tight, apple-like convexities of her bodice, so different from Arabella's amplitudes. Though she knew he was looking at her, she did not turn to him, but kept her eyes forward, as if afraid that by meeting his own some troublous discussion would be initiated. Sue, you are married now, you know, like me, and yet we have been in such a hurry that we have not said a word about it. There's no necessity, she quickly returned. Oh, well, perhaps not, but I wish. Jude, don't talk about me. I wish you wouldn't, she entreated. It distresses me rather. Forgive my saying it. Where did you stay last night? She had asked the question in perfect innocence, to change the topic. He knew that, and said merely, at an inn, though it would have been a relief to tell her of his meeting with an unexpected one. But the latter's final announcement of her marriage in Australia bewildered him, lest what he might say should do his ignorant wife an injury. Their talk proceeded but awkwardly till they reached Alfredston. That Sue was not as she had been, but was labelled Phillotson, paralyzed Jude whenever he wanted to commune with her as an individual. Yet she seemed unaltered. He could not say why. There remained the 5-mile extra journey into the country, which it was just as easy to walk as to drive, the greater part of it being uphill. Jude had never before in his life gone that road with Sue, though he had with another. It was now as if he carried a bright light which temporarily banished the shady associations of the earlier time. Sue talked, but Jude noticed that she still kept the conversation from herself. At length he inquired if her husband were well. Oh, yes, she said. He is obliged to be in the school all the day, or he would have come with me. He is so good and kind, that to accompany me he would have dismissed the school for once, even against his principles, for he is strongly opposed to giving casual holidays. Only I wouldn't let him. I felt it would be better to come alone. Aunt Drusilla, I knew, was so very eccentric, and his being almost a stranger to her now would have made it irksome to both. Since it turns out that she is hardly conscious, I'm glad I did not ask him. Jude had walked moodily while this praise of Phillotson was being expressed. Mr. Phillotson obliges you in everything, as he ought, he said. Of course. You ought to be a happy wife. And of course I am. Bride, I might almost have said as yet. It is not so many weeks since I gave you to him, and... Yes, I know. There was something in her face which belied her late assuring words, so strictly proper and so lifelessly spoken that they might have been taken from a list of model speeches in The Wife's Guide to Conduct. Jude knew the quality of every vibration in Sue's voice, could read every symptom of her mental condition, and he was convinced that she was unhappy, although she had not been a month married. But her rushing away thus from home, to see the last of a relative whom she had hardly known in her life, proved nothing, for Sue naturally did such things as these. Well, you have my good wishes, now as always, Mrs. Phillotson. She reproached him by a glance. No, you are not Mrs. Phillotson, murmured Jude. You are dear free Sue Bridehead, only you don't know it. Wifedom has not yet squashed up and digested you in its vast maw as an atom which has no further individuality. She put on a look of being offended till she answered, Nor has husbandom you, so far as I can see. But it has, he said, shaking his head sadly. When they reached the lone cottage under the firs between the brown house and Marygreen, in which Jude and Arabella had lived and quarrelled, he turned to look at it. A squalid family lived there now. He could not help saying to Sue, That's the house my wife and I occupied the whole of the time we lived together. I brought her home to that house. She looked at it. That to you was what the schoolhouse at Shaston is to me. Yes, but I was not very happy there, as you are in yours. She closed her lips in retortive silence, and they walked some way till she glanced at him to see how he was taking it. Of course I may have exaggerated your happiness. One never knows, he continued blandly. Don't think that, Jude, for a moment, even though you may have said it to sting me. He's as good to me as a man can be, and gives me perfect liberty, which elderly husbands don't do in general. If you think I am not happy because he's too old for me, you are wrong. I don't think anything against him, to you, dear. And you won't say things to distress me, will you? I will not. He said no more, but he knew that, from some cause or other, in taking Phillotson as a husband, Sue felt that she had done what she ought not to have done. They plunged into the concave field on the other side of which rose the village, the field wherein Jude had received a thrashing from the farmer many years earlier. On ascending to the village and approaching the house, they found Mrs. Edlin standing at the door, who at sight of them lifted her hands deprecatingly. "She's downstairs, if you'll believe me," cried the widow. "Out of bed she got, and nothing could turn her. What will come of it, I do not know." On entering, there indeed by the fireplace sat the old woman, wrapped in blankets and turning upon them a countenance like that of Sebastiano's Lazarus. They must have looked their amazement, for she said in a hollow voice, "Scared ye, have I? I wasn't going to bide up there no longer to please nobody. 'Tis more than flesh and blood can bear to be ordered to do this and that by a fellow you don't know half as well as you do yourself. You'll rue this marrying as well as he," she added, turning to Sue. "All our family do, and nearly all everybody else's. You should have done as I did, you simpleton. And Phillotson, the schoolmaster of all men, what made he marry him?" "What makes most women marry, aunt?" You mean to say you loved the man?" "I don't mean to say anything definite." "Do ye love him?" "Don't ask me, aunt." "I can't mind the man very well. A very civil, honourable liver. But, Lord, I don't want to wound your feelings, but there be certain men here that no woman of any niceness can stomach. I should have said he was one. I don't say so now, since you must have known better than I, but that's what I should have said." Sue jumped up and went out. Jude followed her, and found her in the outhouse crying. "Don't cry, dear," said Jude in distress. "She means well, but is very crusty and queer now, you know." "Oh, no, it isn't that," said Sue, trying to dry her eyes. "I don't mind her roughness one bit." "What is it, then?" "It is that what she says is true." "God, what? That you don't like him?" I don't mean that," she said hastily. Perhaps I ought not to have married." He wondered if she had really been going to say that at first. They went back, and the subject was smoothed over, and her aunt took rather kindly to Sue, telling her that not many young women newly married would have come so far to see a sick old crone like her. In the afternoon, Sue prepared to depart, Jude hiring a neighbour to drive her to Alfredston. "I'll go with you to the station if you'd like," he said. She would not let him. The man came round with the trap, and Jude helped her into it, perhaps with unnecessary attention, for she looked at him prohibitively. "I suppose I may come to see you some day, when I am back again at Melchester?" he half crossly observed. She bent down and said softly, "No, dear, you are not to come yet. I don't think you are in a good mood." "Very well," said Jude. "Goodbye." "Goodbye." She waved her hand and was gone. "She's right. I won't go," he murmured. He passed the evening and following days in mortifying by every possible means his wish to see her, nearly starving himself in attempts to extinguish by fasting his passionate tendency to love her. He read sermons on discipline, and hunted up passages in church history that treated of the ascetics of the 2nd century. Before he had returned from Marygreen to Melchester, there arrived a letter from Arabella. The sight of it revived a stronger feeling of self-condemnation for his brief return to her society than for his attachment to Sue. The letter, he perceived, bore a London postmark instead of the Christminster one. Arabella informed him that a few days after their parting in the morning at Christminster, she had been surprised by an affectionate letter from her Australian husband, formerly manager of the hotel in Sydney. He had come to England on purpose to find her, and had taken a free, fully licensed public in Lambeth, where he wished her to join him in conducting the business, which was likely to be a very thriving one, the house being situated in an excellent, densely populated, gin-drinking neighbourhood, and already doing a trade of £200 a month, which could be easily doubled. As he had said that he loved her very much still, and implored her to tell him where she was, and as they had only parted in a slight tiff, and as her engagement in Christminster was only temporary, she had gone to see him, as he urged. She could not help feeling that she belonged to him more than to Jude, since she had properly married him, and had lived with him much longer than with her first husband. In thus wishing Jude good-bye, she bore him no ill will, and trusted he would not turn upon her, a weak woman, and inform against her, and bring her to ruin now that she had such a chance of improving her circumstances and leading a genteel life. End of Part 3, Chapter 9, Jude the Obscure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling, www.storysales.com. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 3, At Melchester, Chapter 10. Jude returned to Melchester, which had the questionable recommendation of being only 12.5 miles from his Sue's now permanent residence. At first he felt that this nearness was a distinct reason for not going southward at all, but Christminster was too sad a place to bear, while the proximity of Shaston to Melchester might afford him the glory of worsting the enemy in a close engagement, such as was deliberately sought by the priests and virgins of the early church, who, disdaining an ignominious flight from temptation, became even chamber partners with impunity. Jude did not pause to remember that, in the laconic words of the historian, insulted nature sometimes vindicated her rights in such circumstances. He now returned with feverish desperation to his study for the priesthood, in the recognition that the single-mindedness of his aims and his fidelity to the cause had been more than questionable of late. His passion for Sue troubled his soul, yet his lawful abandonment to the society of Arabella for 12 hours seemed instinctively a worse thing, even though she had not told him of her Sydney husband till afterwards. He had, he verily believed, overcome all tendency to fly to liquor, which indeed he had never done from taste, but merely as an escape from intolerable misery of mind. Yet he perceived with despondency that, taken all around, he was a man of too many passions to make a good clergyman. The utmost he could hope for was that in a life of constant internal warfare between his flesh and spirit, the former might not always be victorious. As a hobby, auxiliary to his readings in divinity, he developed his slight skill in church music and thorough bass till he could join in part singing from notation with some accuracy. A mile or two from Melchester there was a restored village church, to which Jude had originally gone to fix the new columns and capitals. By this means he had become acquainted with the organist, and the ultimate result was that he joined the choir as a bass voice. He walked out to this parish twice every Sunday, and sometimes in the week. One evening about Easter the choir met for practice, and a new hymn which Jude had heard of as being by a Wessex composer was to be tried and prepared for the following week. It turned out to be a strangely emotional composition. As they all sang it over and over again, its harmonies grew upon Jude and moved him exceedingly. When they had finished, he went round to the organist to make inquiries. The score was in manuscript, the name of the composer being at the head, together with the title of the hymn, The Foot of the Cross. "Yes," said the organist, "he is a local man. He is a professional musician at Kennetbridge, between here and Christminster. The vicar knows him. He was brought up and educated in Christminster traditions, which accounts for the quality of the piece. I think he plays in the large church there, and has a surplus choir. He comes to Melchester sometimes, and once tried to get the cathedral organ when the post was vacant. The hymn is getting about everywhere this Easter." As he walked humming the air on his way home, Jude fell to musing on its composer, and the reasons why he composed it. What a man of sympathies he must be! Perplexed and harassed as he himself was about Sue and Arabella, and troubled as was his conscience by the complication of his position, how would he like to know that man? "He of all men would understand my difficulties," said the impulsive Jude. If there were any person in the world to choose as a confidant, this composer would be the one, for he must have suffered, and throbbed, and yearned. In brief, ill as he could afford the time and money for the journey, Fawley resolved, like the child that he was, to go to Kennetbridge the very next Sunday. He duly started, early in the morning, for it was only by a series of crooked railways that he could get to the town. About midday he reached it, and crossing the bridge into the quaint old borough, he inquired for the house of the composer. They told him it was a red brick building some little way farther on, also that the gentleman himself had just passed along the street not 5 minutes before. "Which way?" asked Jude with alacrity. "Straight along homeward from church." Jude hastened on, and soon had the pleasure of observing a man in a black coat and a black slouch felt hat no considerable distance ahead. Stretching out his legs yet more widely, he stalked after. "A hungry soul in pursuit of a full soul," he said. "I must speak to that man." He could not, however, overtake the musician before he had entered his own house, and then arose a question if this were an expedient time to call. Whether or not he decided to do so there and then, now that he had got here, the distance home being too great for him to wait until late in the afternoon. This man of soul would understand scant ceremony, and might be quite a perfect adviser in a case in which an earthly and illegitimate passion had cunningly obtained entrance into his heart through the opening afforded for religion. Jude accordingly rang the bell, and was admitted. The musician came to him in a moment, and being respectably dressed, good-looking, and frank in manner, Jude obtained a favourable reception. He was nevertheless conscious that there would be a certain awkwardness in explaining his errand. "I have been singing in the choir of a little church near Melchester," he said, "and we have this week practised the Foot of the Cross, which I understand, sir, that you composed." "I did, a year or so ago." "I like it. I think it supremely beautiful." "Ah, well, other people have said so too. Yes, there's money in it if I could only see about getting it published. I have other compositions to go with it too. I wish I could bring them out, for I haven't made a £5 note out of any of them yet. These publishing people, they want the copyright of an obscure composer's work, such as mine is, for almost less than I should have to pay a person for making a fair manuscript copy of the score. The one you speak of I have lent to various friends about here in Melchester, and so it has got to be sung a little. But music is a poor staff to lean on. I am giving it up entirely. You must go into trade if you want to make money nowadays. The wine business is what I'm thinking of. This is my forthcoming list. It is not issued yet, but you can take one." He handed Jude an advertisement list of several pages in booklet shape, ornamentally margined with a red line, in which were set forth the various clarets, champagnes, ports, sherries, and other wines with which he purposed to initiate his new venture. It took Jude more than by surprise that the man with a soul was thus and thus, and he felt that he could not open up his confidences. They talked a little longer, but constrainedly, for when the musician found that Jude was a poor man, his manner changed from what it had been, while Jude's appearance and address deceived him as to his position and pursuits. Jude stammered out something about his feelings in wishing to congratulate the author on such an exalted composition, and took an embarrassed leave. All the way home, by the slow Sunday train, sitting in the fireless waiting rooms on this cold spring day, he was depressed enough at his simplicity in taking such a journey. But no sooner did he reach his Melchester lodging than he found awaiting him a letter which had arrived that morning a few minutes after he had left the house. It was a contrite little note from Sue, in which she said, with sweet humility, that she felt she had been horrid in telling him he was not to come to see her, that she despised herself for having been so conventional, and that he was to be sure to come by the 11:45 train that very Sunday, and have dinner with them at 1:30. Jude almost tore his hair at having missed this letter till it was too late to act upon its contents, but he had chastened himself considerably of late, and at last his chimerical expedition to Kennetbridge really did seem to have been another special intervention by Providence to keep him away from temptation. But a growing impatience of faith, which he had noticed in himself more than once of late, made him pass over and ridicule the idea that God sent people on fool's errands. He longed to see her. He was angry at having missed her, and he wrote instantly, telling her what had happened, and saying he had not enough patience to wait till the following Sunday, but would come any day in the week that she liked to name. Since he wrote a little over-ardently, Sue, as her manner was, delayed her reply till Thursday before Good Friday, when she said he might come that afternoon if he wished, this being the earliest day on which she could welcome him, for she was now the assistant teacher in her husband's school. Jude therefore got leave from the cathedral works, at the trifling expense of a stoppage of pay, and went. End of Part 3rd at Melchester.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Tomahall. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 4th. At Shaston. Whoso prefers either matrimony or other ordinance before the good of man and the plain exigence of charity, let him profess Papist or Protestant or what he will, he is no better than a Pharisee. J. Milton. Chapter 1. Shaston, the ancient British Palador, from whose foundation first such strange reports arise, as Drayton sang it, was and is in itself the city of a dream. Vague imaginings of its castle, its 3 mints, its magnificent apsidal abbey, the chief glory of South Wessex, its 12 churches, its shrines, chantries, hospitals, its gabled freestone mansions, all now ruthlessly swept away, throw the visitor, even against his will, into a pensive melancholy, which the stimulating atmosphere and limitless landscape around him can scarcely dispel. The spot was the burial place of a king and a queen, of abbots and abbesses, saints and bishops, knights and squires. The bones of King Edward, the martyr, carefully removed hither for holy preservation, brought Shaston a renown which made it the resort of pilgrims from every part of Europe, and enabled it to maintain a reputation extending far beyond English shores. To this fair creation of the great Middle Age, the dissolution was, as historians tell us, the death knell. With the destruction of the enormous abbey, the whole place collapsed in a general ruin. The martyrs' bones met with the fate of the sacred pile that held them, and not a stone is now left to tell where they lie. The natural picturesqueness and singularity of the town still remain. But strange to say, these qualities, which were noted by many writers in ages when scenic beauty is said to have been unappreciated, are passed over in this, and one of the queerest and quaintest spots in England stands virtually unvisited today. It has a unique position on the summit of a steep and imposing scarp, rising on the north, south, and west sides of the borough out of the deep alluvial vale of Blackmore. The view from the Castle Green over 3 counties of verdant pasture, South, Mid, and Nether Wessex, being as sudden a surprise to the unexpectant traveller's eyes as the medicinal air is to his lungs. Impossible to a railway, it can best be reached on foot, next best by light vehicles, and it is hardly accessible to these but by a sort of isthmus on the northeast that connects it with the high chalk tableland on that side. Such is, and such was, the now world-forgotten Shaston, or Palador. Its situation rendered water the great want of the town, and within living memory horses, donkeys, and men may have been seen toiling up the winding ways to the top of the height, laden with tubs and barrels filled from the wells beneath the mountain, and hawkers retailing their contents at a price of a halfpenny a bucketful. This difficulty in the water supply, together with 2 other odd facts, namely that the chief graveyard slopes up as steeply as a roof behind the church, and that in former times the town passed through a curious period of corruption, conventual and domestic, gave rise to the saying that Shaston was remarkable for 3 consolations to man, such as the world afforded not elsewhere. It was a place where the churchyard laid nearer heaven than the church steeple, where beer was more plentiful than water, and where there were more wanton women than honest wives and maids. It is also said that after the Middle Ages the inhabitants were too poor to pay their priest, and hence were compelled to pull down their churches, and refrain altogether from the public worship of God, a necessity which they bemoaned over their cups in the settles of their inns on Sunday afternoons. In those days, the Shastonians were apparently not without a sense of humor. There was another peculiarity, this a modern one, which Shaston appeared to owe to its site. It was the resting place and headquarters of the proprietors of wandering vans, shows, shooting galleries, and other itinerant concerns, whose business lay largely at fairs and markets. As strange wild birds are seen assembled on some lofty promontory, meditatively pausing for longer flights, or to return by the course they followed thither, so here in this cliff town stood in stultified silence the yellow and green caravans bearing names not local, as if surprised by a change in the landscape so violent as to hinder their further progress, and here they usually remained all the winter till they turned to seek again their old tracks in the following spring. It was to this breezy and whimsical spot that Jude ascended from the nearest station for the first time in his life about 4 o'clock one afternoon, and entering on the summit of the peak after a toilsome climb, passed the first houses of the aerial town, and drew towards the schoolhouse. The hour was too early. The pupils were still in school, humming small like a swarm of gnats, and he withdrew a few steps along Abbey Walk, whence he regarded the spot which fate had made the home of all he loved best in the world. In front of the schools, which were extensive and stone-built, grew 2 enormous beeches with smooth mouse-colored trunks, as such trees will only grow on chalk uplands. Within the mullioned and transomed windows he could see the black, brown, and flaxen crowns of the scholars over the sills, and to pass the time away he walked down to the level terrace where the Abbey gardens once had spread, his heart throbbing in spite of him. Unwilling to enter till the children were dismissed, he remained here till young voices could be heard in the open air, and girls in white pinafores over red and blue frocks appeared dancing along the paths which the abbess, prioress, sub-prioress, and 50 nuns had demurely paced 3 centuries earlier. Retracing his steps, he found that he had waited too long, and that Sue had gone out into the town at the heels of the last scholar, Mr. Phillotson having been absent all the afternoon at a teachers' meeting at Shottsford. Jude went into the empty schoolroom and sat down, the girl who was sweeping the floor having informed him that Mrs. Phillotson would be back again in a few minutes. A piano stood near, actually the old piano that Phillotson had possessed at Marygreen, and though the dark afternoon almost prevented him seeing the notes, Jude touched them in his humble way, and could not help modulating into the hymn which had so affected him in the previous week. A figure moved behind him, and thinking it was still the girl with the broom, Jude took no notice, till the person came close, and laid her fingers lightly upon his bass hand. The imposed hand was a little one he seemed to know, and he turned. "Don't stop," said Sue. "I like it. I learnt it before I left Milchester. They used to play it in the training school." "I can't strum it before you. Play it for me." "Oh, well, I don't mind." Sue sat down, and her rendering of the piece, though not remarkable, seemed divine as compared with his own. She, like him, was evidently touched, to her own surprise, by the recalled air, and when she had finished, and he moved his hand towards hers, it met his own halfway. Jude grasped it, just as he had done before her marriage. "It is odd," she said, in a voice quite changed, "that I should care about that air, because—" "Because what?" "I am not that sort, quite." "Not easily moved?" "I didn't quite mean that." "Oh, but you are one of that sort, for you are just like me at heart, but not at head." She played on, and suddenly turned around, and by an unpremeditated instinct each clasped the other's hand again. She uttered a forceful little laugh as she relinquished his quickly. "How funny," she said. I wonder what we both did that for." "I suppose because we are both alike, as I said before." "Not in our thoughts. Perhaps a little in our feelings." "And they rule thoughts. Isn't it enough to make one blaspheme that the composer of that hymn is one of the most commonplace men I have ever met?" "What, you know him?" "I went to see him." "Oh, you goose, to do just what I should have done. Why did you?" "Because we are not alike," he said dryly. "Now we'll have some tea," said Sue. "Shall we have it here instead of in my house? It is no trouble to get the kettle and things brought in. We don't live at the school, you know, but in that ancient dwelling across the way called Old Grove Place. It is so antique and dismal that it depresses me dreadfully. Such houses are very well to visit, but not to live in. I feel crushed into the earth by the weight of so many previous lives there spent. In a new place like these schools, there is only your own life to support. Sit down, and I'll tell Ada to bring the tea things across." He waited in the light of the stove, the door of which she flung open before going out, and when she returned, followed by the maiden with tea, they sat down by the same light, assisted by the blue rays of a spirit lamp under the brass kettle on the stand. "This is one of your wedding presents to me," she said, signifying the latter. "Yes," said Jude. The kettle of his gift sang with some satire in its note to his mind, and to change the subject he said, "Do you know of any good readable edition of the uncanonical books of the New Testament? You don't read them in the school, I suppose." "Oh, dear, no. 'Twould alarm the neighborhood. Yes, there is one. I am not familiar with it now, though I was interested in it when my former friend was alive. Cowper's Apocryphal Gospels." That sounds like what I want. His thoughts, however, reverted with a twinge to the former friend, by whom she meant, as he knew, the university comrade of her earlier days. He wondered if she talked of him to Phillotson. "The Gospel of Nicodemus is very nice," she went on to keep him from his jealous thoughts, which she read clearly, as she always did. Indeed, when they talked on an indifferent subject, as now, there was ever a second silent conversation passing between their emotions. So perfect was the reciprocity between them. "It is quite like the genuine article, all cut up into verses too, so that it is like one of the other evangelists read in a dream, when things are the same yet not the same. But, Jude, do you take an interest in those questions still? Are you getting up Apologetica?" "Yes, I am reading divinity harder than ever." She regarded him curiously. "Why do you look at me like that?" said Jude. "Oh, why do you want to know?" "I'm sure you can tell me anything I might be ignorant of in that subject. You must have learned a lot of everything from your dear dead friend." "We won't get on to that now," she coaxed. "Will you be carving out at that church again next week where you learnt the pretty hymn?" "Yes, perhaps." "That will be very nice. Shall I come and see you there? It is in this direction. I could come any afternoon by train for half an hour." "No, don't come." "What, aren't we going to be friends then any longer, as we used to be?" "No." "I didn't know that. I thought you were always going to be kind to me." "No, I am not." "What have I done then? I am sure I thought we two—" The tremulo of her voice caused her to break off. "Sue, I sometimes think you are a flirt," said he abruptly. There was a momentary pause, till she suddenly jumped up, and to his surprise he saw by the kettle flame that her face was flushed. "I can't talk to you any longer, Jude," she said, the tragic contralto note having come back as of old. "It is getting too dark to stay together like this, after playing morbid Good Friday tunes that make one feel what one shouldn't. We mustn't sit and talk in this way any more. Yes, you must go away, for you mistake me. I am very much the reverse of what you say so cruelly. Oh, Jude, it was cruel to say that. Yet I can't tell you the truth. I should shock you by letting you know how I give way to my impulses, and how much I feel that I shouldn't have been provided with attractiveness unless it were meant to be exercised. Some women's love of being loved is insatiable, and so often is their love of loving. And in the last case they may find they can't give it continuously to the chamber officer appointed by the bishop's license to receive it. But you are so straightforward, Jude, that you can't understand me. Now you must go. I'm sorry my husband is not at home." "Are you?" "I perceive I have said that in mere convention. Honestly, I don't think I am sorry. It doesn't matter, either way, sad to say." As they had overdone the grasp of hands some time sooner, she touched his fingers but lightly when he went out now. He had hardly gone from the door when, with a dissatisfied look, she jumped up on a form and opened the iron casement of a window beneath which he was passing in the path without. "When do you leave here to catch your train, Jude?" she asked. He looked up in some surprise. "The coach that runs to meet it goes in 3/4 of an hour or so." "What will you do with yourself for the time?" "Oh, wander about, I suppose. Perhaps I shall go and sit in the old church." "It does seem hard of me to pack you off so. You have thought enough of churches, heaven knows, without going into one in the dark. Stay there." "Where?" "Where you are. I can talk to you better like this than when you were inside. It was so kind and tender of you to give up half a day's work to come to see me. You are Joseph the dreamer of dreams, dear Jude, and a tragic Don Quixote. And sometimes you are Saint Stephen, who, while they are stoning him, could see heaven opened. Oh, my poor friend and comrade, you'll suffer yet." Now that the high window-sill was between them so that he could not get at her, she seemed not to mind indulging in a frankness she had feared at closer quarters. "I have been thinking," she continued, still in the tone of one brimful of feeling, "that the social molds civilization fits us into have no more relation to our actual shapes than the conventional shapes of the constellations have to the real star patterns. I am called Mrs. Richard Phillotson, living a calm wedded life with my counterpart of that name. But I am not really Mrs. Richard Phillotson, but a woman tossed about, all alone, with aberrant passions and unaccountable antipathies. Now you mustn't wait longer, or you will lose the coach. Come and see me again. You must come to the house then." "Yes," said Jude. "When shall it be?" "Tomorrow week. Goodbye, goodbye." She stretched out her hand and stroked his forehead pitifully, just once. Jude said goodbye and went away into the darkness. Passing along Bimport Street, he thought he heard the wheels of the coach departing, and, truly enough, when he reached the Duke's Arms in the market-place, the coach had gone. It was impossible for him to get to the station on foot in time for his train, and he settled himself perforce to wait for the next, the last to Melchester that night. He wandered about a while, obtained something to eat, and then, having another half-hour on his hands, his feet involuntarily took him through the venerable graveyard of Trinity Church, with its avenues of limes, in the direction of the schools again. They were entirely in darkness. She had said she lived over the way in Old Grove Place, a house which he soon discovered from her description of its antiquity. A glimmering candlelight shone from a front window, the shutters being yet unclosed. He could see the interior clearly, the floor sinking a couple of steps below the road without, which had become raised during the centuries since the house was built. Sue, evidently just come in, was standing with her hat on in this front parlor or sitting-room, whose walls were lined with wainscoting of paneled oak reaching from floor to ceiling, the latter being crossed by huge molded beams only a little way above her head. The mantelpiece was of the same heavy description, carved with Jacobean pilasters and scroll-work. The centuries did, indeed, ponderously overhang a young wife who passed her time here. She had opened a rosewood work-box and was looking at a photograph. Having contemplated it a little while, she pressed it against her bosom and put it again in its place. Then, becoming aware that she had not obscured the windows, she came forward to do so, candle in hand. It was too dark for her to see Jude without, but he could see her face distinctly, and there was an unmistakable tearfulness about the dark, long-lashed eyes. She closed the shutters, and Jude turned away to pursue his solitary journey home. Whose photograph was she looking at? He said. He had once given her his, but she had others, he knew. Yet it was his, surely. He knew he should go to see her again, according to her invitation. Those earnest men he read of, the saints whom Sue with gentle irreverence called his demigods, would have shunned such encounters if they doubted their own strength, but he could not. He might fast and pray during the whole interval, but the human was more powerful in him than the divine. End of chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Tomahall. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 4th, Chapter 2. However, if God disposed not, woman did. The next morning but one brought him this note from her. Don't come next week. On your own account, don't. We were too free under the influence of that morbid hymn in the twilight. Think no more than you can help of Susanna Florence Mary. The disappointment was keen. He knew her mood, the look of her face, when she subscribed herself at length thus, but whatever her mood, he could not say she was wrong in her view. He replied, I acquiesce. You are right. It is a lesson in renunciation which I suppose I ought to learn at this season. Jude. He dispatched the note on Easter Eve, and there seemed a finality in their decisions. But other forces and laws than theirs were in operation. On Easter Monday morning he received a message from the widow Edlin, whom he had directed to telegraph if anything serious happened. "Your aunt is sinking. Come at once." He threw down his tools and went. 3.5 hours later he was crossing the downs at Marygreen, and presently plunged into the concave field across which the short cut was made to the village. As he ascended on the other side, a labouring man, who had been watching his approach from a gate across the path, moved uneasily and prepared to speak. "I can see in his face that she is dead," said Jude. "Poor Aunt Drusilla." It was as he had supposed, and Mrs. Edlin had sent out the man to break the news to him. "She wouldn't have known ye. She lay like a doll with glass eyes, so it didn't matter that you wasn't here," said he. Jude went on to the house, and in the afternoon, when everything was done and the layers out had finished their beer and gone, he sat down alone in the silent place. It was absolutely necessary to communicate with Sue, though 2 or 3 days earlier they had agreed to mutual severance. He wrote in the briefest terms, "Aunt Drusilla is dead, having been taken almost suddenly. The funeral is on Friday afternoon." He remained in and about Marygreen through the intervening days, went out on Friday morning to see that the grave was finished, and wondered if Sue would come. She had not written, and that seemed to signify rather that she would come than that she would not. Having timed her by her only possible train, he locked the door about midday, and crossed the hollow field to the verge of the upland by the brown house, where he stood and looked over the vast prospect northwards, and over the nearer landscape in which Alfredston stood. 2 miles behind it a jet of white steam was travelling from the left to the right of the picture. There was a long time to wait even now till he would know if she had arrived. He did wait, however, and at last a small hired vehicle pulled up at the bottom of the hill, and a person alighted, the conveyance going back, while the passenger began ascending the hill. He knew her, and she looked so slender today that it seemed as if she might be crushed in the intensity of a too passionate embrace, such as it was not for him to give. 2/3 of the way up her head suddenly took a solicitous pose, and he knew that she had at that moment recognized him. Her face soon began a pensive smile, which lasted till, having descended a little way, he met her. "I thought," she began with nervous quickness, "that it would be so sad to let you attend the funeral alone, and so, at the last moment, I came." "Dear, faithful Sue," murmured Jude. With the elusiveness of her curious double nature, however, Sue did not stand still for any further greeting, though it wanted some time to the burial. A pathos so unusually compounded as that which attached to this hour was unlikely to repeat itself for years, if ever, and Jude would have paused and meditated and conversed. But Sue either saw it not at all, or, seeing it more than he, would not allow herself to feel it. The sad and simple ceremony was soon over, their progress to the church being almost at a trot, the bustling undertaker having a more important funeral an hour later, 3 miles off. Drusilla was put into the ground, quite away from her ancestors. Sue and Jude had gone side by side to the grave, and now sat down to tea in the familiar house, their lives united at last in this last attention to the dead. "She was opposed to marriage from the first to last, you say," murmured Sue. "Yes, particularly for members of our family." Her eyes met his and remained on him for a while. "We are a rather sad family, don't you think, Jude?" "She said we made bad husbands and wives. Certainly we make unhappy ones. At all events, I do, for one." Sue was silent. "Is it wrong, Jude," she said with a tentative tremor, "for a husband or wife to tell a third person that they are unhappy in their marriage? If a marriage ceremony is a religious thing, it is possibly wrong, but if it is only a sordid contract based on material convenience and householding, rating and taxing, and the inheritance of land and money by children, making it necessary that the male parent should be known, which it seems to be, why surely a person may say, even proclaim upon the housetops, that it hurts and grieves him or her." "I have said so, anyhow, to you." Presently she went on. "Are there many couples, do you think, where one dislikes the other for no definite fault?" "Yes, I suppose, if either cares for another person, for instance." "But even apart from that, wouldn't the woman, for example, be very bad-natured if she didn't like to live with her husband, merely," her voice undulated and he guessed things, "merely because she had a personal feeling against it, a physical objection, a fastidiousness, or whatever it may be called, although she might respect and be grateful to him? I am merely putting a case. Ought she to try to overcome her pruderies?" Jude threw a troubled look at her. He said, looking away, "It would be just one of those cases in which my experiences go contrary to my dogmas. Speaking as an order-loving man, which I hope I am, though I fear I am not, I should say yes. Speaking from experience and unbiased nature, I should say no. Sue, I believe you are not happy." "Of course I am," she contradicted. "How can a woman be unhappy who has only been married 8 weeks to a man she chose freely?" "Chose freely." "Why do you repeat it?" "But I have to go back by the 6 o'clock train. You will be staying on here, I suppose?" "For a few days, to wind up Aunt's affairs. This house is gone now. Shall I go to the train with you?" A little laugh of objection came from Sue. "I think not. You may come part of the way." "But stop, you can't go tonight. That train won't take you to Shaston. You must stay and go back tomorrow. Mrs. Edlin has plenty of room if you don't like to stay here." "Very well," she said dubiously. "I didn't tell him I would come for certain." Jude went to the widow's house adjoining to let her know, and returning in a few moments sat down again. "It is horrible how we are circumstanced, Sue. Horrible," he said abruptly, with his eyes bent to the floor. "No. Why?" "I can't tell you all my part of the gloom. Your part is that you ought not to have married him. I saw it before you had done it, but I thought I mustn't interfere. I was wrong. I ought to have." "But what makes you assume all this, dear?" "Because I can see through your feathers, my poor little bird." Her hand lay on the table, and Jude put his upon it. Sue drew hers away. "That's absurd, Sue," cried he, "after what we've been talking about. I am more strict and formal than you, if it comes to that, and that you should object to such an innocent action shows that you are ridiculously inconsistent." "Perhaps it was too prudish," she said repentantly. "Only I have fancied it was a sort of trick of ours, too frequent, perhaps. There, you may hold it as much as you like. Is that good of me?" "Yes, very." "But I must tell him." "Who?" "Richard." "Oh, of course, if you think it's necessary, but as it means nothing, it may be bothering him needlessly." "Well, are you sure you meant it only as my cousin?" "Absolutely sure. I have no feelings of love left in me." "That's news. How has it come to be?" "I've seen Arabella." She winced at the hit, then said curiously, "When did you see her?" "When I was at Christminster." "So she's come back, and you never told me. I suppose you will live with her now?" "Of course, just as you live with your husband." She looked at the window pots with the geraniums and cactuses, withered for want of attention, and threw them at the outer distance till her eyes began to grow moist. "What is it?" said Jude, in a softened tone. "Why should you be so glad to go back to her if what you used to say to me is still true? I mean, if it were true then. Of course it is not now. How could your heart go back to Arabella so soon?" "A special providence, I suppose, helped it on its way." "Ah, it isn't true," she said with gentle resentment. "You are teasing me, that's all, because you think I am not happy." "I don't know. I don't wish to know." "If I were unhappy, it would be my fault, my wickedness. Not that I should have a right to dislike him. He is considerate to me in everything, and he is very interesting from the amount of general knowledge he has acquired by reading everything that comes in his way. Do you think, Jude, that a man ought to marry a woman his own age, or one younger than himself? 18 years as I am than he? It depends on what they feel for each other. He gave her no opportunity of self-satisfaction, and she had to go on unaided, which she did in a vanquished tone, verging on tears. I think I must be equally honest with you as you have been with me. Perhaps you have seen what it is I want to say, that though I like Mr. Phillotson as a friend, I don't like him. It is a torture to me to live with him as a husband. There, now I have let it out. I couldn't help it, although I have been pretending that I am happy. Now you'll have a contempt for me forever, I suppose." She bent down her face upon her hands as they lay upon the cloth, and silently sobbed in little jerks that made the fragile three-legged table quiver. "I have only been married a month or two," she went on, still remaining bent upon the table and sobbing into her hands. "And it is said that what a woman shrinks from in the early days of her marriage, she shakes down to with comfortable indifference in half a dozen years. But that is much like saying that the amputation of a limb is no affliction, since a person gets comfortably accustomed to the use of a wooden leg or arm in the course of time." Jude could hardly speak, but he said, "I thought there was something wrong, Sue. Oh, I thought there was." "But it is not as you think. There is nothing wrong except my own wickedness, I suppose you'd call it, a repugnance on my part for a reason I cannot disclose, and what would not be admitted as one by the world in general. What tortures me so much is the necessity of being responsive to this man whenever he wishes, good as he is morally, the dreadful contract to feel in a particular way in a matter whose essence is its voluntariness. I wish he would beat me, or be faithless to me, or do some open thing that I could talk about as a justification for feeling as I do. But he does nothing, except that he has grown a little cold since he has found out how I feel. That's why I didn't come to the funeral. Oh, I'm very miserable. I don't know what to do. Don't come near me, Jude, because you mustn't. Don't. But he had jumped up and put his face against hers, or rather against her ear, her face being inaccessible. "I told you not to, Jude." "I know you did. I only wished to console you. It all arose through my being married before we met, didn't it? You would have been my wife, Sue, wouldn't you, if it hadn't been for that?" Instead of replying, she rose quickly, and saying she was going to walk to her aunt's grave in the churchyard to recover herself, went out of the house. Jude did not follow her. 20 minutes later he saw her cross the village green towards Mrs. Edlund's, and soon she sent a little girl to fetch her bag and tell him she was too tired to see him again that night. In the lonely room of his aunt's house, Jude sat watching the cottage of the widow Edlund as it disappeared behind the night shade. He knew that Sue was sitting within its walls equally lonely and disheartened, and again questioned his devotional motto that all was for the best. He retired to rest early, but his sleep was fitful from the sense that Sue was so near at hand. At some time near 2 o'clock, when he was beginning to sleep more soundly, he was aroused by a shrill squeak that had been familiar enough to him when he lived regularly at Marygreen. It was the cry of a rabbit caught in a gin. As was the little creature's habit, it did not soon repeat its cry, and probably would not do so more than once or twice, but would remain bearing its torture till the morrow, when the trapper would come and knock it on the head. He who in his childhood had saved the lives of the earthworms now began to picture the agonies of the rabbit from its lacerated leg. If it were a bad catch by the hind leg, the animal would tug during the ensuing 6 hours till the iron teeth of the trap had stripped the leg bone of its flesh, when, should a weak-springed instrument enable it to escape, it would die in the fields from the mortification of the limb. If it were a good catch, namely by the foreleg, the bone would be broken, and the limb nearly torn in two in attempts at an impossible escape. Almost half an hour passed, and the rabbit repeated its cry. Jude could rest no longer till he had put it out of its pain, so dressing himself quickly he descended, and by the light of the moon went across the green in the direction of the sound. He reached the hedge bordering the widow's garden, when he stood still. The faint click of the trap, as dragged about by the writhing animal, guided him now, and reaching the spot, he struck the rabbit on the back of the neck with the side of his palm, and it stretched itself out dead. He was turning away when he saw a woman looking out of the open casement at a window on the ground floor of the adjacent cottage. "Jude," said a voice timidly, Sue's voice. "It is you, is it not?" "Yes, dear. I haven't been able to sleep at all, and then I heard the rabbit, and couldn't help thinking of what it suffered till I felt I must come down and kill it. But I am so glad you got there first. They ought not to be allowed to set these steel traps, ought they?" Jude had reached the window, which was quite a low one, so that she was visible down to her waist. She let go the casement stay and put her hand upon his, her moonlit face regarding him wistfully. "Did he keep you awake?" he said. "No, I was awake." "How was that?" "Oh, you know now. I know you, with your religious doctrines, think that a married woman in trouble of the kind like mine commits a moral sin in making a man the confidant of it, as I did you. I wish I hadn't now." "Don't wish it, dear," he said. "That may have been my view, but my doctrines and I began to part company." I knew it, and that's why I vowed I wouldn't disturb your belief. But I am so glad to see you, and oh, I didn't mean to see you again, now the last tie between us and Drusilla is dead." Jude seized her hand and kissed it. "There is a stronger one left," he said. "I'll never care about my doctrines or my religion any more. Let them go. Let me help you, even if I do love you, and even if you— Don't say it. I know what you mean, but I can't admit so much as that. There, guess what you like, but don't press me to answer questions." "I wish you were happy, whatever I may be." "I can't be. So few could enter into my feelings. They would say 'twas my fanciful fastidiousness or something of that sort, and condemn me. It is none of the natural tragedies of love. That's love's usual tragedy in civilized life, but a tragedy artificially manufactured for people who in a natural state would find relief in parting. It would have been wrong, perhaps, for me to tell my distress to you if I had been able to tell it to anybody else. But I have nobody, and I must tell somebody. Jude, before I married him, I had never thought out fully what marriage meant, even though I knew. It was idiotic of me. There is no excuse. I was old enough, and I thought I was very experienced. So I rushed on, when I had got into that training school scrape, with all the cocksureness of the fool that I was. I am certain one ought to be allowed to undo what one had done so ignorantly. I dare say it happens to lots of women, only they submit, and I kick. When people of a later age look upon the barbarous customs and superstitions of the times that we have the unhappiness to live in, what will they say? You are very bitter, darling Sue. How I wish— You must go in now." In a moment of impulse she bent over the sill, and laid her face upon his hair, weeping, and then imprinting a scarcely perceptible little kiss upon the top of his head, withdrawing quickly so that he could not put his arms round her, as otherwise he unquestionably would have done. She shut the casement, and he returned to his cottage. End of chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Tomahall. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 4th, Chapter 3. Sue's distressful confession recurred to Jude's mind all the night as being a sorrow indeed. The morning after, when it was time for her to go, the neighbors saw her companion and herself disappearing on foot down the hill path which led into the lonely road to Alfredston. An hour passed before he returned along the same route, and in his face there was a look of exultation, not unmixed with recklessness. An incident had occurred. They had stood parting in the silent highway, and their tense and passionate moods had led to bewildered inquiries of each other on how far their intimacy ought to go, till they had almost quarrelled, and she had said tearfully that it was hardly proper of him, as a parson in embryo, to think of such a thing as kissing her even in farewell, as he now wished to do. Then she had conceded that the fact of the kiss would be nothing. All would depend upon the spirit of it. If given in the spirit of a cousin and a friend, she saw no objection. If in the spirit of a lover, she could not permit it. "Will you swear that it will not be in that spirit?" she had said. No, he would not. And then they had turned from each other in estrangement and gone their several ways, till, at a distance of 20 or 30 yards, both had looked round simultaneously. That look behind was fatal to the reserve hitherto more or less maintained. They had quickly run back and met, and embracing most unpremeditatedly, kissed close and long. When they parted for good, it was with flushed cheeks on her side and a beating heart on his. The kiss was a turning point in Jude's career. Back again in the cottage and left to reflection, he saw one thing, that though his kiss of that aerial being had seemed the purest moment of his faultful life, as long as he nourished this unlicensed tenderness, it was glaringly inconsistent for him to pursue the idea of becoming the soldier and servant of a religion in which sexual love was regarded as, at its best, a frailty, and at its worst, damnation. What Sue had said in warmth was really the cold truth. When to defend his affection tooth and nail, to persist with headlong force in impassioned attentions to her, was all he thought of, he was condemned ipso facto as a professor of the accepted school of morals. He was as unfit, obviously, by nature, as he had been by social position, to fill the part of a propounder of accredited dogma. Strange that his first aspiration towards academical proficiency had been checked by a woman, and that his second aspiration towards apostleship had also been checked by a woman. Is it, he said, that the women are to blame, or is it that the artificial system of things, under which the normal sex impulses are turned into devilish domestic gins and springs to noose and hold back those who want to progress? It had been his standing desire to become a prophet, however humble, to his struggling fellow creatures, without any thought of personal gain. Yet with a wife living away from him with another husband, and himself in love erratically, the loved one's revolt against her state being possibly on his account, he had sunk to barely respectable according to regulation views. It was not for him to consider further. He had only to confront the obvious, which was that he had made himself quite an impostor as a law-abiding religious teacher. At dusk that evening he went into the garden and dug a shallow hole, to which he brought out all the theological and ethical works that he possessed and had stored here. He knew that in this country of true believers, most of them were not saleable at much higher price than waste paper value, and preferred to get rid of them in his own way, even if he should sacrifice a little money to the sentiment of thus destroying them. Lighting some loose pamphlets to begin with, he cut the volumes into pieces as well as he could, and with a 3-pronged fork shook them over the flames. They kindled and lighted up the back of the house, the pigsty, and his own face, till they were more or less consumed. Though he was almost a stranger here now, passing cottagers talked to him over the garden hedge. "Burning up your old aunt's rubbish, I suppose. Aye, a lot gets heaped up in nooks and corners when you've lived 80 years in one house." It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning before the leaves, covers, and binding of Jeremy Taylor, Butler, Doddridge, Paley, Pusey, Newman, and all the rest had gone to ashes. But the night was quiet, and as he turned and turned the paper shreds with the fork, the sense of being no longer a hypocrite to himself afforded his mind a relief which gave him calm. He might go on believing as before, but he professed nothing, and no longer owned and exhibited engines of faith which, as their proprietor, he might naturally be supposed to exercise on himself first of all. In his passion for Sue, he could not stand as an ordinary sinner, and not as a whited sepulchre. Meanwhile, Sue, after parting from him earlier in the day, had gone along to the station with tears in her eyes for having run back and let him kiss her. Jude ought not to have pretended that he was not a lover, and made her give way to an impulse to act unconventionally, if not wrongly. She was inclined to call it the latter, for Sue's logic was extraordinarily compounded, and seemed to maintain that before a thing was done it might be right to do, but that being done it became wrong. Or, in other words, that things which were right in theory were wrong in practice. "I have been too weak," I think, she jerked out as she pranced on, shaking down teardrops now and then. "It was burning, like a lover's, oh, it was, and I won't write to him any more, or at least not for a long time, to impress him with my dignity, and I hope it will hurt him very much, expecting a letter tomorrow morning, and the next, and no letter coming. He'll suffer then with the suspense, won't he? That's all, and I am very glad of it." Tears of pity for Jude's approaching sufferings at her hands mingled with those which had surged up in pity for herself. Then the slim little wife of a husband whose person was disagreeable to her, the ethereal, fine-nerved, sensitive girl, quite unfitted by temperament and instinct to fulfill the conditions of the matrimonial relation with Phillotson, possibly with scarce any man, walked fitfully along and panted and brought weariness into her eyes by gazing and worrying hopelessly. Phillotson met her at the arrival station, and seeing that she was troubled, thought it must be owing to the depressing effect of her aunt's death and funeral. He began telling her of his day's doings, and how his friend Gillingham, a neighbouring schoolmaster whom he had not seen for years, had called upon him. While ascending to the town, seated on top of the omnibus beside him, she had suddenly, and with an air of self-chastisement regarding the white road and its bordering bushes of hazel, "Richard, I let Mr. Fawley hold my hand a long time. I don't know whether you think it wrong." He, waking apparently from thoughts of far different mould, said vaguely, "Oh, did you? What did you do that for?" "I don't know. He wanted me to, and I let him." "I hope it pleased him. I should think it was hardly a novelty." They lapsed into silence. Had this been a case in the court of an omniscient judge, he might have entered on his notes the curious fact that Sue had placed the minor for the major indiscretion, and had not said a word about the kiss. After tea that evening, Phillotson sat balancing the school registers. She remained in an unusually silent, tense, and restless condition, and at last, saying she was tired, went to bed early. When Phillotson arrived upstairs, weary with the drudgery of the attendance numbers, it was 11:45. Entering their chamber, which by day commanded a view of some 30 or 40 miles over the Vale of Blackmoor and even into outer Wessex, he went to the window, and, pressing his face against the pane, gazed with hard-breathing fixity into the mysterious darkness which now covered the far-reaching scene. He was musing. "I think," he said at last, without turning his head, "that I must get the committee to change the school stationer. All the copybooks are sent wrong this time." There was no reply. Thinking Sue was dozing, he went on. "And there must be a rearrangement of that ventilator in the classroom. The wind blows down upon my head unmercifully and gives me the earache." As the silence seemed more absolute than ordinarily, he turned around. The heavy, gloomy oak wainscot which extended over the walls upstairs and down in the dilapidated Old Grove Place, and the massive chimney-piece reaching to the ceiling, stood in odd contrast to the new and shining brass bedstead and the new suite of birch furniture that he had bought for her, the two styles seeming to nod to each other across 3 centuries upon the shaking floor. "Sue," he said, this being the way he pronounced her name. She was not in the bed, though she had apparently been there, the clothes on her side being flung back. Thinking she might have forgotten some kitchen detail and gone downstairs for a moment to see to it, he pulled off his coat and idled quietly enough for a few minutes, when, finding out she did not come, he went out upon the landing, candle in hand, and said again, "Sue?" "Yes," came back to him in her voice from the distant kitchen quarter. "What are you doing down there at midnight, tiring yourself out for nothing?" "I am not sleepy. I am reading. There is a larger fire here." He went to bed. Sometime in the night he awoke. She was not there, even now. Lighting a candle, he hastily stepped out upon the landing and again called her name. She answered yes, as before, but the tones were small and confined, and whence they came he could not at first understand. Under the staircase was a large clothes closet without a window. They seemed to come from it. The door was shut, but there was no lock or other fastening. Phillotson, alarmed, went towards it, wondering if she had suddenly become deranged. "What are you doing in there?" he asked. "Not to disturb you, I came here, as it was late." "But there's no bed, is there, and no ventilation? Why, you'll be suffocated if you stay all night." "Oh, no, I think not. Don't trouble about me." But Phillotson seized the knob and pulled at the door. She had fastened it inside with a piece of string, which broke at his pull. There being no bedstead, she had flung down some rugs and made a little nest for herself in the very cramped quarters the closet afforded. When he looked in upon her, she sprang out of her lair, great-eyed and trembling. "You ought not to have pulled open the door," she cried excitedly. "It is not becoming in you. Oh, will you go away, please, will you?" She looked so pitiful and pleading in her white nightgown against the shadowy lumber hole that he was quite worried. She continued to beseech him not to disturb her. He said, "I've been kind to you and given you every liberty, and it is monstrous that you should feel in this way." "Yes," she said, weeping, "I know that. It is wrong and wicked of me, I suppose. I am very sorry, but it is not I altogether that am to blame." "Who is, then? Am I?" "No, I don't know. The universe, I suppose. Things in general, because they are so horrid and cruel." "Well, it is no use talking like that, making a man's house so unseemly at this time of night. Eliza will hear if we don't mind." He meant the servant. "Just think if either of the parsons in this town was to see us now. I hate such eccentricities, Sue. There's no order or regularity in your sentiments. But I won't intrude on you further. Only I would advise you not to shut the door too tight, or I shall find you stifled tomorrow." On rising the next morning, he immediately looked into the closet, but Sue had already gone downstairs. There was a little nest where she had lain, and spiders' webs hung overhead. "What must a woman's aversion be when it is stronger than her fear of spiders?" he said bitterly. He found her sitting at the breakfast table, and the meal began almost in silence. The burghers walking past upon the pavement, or rather roadway, pavements being scarce here, which was 2 or 3 feet above the level of the parlor floor. They nodded down to the happy couple their morning greetings as they went on. "Richard," she said all at once, "would you mind my living away from you?" "Away from me? Why, that's what you were doing when I married you. What then was the meaning of marrying at all?" "You wouldn't like me any the better for telling you." "I don't object to know." "Because I thought I could do nothing else." "You had my promise a long time before that, remember. Then as time went on, I regretted I had promised you, and was trying to see an honorable way to break it off. But as I couldn't, I became rather reckless and careless about the conventions. Then you know what scandals were spread, and how I was turned out of the training school you had taken such time and trouble to prepare me for and get me into, and this frightened me. And it seemed then that the one thing I could do was to let the engagement stand. Of course I, of all people, ought not to have cared what was said, for it was just what I fancied I never did care for. But I was a coward, as so many women are, and my theoretic unconventionality broke down. If that had not entered into the case, it would have been better to have hurt your feelings once for all then, than to marry you and hurt them all your life after. And you were so generous in never giving credit for a moment to the rumor. I am bound in honesty to tell you that I weighed its probability, and inquired of your cousin about it." "Ah," she said with pained surprise. "I didn't doubt you." "But you inquired." "I took his word." Her eyes had filled. "He wouldn't have inquired," she said. "But you haven't answered me. Will you let me go away? I know how irregular it is of me to ask it." "It is irregular." "But I do ask it. Domestic laws should be made according to temperaments, which should be classified. If people are at all peculiar in character, they have to suffer from the very rules that produce comfort in others. Will you let me?" "But we married." "What is the use of thinking of laws and ordinances," she burst out, "if they make you miserable when you know you are committing no sin?" "But you are committing a sin in not liking me." I do like you, but I didn't reflect that it would be so much more than that. For a man and woman to live on intimate terms when one feels as I do is adultery, in any circumstances, however legal. There, I've said it. Will you let me, Richard? You distress me, Susanna, with such importunity. Why can't we agree to free each other? We made the compact, and surely we can cancel it. Not legally, of course, but we can morally, especially as no new interests in the shape of children have arisen to be looked after. Then we might be friends and meet without pain to either. Oh, Richard, be my friend, and have pity. We shall both be dead in a few years, and then what will it matter to anyone that you relieve me from constraint for a little while? I dare say you think me eccentric or supersensitive or something absurd. Well, why should I suffer for what I was born to be if it doesn't hurt other people? But it does. It hurts me, and you vowed to love me. Yes, that's it. I am in the wrong. I always am. It is as culpable to bind yourself to love always as to believe a creed always, and as silly to vow always to like a particular food or drink. And do you mean by living away from me, living by yourself? Well, if you insisted, yes, but I meant living with Jude. As his wife? As I choose. Phillotson writhed. She continued, She or he who lets the world or his own portion of it choose his plan of life for him has no need of any other faculty than the ape-like one of imitation. J.S. Mill's words, those are. I have been reading it up. Why can't you act upon them? I wish to, always. What do I care about J.S. Mill? Moaned Tim. I only want to lead a quiet life. Do you mind my saying that I have guessed what never once occurred to me before our marriage, that you were in love and are in love with Jude Fawley? You may go on guessing that I am, since you have begun. But do you suppose that if I had been, I should have asked you to let me go and live with him? The ringing of the school bell saved Phillotson from the necessity of replying at present to what apparently did not strike him as being such a convincing argumentum ad verecundiam as she, in her loss of courage at the last moment, meant it to appear. She was beginning to be so puzzling and unstatable that he was ready to throw in with her other little peculiarities the extremest request which a wife could make. They proceeded to the school that morning as usual, Sue entering the classroom where he could see the back of her head through the glass partition whenever he turned his eyes that way. As he went on giving and hearing lessons, his forehead and eyebrows twitched from concentrated agitation of thought, till at length he tore a scrap from a sheet of scribbling paper and wrote, Your request prevents my attending to work at all. I don't know what I am doing. Was it seriously made? He folded the piece of paper very small and gave it to a little boy to take to Sue. The child toddled off into the classroom. Phillotson saw his wife turn and take the note, and the bend of her pretty head as she read it, her lips slightly crisped to prevent undue expression under fire of so many young eyes. He could not see her hands, but she changed her position, and soon the child returned, bringing nothing in reply. In a few minutes, however, one of Sue's class appeared with a little note similar to his own. These words only were penciled therein. I am sincerely sorry to say that it was seriously made. Phillotson looked more disturbed than before, and the meeting places of his brows twitched again. In 10 minutes he called up the child he had just sent to her and dispatched another missive. God knows I don't want to thwart you in any reasonable way. My whole thought is to make you comfortable and happy. But I cannot agree to such a preposterous notion as your going to live with your lover. You would lose everybody's respect and regard, and so should I. After an interval, a similar part was enacted in the classroom, and an answer came. I know you mean my good, but I don't want to be respectable. To produce human development in its richest diversity, to quote your Humboldt, is to my mind far above respectability. No doubt my tastes are low in your view, hopelessly low. If you won't let me go to him, will you grant me this one request? Allow me to live in your house in a separate way. To this he returned no answer. She wrote again.
I know what you think, but cannot you have pity on me? I beg you to, I implore you to be merciful. I would not ask if I were not almost compelled by what I can't bear. No poor woman has ever wished more than I that Eve had not fallen, so that, as the primitive Christians believed, some harmless mode of vegetation might have peopled paradise. But I won't trifle. Be kind to me even though I have not been kind to you. I will go away, go abroad, anywhere, and never trouble you. Nearly an hour passed, and then he returned an answer. I do not wish to pain you. How well you know I don't. Give me a little time. I am disposed to agree to your last request. One line from her. Thank you from my heart, Richard. I do not deserve your kindness. All day Phillotson bent a dazed regard upon her through the glazed partition, and he felt as lonely as when he had not known her. But he was as good as his word, and consented to her living apart in the house. At first, when they met at meals, she had seemed more composed under the new arrangement, but the irksomeness of their position worked on her temperament, and the fibres of her nature seemed strained like harp strings. She talked vaguely and indiscriminately to prevent his talking pertinently. End of chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Tomahawk. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part 4th, Chapter 4. Phillotson was sitting up late, as was often his custom, trying to get together the materials for his long-neglected hobby of Roman antiquities. For the first time since reviving the subject, he felt a return of his old interest in it. He forgot time and place, and when he remembered himself and ascended to rest, it was nearly 2 o'clock. His preoccupation was such that, though he now slept on the other side of the house, he mechanically went to the room that he and his wife had occupied when he first became a tenant of Old Grove Place, which, since his differences with Sue, had been hers exclusively. He entered, and unconsciously began to undress. There was a cry from the bed and a quick movement. Before the schoolmaster had realized where he was, he perceived Sue starting up half awake, staring wildly, and springing out upon the floor on the side away from him, which was towards the window. This was somewhat hidden by the canopy of the bedstead, and in a moment he heard her flinging up the sash. Before he had thought that she meant to do more than get air, she had mounted upon the sill and leapt out. She disappeared in the darkness, and he heard her fall below. Phillotson, horrified, ran downstairs, striking himself sharply against the newel in his haste. Opening the heavy door, he ascended the 2 or 3 steps to the level of the ground, and there on the gravel before him lay a white heap. Phillotson seized it in his arms, and bringing Sue into the hall, seated her on a chair, where he gazed at her by the flapping light of the candle which he had set down in the draught on the bottom stair. She had certainly not broken her neck. She looked at him with eyes that seemed not to take him in, and though not particularly large in general, they appeared so now. She pressed her side and rubbed her arm as if conscious of pain, then stood up, averting her face in evident distress at his gaze. "Thank God you are not killed, though it's not for want of trying. Not much hurt, I hope?" Her fall, in fact, had not been a serious one, probably owing to the lowness of the old rooms and to the high level of the ground without. Beyond a scraped elbow and a blow in the side, she had apparently incurred little harm. "I was asleep, I think," she began, her pale face still turned away from him, "and something frightened me. A terrible dream. I thought I saw you—" The actual circumstance seemed to come back to her, and she was silent. Her cloak was hanging at the back of the door, and the wretched Phillotson flung it around her. "Shall I help you upstairs?" he asked drearily, for the significance of all this sickened him of himself and of everything. "No, thank you, Richard. I am very little hurt. I can walk." "You ought to lock your door," he mechanically said, as if lecturing in school. "Then no one could intrude, even by accident." "I have tried. It won't lock. All the doors are out of order." The aspect of things was not improved by her admission. She ascended the staircase slowly, the waving light of the candle shining on her. Phillotson did not approach her or attempt to ascend himself till he had heard her enter her room. Then he fastened up the front door and, returning, sat down on the lower stairs, holding the newel with one hand and bowing his face into the other. Thus he remained for a long, long time, a pitiable object enough to one who had seen him, till, raising his head and sighing a sigh which seemed to say that the business of his life must be carried on, whether he had a wife or no, he took the candle and went upstairs to his lonely room on the other side of the landing. No further incident touching the matter between them occurred till the following evening, when, immediately school was over, Phillotson walked out of Shaston, saying he required no tea, and not informing Sue where he was going. He descended from the town level by a steep road in a northwesterly direction, and continued to move downwards till the soil changed from its white dryness to a tough brown clay. He was now on the low alluvial beds, where Duncliffe is the traveller's mark, and cloudy Stowers a rolling dark. More than once he looked back in the increasing obscurity of evening. Against the sky was Shaston, dimly visible, on the grey-topped height of Palador as pale day wore away. William Barnes. The new-lit lights from its windows burnt with a steady shine, as if watching him, one of which windows was his own. Above it he could just discern the pinnacled tower of Trinity Church. The air down here, tempered by the thick damp bed of tenacious clay, was not as it had been above, but soft and relaxing, so that when he had walked a mile or two he was obliged to wipe his face with his handkerchief. Leaving Duncliffe Hill on his left, he proceeded without hesitation through the shade, as a man goes on night or day in a district over which he has played as a boy. He had walked altogether about 4½ miles. Where Stour receives her strength from 6 clear fountains red, Drayton. When he crossed a tributary of the Stour and reached Leadenton, a little town of 3,000 or 4,000 inhabitants, where he went on to the boys' school and knocked on the door of the master's residence. A boy pupil-teacher opened it, and to Phillotson's inquiry if Mr. Gillingham was at home, replied that he was, going at once off to his own house, and leaving Phillotson to find his way in as he could. He discovered his friend putting away some books from which he had been giving evening lessons. The light of the paraffin lamp fell on Phillotson's face, pale and wretched by contrast with his friend's, who had a cool, practical look. They had been schoolmates in boyhood and fellow students at Wintoncester Training College many years before this time. "Glad to see you, Dick. But you don't look well? Nothing the matter?" Phillotson advanced without replying, and Gillingham closed the cupboard and pulled up beside his visitor. "Why, you haven't been here, let me see, since you were married. I called, you know, but you were out, and upon my word it is such a climb after dark that I have been waiting till the days are longer before lumpering up again. I am glad you didn't wait, however." Though well-trained and even proficient masters, they occasionally used a dialect word of their boyhood to each other in private. "I've come, George, to explain to you my reasons for taking a step that I am about to take, so that you, at least, will understand my motives if other people question them anywhen, as they may. Indeed, certainly will. But anything is better than the present condition of things. God forbid that you should ever have such an experience as mine." "Sit down. You don't mean anything wrong between you and Mrs. Phillotson?" "I do. My wretched state is that I've a wife I love who not only does not love me, but, well, I won't say. I know her feeling. I should prefer hatred from her." "Shush!" "And the sad part of it is that she is not so much to blame as I. She was a pupil teacher under me, as you know, and I took advantage of her inexperience, and told her out for walks, and got her to agree to a long engagement before she well knew her own mind. Afterwards she saw somebody else, but she blindly fulfilled her engagement." "Loving the other?" "Yes, with a curious, tender solicitude, seemingly, though her exact feeling for him is a riddle to me, and to him, too, I think, possibly to herself. She is one of the oddest creatures I ever met. However, I have been struck with these 2 facts: the extraordinary sympathy or similarity between the pair, He is her cousin, which perhaps accounts for some of it. They seem to be one person split in two, and with her unconquerable aversion to myself as a husband, even though she may like me as a friend, 'tis too much to bear longer. She has conscientiously struggled against it, but to no purpose. I cannot bear it. I cannot. I can't answer her arguments. She has read 10 times as much as I. Her intellect sparkles like diamonds, while mine smolders like brown paper. She's one too many for me.
She'll get over it, Goodnow.
Never. It is, but I won't go into it. There are reasons why she never will. At last she calmly and firmly asked if she might leave and go to him. The climax came last night, when, owing to my entering her room by accident, she jumped out of window. So strong was her dread of me. She pretended it was a dream, but that was to soothe me. Now when a woman jumps out of window without caring whether she breaks her neck or no, she's not to be mistaken. And this being the case, I have come to a conclusion, that it is wrong to so torture a fellow creature any longer. And I won't be the inhuman wretch to do it, cost what it may.
What, you'll let her go, and with her lover?
Whom with is her matter. I shall let her go, and with him certainly, if she wishes. I know I may be wrong. I know I can't logically or religiously defend my concession to such a wish of hers, or harmonize it with the doctrines I was brought up in. Only I know one thing. Something within me tells me I am doing wrong in refusing her. I, like other men, profess to hold that if a husband gets such a so-called preposterous request from his wife, the only course that can possibly be regarded as right and proper and honorable in him is to refuse it, and put her virtually under lock and key, and murder her lover, perhaps. But is that essentially right and proper and honorable, or is it contemptibly mean and selfish? I don't profess to decide. I simply am going to act by instinct, and let principles take care of themselves. If a person who has blindly walked into a quagmire cries for help, I am inclined to give it, if possible.
But you see, there's the question of neighbors and society. What will happen if everybody...
Oh, I am not going to be a philosopher any longer. I only see what's under my eyes.
Well, I don't agree with your instinct, Dick, said Gillingham gravely. I am quite amazed, to tell you the truth, that such a sedate, plodding fellow as you should have entertained such a craze for a moment. You said when I called that she was puzzling and peculiar. I think you are.
Have you ever stood before a woman who you know to be intrinsically a good woman, while she has pleaded for release, been the man she has knelt to and implored indulgence of?
I am thankful to say I haven't.
Then I don't think you are in a position to give an opinion. I have been that man, and it makes all the difference in the world if one has any manliness or chivalry in him. I had not the remotest idea, living apart from women as I have done for so many years, that merely taking a woman to church and putting a ring upon her finger could, by any possibility, involve one in such a daily, continuous tragedy as that now shared by me and her.
Well, I admit some excuse for letting her leave you, provided she kept to herself, but to go attended by a cavalier, that makes a difference.
Not a bit. Suppose, as I believe, that she would rather endure her present misery than to be made to promise to keep apart from him. All that is a question for herself. It is not the same thing at all as the treachery of living on with a husband and playing him false. However, she has not distinctly implied living with him as wife, though I think she means to. And to the best of my understanding, it is not an ignoble, merely animal feeling between the two. That is the worst of it, because it makes me think their affection will be enduring. I did not mean to confess it to you, that in the first jealous weeks of my marriage, before I had come to my right mind, I hid myself in the school one evening when they were together there, and I heard what they said. I am ashamed of it now, though I suppose I was only exercising a legal right. I found from their manner that an extraordinary affinity or sympathy entered into their attachment, which somehow took away all flavor of grossness. Their supreme desire is to be together, to share each other's emotions and fancies and dreams. Platonic? Well, no. Shelleyan would be nearer to it. They remind me of, what are their names, Leon and Cythna, also of Paul and Virginia a little. The more I reflect, the more entirely I am on their side. But if people did as you want to do, there'd be a general domestic disintegration. The family would no longer be the social unit. Yes, I am all abroad, I suppose, said Phillotson sadly. I was never a very bright reasoner, you remember. And yet I don't see why the woman and the children should not be the unit without the man. By the Lord Harry! Matriarchy? Does she say all this too? Oh, no. She little thinks I have outsued Sue in this, all in the last 12 hours. It will upset all received opinion hereabout. Good God, what will Shaston say? I don't say that it won't. I don't know. As I say, I am only a feeler, not a reasoner. Now, said Gillingham, let us take it quietly and have something to drink over it. He went under the stairs and produced a bottle of cider wine, of which they drank a rummer each. I think you are rafted and not yourself, he continued. Do go back up and make up your mind to put up with a few whims, but keep her. I hear on all sides that she's a charming young thing. Ah, yes, that's the bitterness of it. Well, I won't stay. I have a long walk before me. Gillingham accompanied his friend a mile on his way, and at parting expressed his hope that this consultation, singular as its subject was, would be the renewal of their old comradeship. Stick to her, were his last words, flung into the darkness after Phillotson, from which his friend answered, Aye, aye. But when Phillotson was alone under the clouds of night, and no sound was audible but that of the purling tributaries of the Stour, he said, So, Gillingham, my friend, you had no stronger arguments against it than those. I think she ought to be smacked and brought to her senses, that's what I think, murmured Gillingham as he walked back alone. The next morning came, and at breakfast Phillotson told Sue, You may go, with whom you will. I absolutely and unconditionally agree. Having once come to this conclusion, it seemed to Phillotson more and more indubitably the true one. His mild serenity at the sense that he was doing his duty by a woman who was at his mercy almost overpowered his grief at relinquishing her. Some days passed, and the evening of their last meal together had come, a cloudy evening with wind, which indeed was very seldom absent in this elevated place. How permanently was imprinted upon his vision that look of her as she glided into the parlor to tea, a slim, flexible figure, a face strained from its roundness and marked by the pallors of restless days and nights, suggesting tragic possibilities quite at variance with her times of buoyancy, a trying of this morsel and that, and an inability to eat either. Her nervous manner, begotten of a fear lest he should be injured by her course, might have been interpreted by a stranger as displeasure that Phillotson intruded his presence on her for the few brief minutes that remained. You had better have a slice of ham or an egg or something with your tea. You can't travel on a mouthful of bread and butter. She took the slice he helped her to, and they discussed as they sat trivial questions of housekeeping, such as where he would find the key of this or that cupboard, what little bills were paid, and what not. I am a bachelor by nature, as you know, Sue, he said in a heroic attempt to put her at her ease, so that being without a wife will not really be irksome to me as it might be to other men who have had one a little while. I have, too, this grand hobby in my head of writing the Roman antiquities of Wessex, which will occupy all my spare hours. If you will send me some of the manuscript to copy at any time as you used to, I will do it with so much pleasure, she said with amiable gentleness. I should like to be some help to you still, as a friend. Phillotson mused and said, No, I think we ought to be really separate if we are to be at all. And for this reason, that I don't wish to ask you any questions, and particularly wish you not to give me information as to your movements or even your address. Now, what money do you want? You must have some, you know." "Oh, of course, Richard, I couldn't think of having any of your money to go away from you with. I don't want any either. I have enough of my own to last for a long while, and Jude will let me have—" "I would rather not know anything about him, if you don't mind. You are free, absolutely, and your course is your own." "Very well. But I'll just say that I have packed only a change or two of my own personal clothing, and one or two little things besides that are my very own. I wish you would look into my trunk before it is closed. Besides that, I have only a small parcel that will go into Jude's portmanteau." "Of course, I will do no such thing as examine your luggage. I wish you would take 3/4 of the household furniture. I don't want to be bothered with it. I have a sort of affection for a little of it that belonged to my poor mother and father, but the rest you are welcome to whenever you like to send for it." "That I shall never do." "You go by the 6:30 train, don't you? It is now 5:45. You don't seem very sorry I am going, Richard." "Oh, no, perhaps not." "I like you much for how you have behaved. It is a curious thing that directly I have begun to regard you as not my husband, but as my old teacher, I like you. I won't be so affected as to say I love you, because you know I don't, except as a friend, but you do seem that to me." Sue was for a few moments a little tearful at these reflections, and then the station omnibus came round to take her up. Phillotson saw her things put on top, handed her in, and was obliged to make an appearance of kissing her as he wished her good-bye, which she quite understood and imitated. From the cheerful manner in which they parted, the omnibus man had no other idea than that she was going for a short visit. When Phillotson got back into the house, he went upstairs and opened the window in the direction the omnibus had taken. Soon the noise of its wheels died away. He came down then, his face compressed like that of one bearing pain. He put on his hat and went out, following by the same route for nearly a mile. Suddenly turning round, he came home. He had no sooner entered than the voice of his friend Gillingham greeted him from the front room. "I could make nobody hear, so, finding your door open, I walked in and made myself comfortable. I said I would call, you remember." "Yes, I am much obliged to you, Gillingham, particularly for coming tonight." "How is Mrs.—" "She is quite well. She is gone. Just gone. That's her teacup that she drank out of only an hour ago, and that's the plate she—" Phillotson's throat got choked up, and he couldn't go on. He turned and pushed the tea things aside. "Have you had any tea, by the by?" he asked presently in a renewed voice. "No. Yes. Never mind," said Gillingham, preoccupied. "Gone, you say she is?" "Yes. I would have died for her, but I wouldn't be cruel to her in the name of the law. She is, as I understand, gone to join her lover. What they are going to do, I cannot say. Whatever it may be, she has my full consent to." There was a stability, a ballast, in Phillotson's pronouncement, which restrained his friend's comment. "Shall I leave you?" he asked. No. It is a mercy to me that you have come. I have some articles to arrange and clear away. Would you help me?" Gillingham assented, and having gone to the upper rooms, the schoolmaster opened drawers and began taking out all Sue's things that she had left behind, and laying them in a large box. "She wouldn't take all I wanted her to," he continued. "But when I made up my mind to her going to live in her own way, I did make up my mind." "Some men would have stopped at an agreement to separate." "I've gone into all that, and don't wish to argue it. I was, and am, the most old-fashioned man in the world on the question of marriage. In fact, I have never thought critically about its ethics at all. But certain facts stared me in the face, and I couldn't go against them." They went on packing silently. When it was done, Phillotson closed the box and turned the key. "There," he said, "to adorn her in somebody else's eyes, never again in mine." End of chapter 4.
Part the Fourth, Chapter 5 of Jude the Obscure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Part Fourth, Chapter 5. 24 hours before this time, Sue had written the following note to Jude. It is as I told you, and I am leaving tomorrow evening. Richard and I thought it could be done with less obtrusiveness after dark. I feel rather frightened, and therefore ask you to be sure you are on the Melchester platform to meet me. I arrive at a little to 7. I know you will, of course, dear Jude, but I feel so timid that I can't help begging you to be punctual. He has been so very kind to me through it all. Now to our meeting. S. As she was carried by the omnibus farther and farther down from the mountain town, the single passenger that evening, she regarded the receding road with a sad face. But no hesitation was apparent therein. The up train by which she was departing stopped by signal only. To Sue it seemed strange that such a powerful organization as a railway train should be brought to a standstill on purpose for her, a fugitive from her lawful home. The 20 minutes' journey drew towards its close, and Sue began gathering her things together to alight. At the moment that the train came to a standstill by the Melchester platform, a hand was laid on the door, and she beheld Jude. He entered the compartment promptly. He had a black bag in his hand, and was dressed in the dark suit he wore on Sundays and in the evening after work. Altogether, he looked a very handsome young fellow, his ardent affection for her burning in his eyes. "Oh, Jude!" She clasped his hand with both hers, and her tense state caused her to simmer over in a little succession of dry sobs. I'm so glad. I get out here?" "No, I get in, dear one. I've packed. Besides this bag, I've only a big box which is labeled." "But don't I get out? Aren't we going to stay here?" "We couldn't possibly, don't you see? We are known here. I, at any rate, am well known. I've booked for Aldbrickham, and here's your ticket for the same place, as you have only one to here." "I thought we should have stayed here," she repeated. "It wouldn't have done at all." "Ah, perhaps not." There wasn't time for me to write and say the place I had decided on. Aldbrickham is a much bigger town, 60 or 70,000 inhabitants, and nobody knows anything about us there. "And you have given up your cathedral work here?" "Yes. It was rather sudden, your message coming unexpectedly. Strictly, I might have been made to finish out the week. But I pleaded urgency, and I was let off. I would have deserted any day at your command, dear Sue. I have deserted more than that for you." "I fear I am doing you a lot of harm, ruining your prospects of the church, ruining your progress in your trade, everything." "The church is no more to me, let it lie. I am not to be one of the soldier saints who row on row burn upward each to his point of bliss. If any such there be, my point of bliss is not upward, but here." "Oh, I seem so bad, upsetting men's courses like this," said she, taking up in her voice the emotion that had begun in his. But she recovered her equanimity by the time they had traveled a dozen miles. "He has been so good in letting me go," she resumed, "and here's a note I found on my dressing-table addressed to you." "Yes, he's not an unworthy fellow," said Jude, glancing at the note, "and I am ashamed of myself for hating him because he married you." "According to the rule of women's whims, I suppose I ought to suddenly love him, because he has let me go so generously and unexpectedly," she said, smiling. "But I am so cold or devoid of gratitude or so something, that even this generosity hasn't made me love him, or repent, or want to stay with him as his wife, although I do feel I like his large-mindedness and respect him more than ever." "It may not work so well for us as if he had been less kind, and you had run away against his will," murmured Jude. "That I never would have done." Jude's eyes rested musingly on her face. Then he suddenly kissed her, and was going to kiss her again. "No, only once now. Please, Jude." "That's rather cruel," he answered, but acquiesced. "Such a strange thing has happened to me," Jude continued after a silence. "Arabella has actually written to ask me to get a divorce from her. In kindness to her, she says. She wants to honestly and legally marry that man she has already married virtually, and begs me to enable her to do it." "What have you done?" "I have agreed. I thought at first I couldn't do it without getting her into trouble about that second marriage, and I don't want to injure her in any way. Perhaps she's no worse than I am, after all. But nobody knows about it over here, and I find it will not be a difficult proceeding at all. If she wants to start afresh, I have only two obvious reasons for not hindering her. Then you'll be free? Yes, I'll be free. Where are we booked for? She asked, with the discontinuity that marked her tonight. Aldbrickham, as I said. But it will be very late when we get there? Yes, I thought of that, and I wired for a room for us at the Temperance Hotel there. 1? Yes, 1. She looked at him. Oh, Jude. She bent her forehead against the corner of the compartment. I thought you might do it, and that I was deceiving you, but I didn't mean that. In the pause which followed, Jude's eyes fixed themselves with a stultified expression on the opposite seat. Well, he said. Well. He remained in silence, and seeing how discomfited he was, she put her face against his cheek, murmuring, Don't be vexed, dear. Oh, there's no harm done, he said. But I understood it like that. Is this a sudden change of mind? You have no right to ask me such a question, and I shan't answer, she said, smiling. My dear one, your happiness is more to me than anything, although we seem to verge on quarreling so often, and your will is law to me. I am something more than a mere selfish fellow, I hope. Have it as you wish. On reflection, his brow showed perplexity. But perhaps it is that you don't love me, not that you have become conventional. Much as, under your teaching, I hate convention, I hope it is that, not the other terrible alternative. Even at this obvious moment for candor, Sue could not be quite candid as to the state of that mystery, her heart. Put it down to my timidity, she said with hurried evasiveness, to a woman's natural timidity when the crisis comes. I may feel as well as you that I have a perfect right to live with you as you thought, from this moment. I may hold the opinion that, in a proper state of society, the father of a woman's child will be as much a private matter of hers as the cut of her underlinen, on whom nobody will have any right to question her. But partly, perhaps, because it is by his generosity that I am now free, I would rather not be other than a little rigid. If there had been a rope ladder, and he had run after us with pistols, it would have seemed different, and I may have acted otherwise. But don't press me and criticize me, Jude. Assume that I haven't the courage of my opinions. I know I am a poor, miserable creature. My nature is not so passionate as yours. He repeated simply, I thought what I naturally thought, but if we are not lovers, we are not. Phillotson thought so, I am sure. See, here is what he has written to me. He opened the letter she had brought and read. I make only one condition, that you are tender and kind to her. I know you love her, but even love may be cruel at times. You are made for each other, it is obvious, palpable, to any unbiased older person. You were all along the shadowy third in my short life with her. I repeat, take care of Sue. He's a good fellow, isn't he? She said with latent tears. On reconsideration, she added, he was very resigned to letting me go, too resigned, almost. I never was so near being in love with him as when he made such thoughtful arrangements for my being comfortable on my journey and offering to provide money. Yet I was not. If I loved him ever so little as a wife, I'd go back to him even now. But you don't, do you? It is true. Oh, so terribly true. I don't. Nor me neither, I half fear, he said pettishly. Nor anybody, perhaps. Sue, sometimes when I am vexed with you, I think you are incapable of real love. That's not good and loyal of you, she said, and drawing away from him as far as she could, looked severely out into the darkness. She added in hurt tones without turning round, my liking for you is not as some women's, perhaps, but it is a delight in being with you, of a supremely delicate kind, and I don't want to go further and risk it by an attempt to intensify it. I quite realized that, as woman with man, it was a risk to come, but as me with you, I resolved to trust you to set my wishes above your gratification. Don't discuss it further, dear Jude. Of course, if it would make you reproach yourself. But you do like me very much, Sue? Say you do. Say that you do a quarter, a tenth, as much as I do you, and I'll be content. I've let you kiss me, and that tells enough. Just once or so. Well, don't be a greedy boy. He leant back and did not look at her for a long time. That episode in her past history of which she had told him, of the poor Christminster graduate whom she had handled thus, returned to Jude's mind, and he saw himself as a possible second in such a torturing destiny. This is a queer elopement, he murmured. Perhaps you are making a cat's paw of me with Phillotson all this time. Upon my word, it almost seems so, to see you sitting up there so prim." "Now, you mustn't be angry. I won't let you," she coaxed, turning and moving nearer to him. "You did kiss me just now, you know, and I didn't dislike you to. I own it, Jude. Only I don't want to let you do it again, just yet, considering how we are circumstanced, don't you see?" He could never resist her when she pleaded, as she well knew, and they sat side by side with joined hands till she aroused herself at some thought. "I can't possibly go to that Temperance Inn after your telegraphing that message." "Why not?" "You can see well enough." "Very well, there'll be some other one open, no doubt. I have sometimes thought, since you're marrying Phillotson because of a stupid scandal, that under the affectation of independent views you are as enslaved to the social code as any woman I know." "Not mentally, but I haven't the courage of my views, as I said before. I didn't marry him altogether because of the scandal, but sometimes a woman's love of being loved gets the better of her conscience, and although she is agonized at the thought of treating a man cruelly, she encourages him to love her while she doesn't love him at all. Then, when she sees him suffering, her remorse sets in, and she does what she can to repair the wrong." "You simply mean that you flirted outrageously with him, poor old chap, and then repented, and to make a reparation married him, though you tortured yourself to death by doing it." "Well, if you will put it brutally, it was a little like that. That and the scandal together, and you're concealing from me what you ought to have told me before." He could see that she was distressed and tearful at his criticisms, and soothed her, saying, "There, dear, don't mind. Crucify me, if you will. You know you are all the world to me, whatever you do." "I am very bad and unprincipled. I know you think that," she said, trying to blink away her tears. "I think and know you are my dear Sue, from whom neither length nor breadth, nor things present nor things to come, can divide me." Though so sophisticated in many things, she was such a child in others that this satisfied her, and they reached the end of their journey on the best of terms. It was about 10 o'clock when they arrived at Aldbrickham, the county town of North Wessex. As she would not go to the Temperance Hotel because of the form of his telegram, Jude inquired for another, and a youth who volunteered to find one wheeled their luggage to the George farther on, which proved to be the inn at which Jude had stayed with Arabella on that one occasion of their meeting after their division for years. Owing, however, to their now entering it by another door, and to his preoccupation, he did not at first recognize the place. When they had engaged their respective rooms, they went down to a late supper. During Jude's temporary absence, the waiting-maid spoke to Sue. "I think, ma'am, I remember your relation, or friend, or whatever he is, coming here once before, late, just like this, with his wife. A lady, at any rate. That wasn't you by no manner of means. Just as med be with you now." "Oh, do you?" said Sue with a certain sickness of heart. "Though I think you must be mistaken. How long ago was it?" "About a month or two. A handsome, full-figured woman. They had this room." When Jude came back and sat down to supper, Sue seemed moping and miserable. "Jude," she said to him plaintively, at their parting that night upon the landing, "it is not so nice and pleasant as it used to be with us. I don't like it here. I can't bear the place. And I don't like you so well as I did. How fidgeted you seem, dear. Why do you change like this?" "Because it was cruel to bring me here." "Why?" "You were lately here with Arabella. There, now I have said it." "Dear me, why—" said Jude, looking round him. "Yes, it is the same. I really didn't know it, Sue. Well, it is not cruel, since we have come as we have, two relations staying together." "How long ago was it you were here? Tell me, tell me." "The day before I met you in Christminster, when we went back to Marygreen together. I told you I had met her." "Yes, you said you had met her, but you didn't tell me all. Your story was that you had met as estranged people, who were not husband and wife at all in heaven's sight. Not that you had made it up with her." "We didn't make it up," he said sadly. "I can't explain, Sue." "You've been false to me. You, my last hope, and I shall never forget it, never." "But by your wish, dear Sue, we are only to be friends, not lovers. Is it so very inconsistent of you to—" "Friends can be jealous." "I don't see that. You concede nothing to me, and I have to concede everything to you. After all, you were on good terms with your husband at that time." "No, I wasn't, Jude. Oh, how can you think so? And you have taken me in, even if you didn't intend to." She was so mortified that he was obliged to take her into her room and close the door lest the people should hear. "Was it this room? Yes, it was. I see by your look it was. I won't have it for mine. Oh, it was treacherous of you to have her again. I jumped out of the window." But Sue, she was, after all, my legal wife, if not— Slipping down on her knees, Sue buried her face in the bed and wept. "I never knew such an unreasonable, such a dog-in-the-manger feeling," said Jude. "I am not to approach you, nor anybody else?" "Oh, you don't understand my feeling. Why don't you? Why are you so gross? I jumped out of the window." "Jumped out of the window?" "I can't explain." It was true that he did not understand her feelings very well, but he did a little, and began to love her none the less. I thought you cared for nobody, desired nobody in the world but me at that time, and ever since," continued Sue. "It is true. I did not, and don't now," said Jude, as distressed as she. "But you must have thought much of her, or—" "No, I need not. You don't understand me either. Women never do. Why should you get into such a tantrum about nothing?" Looking up from the quilt, she pouted provokingly. "If it hadn't been for that, perhaps I would have gone on to the Temperance Hotel, after all, as you proposed, for I was beginning to think I did belong to you." "Oh, it is of no consequence," said Jude distantly. "I thought, of course, that she had never been really your wife, since she left you of her own accord years and years ago. My sense of it was that a parting such as yours from her, and mine from him, ended the marriage." "I can't say more without speaking against her, and I don't want to do that," said he. "Yet I must tell you one thing, which would settle the matter in any case. She has married another man, really married him. I knew nothing about it until after the visit we made here." "Married another? It is a crime, as the world treats it, but does not believe." "There, now you are yourself again. Yes, it is a crime, as you don't hold, but would fearfully concede. But I shall never inform against her, and it is evidently a prick of conscience in her that has led her to urge me to get a divorce, that she may remarry this man legally. So you perceive I shall not be likely to see her again." "And you didn't really know anything of this when you saw her?" said Sue more gently, as she rose. "I did not. Considering all things, I don't think you ought to be angry, darling." "I am not, but I shan't go to the Temperance Hotel." He laughed. "Never mind," he said, "so that I am near you. I am comparatively happy. It is more than this earthly wretch called me deserves. You spirit, you disembodied creature, you dear, sweet, tantalizing phantom, hardly flesh at all, so that when I put my arms round you I almost expect them to pass through you as through air. Forgive me for being gross, as you call it. Remember that our calling cousins when really strangers was a snare. The enmity of our parents gave a piquancy to you in my eyes that was intenser even than the novelty of ordinary new acquaintance. Say those pretty lines, then, from Shelley's Epipsychidion, as if they meant me," she solicited, slanting up closer to him as they stood. "Don't you know them?" "I know hardly any poetry," he replied mournfully. "Don't you? These are some of them. There was a being whom my spirit oft met on its visioned wanderings far aloft. A seraph of heaven, too gentle to be human, veiling beneath that radiant form of woman. Oh, it is too flattering, so I won't go on. But say it's me, say it's me." "It is you, dear, exactly like you." "Now I forgive you, and you shall kiss me just once there, not very long." She put the tip of her finger gingerly to her cheek, and he did as commanded. "You do care for me very much, don't you, in spite of my not, you know." "Yes, sweet," he said with a sigh, and bade her good night. End of Part Fourth, Chapter 5. Part Fourth, Chapter 6 of Jude the Obscure. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jude the Obscure by Thomas Hardy. Book Fourth, Chapter 6. In returning to his native town of Shaston as schoolmaster, Phillotson had won the interest and awakened the memories of the inhabitants, who, though they did not honor him for his miscellaneous acquirements as he would have been honored elsewhere, retained for him a sincere regard. When shortly after his arrival he brought home a pretty wife, awkwardly pretty for him, if he did not take care, they said, they were glad to have her settle among them. For some time after her flight from that home, Sue's absence did not excite comment. Her place as monitor in the school was taken by another young woman within a few days of her vacating it, which substitution also passed without remark, Sue's services having been of a provisional nature only. When, however, a month had passed, and Phillotson casually admitted to an acquaintance that he did not know where his wife was staying, curiosity began to be aroused, till, jumping to conclusions, people ventured to affirm that Sue had played him false and run away from him. The schoolmaster's growing languor and listlessness over his work gave countenance to the idea. Though Phillotson had held his tongue as long as he could, except to his friend Gillingham, his honesty and directness would not allow him to do so when misapprehensions as to Sue's conduct spread abroad. On a Monday morning the chairman of the school committee called, and after attending to the business of the school, drew Phillotson aside, out of earshot of the children. "You'll excuse my asking, Phillotson, since everybody is talking of it, is it true as to your domestic affairs, that your wife's going away was on no visit, but a secret elopement with a lover? If so, I condole with you." "Don't," said Phillotson. "There was no secret about it." "She has gone to visit friends?" "No." "Then what has happened?" "She has gone away under circumstances that usually call for condolence with the husband. But I gave my consent." The chairman looked as if he had not apprehended the remark. "What I say is quite true," Phillotson continued testily. "She asked leave to go away with her lover, and I let her. Why shouldn't I? A woman of full age, it was a question of her own conscience, not for me. I was not her jailer. I can't explain it any further. I don't wish to be questioned." The children observed that much seriousness marked the faces of the two men, and went home and told their parents that something new had happened about Mrs. Phillotson. Then Phillotson's little maidservant, who was a schoolgirl just out of her standards, said that Mr. Phillotson had helped in his wife's packing, had offered her what money she required, and had written a friendly letter to her young man, telling him to take care of her. The chairman of the committee thought the matter over, and talked to the other managers of the school, till a request came to Phillotson to meet them privately. The meeting lasted a long time, and at the end the schoolmaster came home, looking as usual pale and worn. Gillingham was sitting in his house waiting for him. "Well, it is as you said," observed Phillotson, flinging himself down wearily in a chair. "They have asked me to send in my resignation on account of my scandalous conduct in giving my tortured wife her liberty, or, as they call it, condoning her adultery. But I shan't resign. I think I would. I won't. It is no business of theirs. It doesn't affect me in my public capacity at all. They may expel me if they like. If you make a fuss, it will get into the papers, and you'll never get appointed to another school. You see, they have to consider what you did as done by a teacher of youth, and its effects as such upon the morals of the town, and, to ordinary opinion, your position is indefensible. You must let me say that." To this good advice, however, Phillotson would not listen. "I don't care," he said. "I don't go unless I am turned out, and for this reason, that by resigning I acknowledge I have acted wrongly by her, when I am more and more convinced every day that in the sight of heaven and by all natural, straightforward humanity, I have acted rightly." Gillingham saw that his rather headstrong friend would not be able to maintain such a position as this, but he said nothing further, and in due time, indeed, in a quarter of an hour, the formal letter of dismissal arrived, the managers having remained behind to write it after Phillotson's withdrawal. The latter replied that he should not accept dismissal, and called a public meeting, which he attended, although he looked so weak and ill that his friend implored him to stay at home. When he stood up to give his reasons for contesting the decision of the managers, he advanced them firmly, as he had done to his friend, and contended, moreover, that the matter was a domestic theory which did not concern them. This they overruled, insisting that the private eccentricities of a teacher came quite within their sphere of control, as it touched the morals of those he taught. Phillotson replied that he did not see how an act of natural charity could injure morals. All the respectable inhabitants and well-to-do fellow natives of the town were against Phillotson to a man, but somewhat to his surprise, some dozen or more champions rose up in his defence as from the ground. It has been stated that Shaston was the anchorage of a curious and interesting group of itinerants, who frequented the numerous fairs and markets held up and down Wessex during the summer and autumn months. Although Phillotson had never spoken to one of these gentlemen, they now nobly led the forlorn hope in his defence. The body included 2 cheap jacks, a shooting gallery proprietor, and the ladies who loaded the guns, a pair of boxing masters, a steam roundabout manager, 2 travelling broom makers who called themselves widows, a gingerbread stall keeper, a swing-boat owner, and a test-your-strength man. This generous phalanx of supporters and a few others of independent judgment whose own domestic experiences had not been without vicissitude, came up and warmly shook hands with Phillotson, after which they expressed their thoughts so strongly to the meeting that issue was joined, the result being a general scuffle, wherein a blackboard was split, 3 panes of the school windows were broken, an ink bottle was spilled over a town councillor's shirt front, a churchwarden was dealt such a topper with the map of Palestine that his head went right through Samaria, and many black eyes and bleeding noses were given, one of which, to everybody's horror, was the venerable incumbent's, owing to the zeal of an emancipated chimney-sweep who took the side of Phillotson's party. When Phillotson saw the blood running down the rector's face, he deplored almost in groans the untoward and degrading circumstances, regretted that he had not resigned when called upon, and went home so ill that next morning he could not leave his bed. The farcical yet melancholy event was the beginning of a serious illness for him, and he lay in his lonely bed in the pathetic state of mind of a middle-aged man who perceives at length that his life, intellectual and domestic, is tending to failure and gloom. Gillingham came to see him in the evenings, and on one occasion mentioned Sue's name. "She doesn't care anything about me," said Phillotson. "Why should she?" "She doesn't know you are ill. So much the better for both of us." "Where are her lover and she living?" "At Melchester, I suppose. At least he was living there some time ago." When Gillingham reached home he sat and reflected, and at last wrote an anonymous line to Sue, on the bare chance of its reaching her, the letter being enclosed in an envelope addressed to Jude at the diocesan capital. Arriving at that place, it was forwarded to Mary Green in North Wessex, and thence to Aldbrickham by the only person who knew his present address, the widow who had nursed his aunt. 3 days later, in the evening, when the sun was going down in splendor over the lowlands of Blackmoor, and making the Shaston windows like tongues of fire to the eyes of the rustics in that vale, the sick man fancied that he heard somebody come to the house, and a few minutes after there was a tap at the bedroom door. Phillotson did not speak. The door was hesitatingly opened, and there entered Sue. She was in light spring clothing, and her advent seemed ghostly, like the flitting in of a moth. He turned his eyes upon her, and flushed, but appeared to check his primary impulse to speak. "I have no business here," she said, bending her frightened face to him, "but I heard you were ill, very ill, and as I know that you recognize other feelings between man and woman than physical love, I have come." "I am not very ill, my dear friend, only unwell." "I didn't know that, and I am afraid that only a severe illness would have justified my coming." "Yes, yes, and I almost wish you had not come. It is a little too soon, that's all I mean. Still, let us make the best of it. You haven't heard about the school, I suppose?" "No, what about it?" "Only that I am going away from here to another place. The managers and I don't agree, and we are going to part, that's all." Sue did not for a moment, either now or later, suspect what troubles had resulted to him from letting her go. It never once seemed to cross her mind, and she had received no news whatever from Shaston. They talked on slight and ephemeral subjects, and when his tea was brought up, he told the amazed little servant that a cup was to be set for Sue. That young person was much more interested in their history than they supposed, and as she descended the stairs she lifted her eyes and hands in grotesque amazement. While they sipped, Sue went to the window and thoughtfully said, "It's such a beautiful sunset, Richard." "They are mostly beautiful from here, owing to the rays crossing the mist of the vale, but I lose them all, as they don't shine into this gloomy corner where I lie." "Wouldn't you like to see this particular one? It is like heaven opened." "Ah, yes, but I can't." "I'll help you to." "No, the bedstead can't be shifted." "But see how I mean." She went to where a swing glass stood, and taking it in her hands, carried it to a spot by the window where it could catch the sunshine, moving the glass till the beams were reflected on Phillotson's face. "There, you can see the great red sun now," she said, "and I am sure it will cheer you. I do so hope it will." She spoke with a childlike, repentant kindness, as if she could not do too much for him. Phillotson smiled sadly. "You are an odd creature," he murmured as the sun glowed in his eyes. "The idea of your coming to see me after what has passed." "Don't let us go back upon that," she said quickly. "I have to catch the omnibus for the train, as Jude doesn't know I have come. He was out when I started, so I must return home almost directly. Richard, I am so very glad you are better. You don't hate me, do you? You have been such a kind friend to me." "I am glad to know you think so," said Phillotson huskily. No, I don't hate you." It grew dusk quickly in the gloomy room during their intermittent chat, and when candles were brought and it was time to leave, she put her hand in his, or rather allowed it to flit through his, for she was significantly light in touch. She had nearly closed the door when he said, "Sue!" He had noticed that, and turning away from him, tears were on her face and a quiver in her lip. It was bad policy to recall her. He knew it while he pursued it, but he could not help it. She came back. "Sue," he murmured, "do you wish to make it up and stay? I'll forgive you and condone everything." "Oh, you can't, she said hastily. "You can't condone it now." "He is your husband now, in effect, you mean, of course?" "You may assume it. He is obtaining a divorce from his wife, Arabella." "His wife? It is altogether news to me that he has a wife." "It was a bad marriage." "Like yours." "Like mine. He is not doing it so much on his own account as on hers. She wrote and told him it would be a kindness to her, since then she could marry and live respectably, and Jude has agreed." "A wife, a kindness to her. Ah, yes, a kindness to her to release her altogether. But I don't like the sound of it. I can forgive, Sue." "No, no, you can't have me back, now I've been so wicked, as to do what I have done." There had arisen in Sue's face an incipient fright which showed itself whenever he changed from friend to husband, and which made her adopt any line of defense against marital feeling in him. "I must go now. I'll come again, may I?" "I don't ask you to go even now. I ask you to stay." "I thank you, Richard, but I must. As you are not so ill as I thought, I cannot stay." "She's his, from lips to heel," said Phillotson, but so faintly that in closing the door she did not hear it. The dread of a reactionary change in the schoolmaster's sentiments, coupled, perhaps, with a faint shamefacedness at letting him even know what a slipshod lack of thoroughness, from a man's point of view, characterized her transferred allegiance, prevented her telling him of her, thus far, incomplete relations with Jude, and Phillotson lay writhing like a man in hell, as he pictured the prettily dressed, maddening compound of sympathy and adverseness who bore his name, returning impatiently to the home of her lover. Gillingham was so interested in Phillotson's affairs, and so seriously concerned about him, that he walked up the hillside to Shaston 2 or 3 times a week, although there and back it was a journey of 9 miles, which had to be performed between tea and supper after a hard day's work in school. When he called on the next occasion after Sue's visit, his friend was downstairs, and Gillingham noticed that his restless mood had been supplanted by a more fixed and composed one. "She's been here since you called last," said Phillotson. "Not Mrs. Phillotson?" "Yes." "Ah, you have made it up?" "No. She just came, patted my pillow with her little white hand, played the thoughtful nurse for half an hour, and went away." "Well, I'm hanged. A little hussy." "What do you say?" "Oh, nothing." "What do you mean?" "I mean, what a tantalizing, capricious little woman. If she were not your wife—" "She is not. She is another man's except in name and law. And I have been thinking, it was suggested to me by a conversation I had with her, that, in kindness to her, I ought to dissolve the legal tie altogether, which, singularly enough, I think I can do, now she has been back, and refused my request to stay after I said I had forgiven her. I believe that fact would afford me opportunity of doing it, though I did not see it at the moment. What's the use of keeping her chained on to me if she doesn't belong to me? I feel absolutely certain that she would welcome my taking such a step as the greatest charity to her. For though as a fellow creature she sympathizes with and pities me, and even weeps for me, as a husband she cannot endure me. She loathes me. There's no use in mincing words. She loathes me, and my only manly and dignified and merciful course is to complete what I have begun. And for worldly reasons, too, it would be better for her to be independent. I have hopelessly ruined my prospects because of my decision as to what was best for us, though she does not know it. I see only dire poverty ahead from my feet to the grave, for I can be accepted as teacher no more. I shall probably have enough to do to make both ends meet during the remainder of my life, now my occupation's gone, and I shall be better able to bear it alone. I may as well tell you that what has suggested my letting her go is some news she brought me, the news that Fawley is doing the same. Oh, he had a spouse too. A queer couple, these lovers. Well, I don't want your opinion on that. What I am going to say is that my liberating her can do her no possible harm, and will open up a chance of happiness for her which she has never dreamt of hitherto. For then they'll be able to marry, as they ought to have done at first." Gillingham did not hurry to reply. "I may disagree with your motive," he said gently, for he respected views he could not share, "but I think you are right in your determination, if you can carry it out. I doubt, however, if you can." End of Part Fourth, Chapter 6. End of Part Fourth.